Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Lucifer Deku Had Balance Breaker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. POV narrator. UA Academy. We see in a place where it seems that there was a meeting where all the important heroes were, and in that a bear, mouse, or whatever I was going to talk about. Nizu, well, as you know, this meeting was unexpected and the most important, I was serious about it. Aizawa, and for me to suspend classes and send my children to their bedrooms, it seems important. All Might. Director Nizu, get to the point, he was serious in his muscular form. Nizu, well, a general class student found a computer at the door of the UA and brought it here, and an envelope that said that inside was the video of a traitor in infiltration. Midnight, are you sure? I ask, possibly it's a joke. Nizu, unfortunately no, watch the video and then decide. Then he puts the computer on, and with the video on he puts it on so everyone can see it. In the video they could see that it was nighttime around 2 a.m. but they set their sights on a certain green-haired man on the outskirts of UA. Izuku, get out of there, Tamura and Shigaraki, he said seriously. At that point, a dark purple holder was spoken and the two people who named one came out. One was tall, about 1.79, medium silver hair, not so much, a long-sleeved t-shirt and long light green breathes, but the most notable thing was that he had a hand on his back. The face covering his face, and the other was a kind of humanoid mist but well-dressed, very elegant. Shigaraki, hello Izuku or Deku, it was a joke. Izuku, oh I hate you Manuelas, I said it angrily. Kurojiri, Kofsiof what a cough, okay, no good, what we were coming for, you did what sensei asked of you, he said it calmly. Izuku just threw a computer memory that Shigaraki grabbed it. Izuku, there are all the quirks of the professional heroes and all the students of this stupid academy, I said it annoyed. Shigaraki, I see, well, it doesn't matter how important this is, pointing to the memory, so see you. Kurojiri speaks the door and then Tamura speaks the door. We don't see Izuku as he crosses the door and it closes instantly. And a video. An awkward silence formed in the place. No one believed that the boy's never-before-seen longing to be a hero was just blackmail. All Might. That crazy guy said he was angry because his successor had betrayed him. Endeavor couldn't believe it. That boy who helped his son Todoroki use his part of fire and a determination to be a hero. That's a lie, it was said by the annoyed hero number Nizu. Why? Endeavor, I don't think he is a traitor, and since we know it's true, he said it quite seriously. Nizu, because I saw the video before and it surprised me quite a bit, so I watched it several times and there is no doubt that it is that. Endeavor didn't believe it, but if the Nizu director says it then there is no choice but to listen to him. Aizawa, and what will we do with him? And do I show this to my class but less to that crazy guy? He said it seriously and was angry. Nizu, for the moment, keep an eye on me and don't do anything improper. The same goes for everything from here, nothing that was said here, this is delicate. All the heroes. Yes, director, and yes, everyone withdrew. Aizawa called all the students except Broccoli, and said that he was the bringer and that they should not digest anything. Everyone was in shock. They had a feeling of anger and resentment. Asia, the green-haired boy, everyone said yes. Aizawa, well, go to your bedrooms, and without saying a word you left, but a certain green-haired boy had a chill. Izuku, why do I have a bad feeling? Said mentally, but he didn't give it any importance. Note Izuku controls the one for all full cowl at 45%. 2 weeks later. In room 1A there was tension and an uncomfortable silence. Izuku opened the big door, but he was used to those looks of hate and resentment. That's when Mother Caterpillar enters. Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya, go to the director's room now, I'm quite serious. Izuku, yes Aiza. Couldn't finish. Why did Aizawa scream? Aizawa. No. Izuku ran from there to where the director is. He only had one thought. I'm scared. But let's go now in the living room. Todoroki, it's now, right? I ask seriously. Ida, that's right. Bakugo, that traitor is going to die, huh? Aizawa, unfortunately no, he's just going to Tartaros. Momo, but isn't he a minor? I ask somewhat doubtfully. Aizawa, All Might is going to personally take him to that place. Now let's go where the green-haired boy is. He was in the meeting room, everyone was there except Aizawa. He felt tension. Nizu, I imagine you already know why you came, right? Izuku-yin, no, director said quite nervously. All Might, stop lying, demon traitor, he said it angrily in his muscular form. Izuku got scared but Nizu calmed him down. Nizu, calm down. All Might. Well, Izuku, watch this video and you will know what happens. Izuku only said yes in that Nizu only put the video. A few minutes later, Izuku couldn't believe that what he saw was that he was supposedly giving information to the League of Villains. Izuku, no. Noted, it's me, he said it nervously and scared by the looks they received. Ida, you are a mad traitor, he said it very angry. The whole class said everything. Izuku couldn't believe it. All his friends and classmates from the academy turned their backs. All Might, Izuku Midoriya, give me the one for all. Izuku didn't say anything and just took out a hair, giving it to All Might. He just grabbed it and ate it. Nizu, Izuku Midoriya, you are expelled from the UA Academy and he will be taken to Tartars. He was only shocked. He did not say anything, but he received an explosion from Bakugo. Bakugo, you're a demon. Shayait. But before another explosion occurred, Aizawa with his bandages and his active quirk caught Bakugo. Aizawa, calm down and don't do anything, he said it seriously. Bakugo barely obeyed him. Izuku was pinned to a wall with serious injuries. All Might just grabbed him by the hair and said, we went to your new house and the green-haired boy fell unconscious. But in the green-haired boy's mind it was dark, he didn't see anyone. Izuku, so I died? That's funny. You didn't die, idiot. So you are my carrier? How interesting. Izuku, who are you? He said it nervously and a little scared. My name is Vale Lucifer, you are my reincarnation and this lizard that is on my right is. Idiot said it angry. Well, my name is Draig, the Red Emperor Dragon. Izuku couldn't believe it, he was in shock. It was little for two reasons. First, he was supposedly the reincarnation of a certain Vale Lucifer, and the second reason, he had a red dragon. Izuku, wait, like your reincarnation? The broccoli asked doubtfully. Vale, that's it, good boy, I'll tell you my story and Draig will tell him. Is that okay? The green-haired boy just nodded. Okay, this will be long. So Vale and Draig told everything about DXD. I won't tell you why it's long and we almost know XD well. Let's continue. Izuku, incredible. The only thing he could say after tremendous information. Vale looked at him with a poker face and the dragon had a drop of anime-style sweat. Vale, well, are you ready for your INF? I say burial. I say it with an evil smile to Izuku. A shiver ran down his spine. Izuku, yes, sensei said it nervously. Wait, how will we train? I asked doubtfully. Vale, well, first main thing I'll do this. He put his hand on Izuku's head. Izuku, what? He couldn't finish because he felt infernal pain throughout his body. What the F? While he fell to his knees because of the pain you caused me, he asked. Very sore? Vale, I changed your BLD to that of a demon. That's a few words. I passed my BLD on to you. I meant it seriously. Izuku, I see. He said he was agitated. He doesn't even know how he fainted. Vale, well, it's time to wake up. Izuku said it calmly. Izuku, but how do I do it? Vale, just close your eyes, and Izuku just did what was necessary. Now Izuku was in the Tartar Colorado prison. He had a wooden bed, but I feel pain. He saw his body that had cut marks with swords and burns, grab marks and bruises, but everything seemed recently. Izuku, attacking me when I'm unconscious. He cowards, but I saw that a dark mace surrounded him, healing him instantly, but he couldn't finish why he heard something in his mind. Vale, it's a self-healing skill that only you can use. I said it calmly. Go to sleep. I think it's the night and you're still tired and you're used to the demonic BLD. Izuku did as requested, lay down on the wooden bed and slept. The next day, Izuku was seen sleeping, but he woke up suddenly because how easy was Draig yelling at him? Izuku, yeah, I woke up super developed lizard. I said it was annoying. Draig, you told me broccoli with legs, said it angrily. Izuku, super developed lizard, I said it with mockery. Draig, growling broccoli. Vale, shut up, you two. He said it angrily because of Satan, first day and they get along like that? He said something dubious. Izuku/Draig, he started it. Vale, well, changing the subject, Let's start with what I see is a perfect place. The place was neither large nor small enough for one person. Izuku, well, let's start, he said it excitedly, so he began a strong training that lasted about 5 months. Those 5 months he had some battles with some prisoners as training to test his abilities, and other things he gained respect like Lucifer and the Dragon of Domination in those Tartars. Months he received visits from David Shield, I think that's how it is. Melissa and Cammy said that he and they believed he was innocent and would do everything possible to get him out. Izuku just thanked him but gave up. Keep in mind that Melissa had won for all, then when she came out she would talk to her. 1 month later. Valley, Izuku, your training with me ended, he said it smiling. Now they were in the green-haired man's subconscious. Izuku, thank you very much, Valley-sensei, I said it while bowing. Valley, I told you about sensei, and the reverence was said with a drop of sweat, like an anime. Izuku, I forgot I said it in a chibi way. Valley, well, it doesn't matter, it's time to leave while white and dark particles come out of his body. Izuku, why? He said it discouraged and sad. He took great care of him and saw him as his older brother. Valley, don't be sad, Izuku, you knew this was going to happen, I said it calmly. Izuku, it's worth it, I said it sadly. Valley, raise the name of Lucifer, he said it as he disappeared and the particles entered Izuku's body. Izuku, yes, that yes brother, said it crying. Draig just looked and thought, see you Valley Lucifer, while he saw the green-haired boy, or well, he was surprised now he wasn't green-haired, now he was silver-haired with some green strands, the freckles were no longer there. Had. Draig. Izuku, stop crying now, you have to do what your brother said. He was serious. Izuku wiped his tears and put on a look of determination. Izuku, I will do it, I will put up the name Lucifer and your name. The Dragon of Domination. The dragon was impressed by what he said, he just smiled. Draig, I think I was not wrong to choose you as my bearer, but while you have to leave here you have to regain strength for tomorrow my training starts. He said it seriously like that. Izuku came out of his mental or subconscious space. Izuku was surprised he had a mirror on the wall that not even the author himself knows where that came from. But entities. Draig, your questions will be answered tomorrow, but first raise your right hand. Izuku did as requested. Now think of someone strong. He did as requested and a green gem appeared, a type of gauntlet that covered his entire arm. Draig, this is the booster gear buddy, tomorrow I'll explain everything to you, rest now. So his voice disappeared and the gauntlet. Izuku went to his bed to sleep because tomorrow he starts his other part of training. The next day. Izuku was waking up and got up for his training with Draig. Izuku, well to start, I said it smiling. Draig, are you awake? Draig, Izuku, Draig said it with a wooden face. Draig, zzz. Izuku, I think I'm going to look for Tiamat, he said it mockingly. Draig, yes, I'm awake, nothing happened. He said he was scared, but he saw the semi-silver man laughing his butt off. Izuku, ha ha ha, the old reliable woman said it between laughs while Draig had a throbbing vein coming out on his forehead. Draig, oh I hate you. Izuku, yes, I love you too, friend, I said it with mockery. Draig, Teach, well your training started. Izuku started a long training that lasted approximately 6 months, so Izuku spent 1 year and 3 months, but one of those training sessions he received visitors and news that he didn't even expect. Maybe he forgot something that could happen. Izuku, while he was training, a guard came. Guard, Lucifer-sama said it nervously and bowing. Izuku, what's wrong? I said it seriously and coldly. The guard became more nervous. Guard, you have visitors, I said it nervously. Izuku, well, I'm coming, leave after I called you. Guard, yes sir. But since this happened, well you have to go back a few minutes. Outside of Tartaro's you could see 4 people. One was David Shield with a smile, and there was also his daughter Melissa Shield and Melissa's friend called Cammy. Note, here I will say that they were childhood friends, end of note, and a small that stood out that it had a little horn. Note this is how they were dressed. There were 2 guards at the Tatar door and one of them approached out of curiosity. Guard, excuse me, but what is offered to you? The guard said it calmly. David, we came to visit Izuku Midoriya, and the guards felt chills down their spines and they were afraid, and David and his companions noticed that. Guard 2, yes, you sure want to see Izuku? Lucifer-sama said it with fear. David, yeah, if the visits were at this time, I said it with doubt. Guard 1, Vivi, well, he will accompany you, he said it, pointing to the other guard. Guard. Yes, follow me, I said it calmly. Well, I tried like this. They continued to a place where visits were made. Well, he called him, he was going to look for the prisoner. Eri? But why do they call my daddy that way? The little girl said it with doubts. Cammy, I don't know, I have doubts too. Melissa, X2. David? Well, it seems that here he is, he meant it seriously. You hear some steps from the hallway and you would see a silver-haired man with some green locks and a look that would command respect, and he didn't have his upper part of his clothes, only almost torn breathes showing his well-marked physique with scars. Note, he obviously has 2 arms V. Imagine him with silver hair and serious end of note. Melissa and Cammy blushed more. Cammy, who had thought nothing saints with the silver-haired boy. David, I'm sure that's the dubious question. Izuku, so much time passed and you already forgot about me. He said it with feigned sadness, but he noticed a little white-haired girl. Daughter asked without believing it. Eri? Papa, I said it on the verge of crying. Izuku got on his knees and extended his 2 arms. Izuku, you're not going to give your old man a hug, he said it sarcastically, and without hesitation he went towards him, hugged him tightly, and the little girl. Eri, sniffed out. If you're my daddy, sniff, I said it crying. Izuku put a hand on his head. Izuku, little girl, don't cry if I don't like seeing you. That's how I said it calmly, and at that point look at the guard seriously, you can leave. Then he called you and the guard left and ran away. I didn't want to know anything about him. At that point they were surprised. What happened? David, it seems like you have a lot of things to talk about, right? He said it smiling. Izuku separated from the hug, standing up. Izuku, I think if he said it nervous. Well, we're going to sit down, and while he pointed out 5 chairs and in the middle a circular table, so they went to sit down. Well, where do we start? Cammy, start with you, darling, a flirtatious voice said it. It didn't reveal the physicality in which she receives a nudge from a jealous Melissa. Melissa? Yes, Izukuan, tell us what he said. Smiling at Izuku and at David, a drop of sweat came out, and Draig, well, was laughing and thought, well, he does have good taste, that. He said it with mockery. Izuku just sighed and began his story of how his classmates and teachers betrayed him, how he met Vale Lucifer, telling him that he was his reincarnation, and the Red Dragon Emperor Draig, how his training and combats were here in Tartarus, and how he made respect for the Lucifer and the Dragon of Domination, and among other unimportant things. Everything was surprised. It was little, and Eri was sad for everything that happened. Izuku realized it, and only the hug, so that he was well and that he is not sad. David, well, so you are the bearer of a celestial dragon and the reincarnation of Vale Lucifer. Said it was surprising, and it seems that you have changed. He didn't say it seriously. Izuku, that's right, Izuku Midoriya, the hero Deku died in tatters because of them. He said it angrily. Melissa didn't know that believing her uncle All Might lied to her, but she knew it was a lie. Izuku would never do it. What Izuku said was already enough for him. Having a tremendous contempt for All Might, and David also thought the same thing, that if daughter and Cammy were angry with the academy just because of a DMN video, she would send him to the worst prison or to hell itself. Izuku, but well, it's over. Not now, it's your turn. What happened in 1 year and 3 months? Well, I missed how long I've been here. I said it nervous. David, well, this will be long. Clarification: Izuku controls the balance breaker without a time limit, while the Juggernaut driver has a limit of 15 minutes. If he passes that minute, he loses control due to the issue of the curse of the booster gear. End of clarification and chapter. David narrates. When they took you to Tartaros, everyone was happy and they had a party. All Might called me on the phone saying that he had discovered the traitor and it was you. Obviously, my daughter and I didn't believe him, and we had a not very friendly discussion. My daughter contacted Cammy to tell her the news of what happened, and she agreed to look for evidence of your innocence. Also, the former Big Three Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire helped to look for evidence, and 2 people from the UA were also at Suka. Kendo and Mei Hatsume spent a few months looking for evidence that was almost impossible, but something happened that helped us with your innocence. 1 year, 2 months. UA Academy. Everything was in their perspectives, activities such as students were studying and the teachers giving classes to their students. Class 1A went to 2A and the same, 1B went to 2B. The atmosphere of 2A was happy. Then Bringer. Was no longer there. Ida and Uraraka were dating and Momo and Todoroki were the same, but in 2B it was not almost the same. Itsuka Kendo stopped talking to the class. He only spoke when he fulfilled his work as president. After that No and May well fell into a depression. She doesn't work strong now. She looked sad, but something happened that she was going to regret what they did. 1 month later. It was a quiet afternoon, but they heard an explosion outside UA. It was the League of Villains with an army of Nomo. The teachers went out to fight. Shigaraki, hello heroes, I said it, smiling madly. All Might, Dimon, what you want, he said it in his muscular form. Shigaraki, I came to visit your successor and ally. Aizawa, he's not here, that traitor meant it seriously. Shigaraki, haha, wait a little longer, haha. Laughing madly along with the other villains. Endeavor, something is not right. I said it thoughtfully and seriously. What are you effing laughing at? I asked, annoyed. Kurogiri, they really thought it was the bringer, haha, and the heroes were surprised. Hawks, wait, what did you say? He said he was surprised and a little nervous. Shigaraki, Toga, would you do me the honors? And the villain appeared with a crazy smile. Toga, whatever you say, he said it while he took out a mini vial and inside there was BLD. Toga swallowed all the BLD and his body began to change. The heroes plus All Might and Aizawa couldn't believe it. Oh, there was Izuku, but with a psychopathic smile. Izukuri, Toga, what happened? The mice ate the tongues, ha, he said it with mockery. Shigaraki, look at their faces, haha, but well we come in peace, ha, well my work is done, but while I was smiling I'm going to go to Tartaryu to look for my new recruit Capes. He's already lost hope of being a hero. Kurogiri, speak the portal, we're leaving. Instantly a portal opened, the Nomus entered, and then they see you heroes as he crossed the portal and it closed instantly. There was a deep silence. All Might fell to his knees while he looked at the ground and said, forgive me. Young Midoriya Aizawa looked at the ground and also asked for forgiveness for his son, and the other heroes blamed themselves, and Nizu was surprised, and that's what he spoke about. Nizu, let's go back inside, we have to talk, and no one says anything. And narrates David. Narrated author. Izuku was half surprised. Why half? It was easy, he no longer cared what was happening at the academy, but what the villains said about everything was strange. David, and that happened, I estimate that this week or the next week they are going to take you out. No, today is Monday. And I estimate that on Friday or the other week. He said it with doubts and something thoughtful. Izuku, I see, but that's not the whole story. He didn't say it while he was looking at Melissa, who got a little nervous. David realized it, so he didn't have to tell the truth. David, half you realized, not seeing Izuku, who just nodded, signed she has the one for all, and Izuku got serious. He looked at Melissa, who lowered her head. Izuku, Melissa, I can imagine the responsibility you have, right? He said it seriously. Melissa, yes, I know that in the future I have to defeat all for one but also be the strongest heroine. Like you said. A certain Kami just smiled, and the same David and Eri were asleep in the middle of David's story. Izuku, I see, I said it smiling, but you have to understand, or just the embers. And Melissa gets confused and Izuku stops and tells a guard who was. Izuku, take off the necklace. I have to do something. He said it seriously and with a voice from beyond the grave, and the guard was doubtful, but he accepted because of the look on the silver-haired man's face. He approached him and took off the necklace, and they all noticed that the characteristic green rays were coming out. Of the one for everything, they were surprised. Izuku, I still have this power, but I am going to pass it on to you so that it is complete. Melissa, but why did I say it with doubts? But if you are more suited to having this power. Izuku, I still have anger and resentment towards them, and if he gets out of control I'm going to kill him, and I don't want this power to be stained, so as the 9th bearer I choose you. Melissa shield as the 10th bearer. While he had a smile and put his hand on her forehead, the rays that came out were now directed at Melissa. It only took a minute for the translation of Izuku's power to Melissa, which she felt stronger, and the flame became stronger. Izuku took out his hand on his forehead and he was half exhausted but smiling, and Melissa looked at his hands. She felt stronger. David, what happened while I was looking at Izuku and Melissa? Izuku, she didn't have the complete one for all, so I completed it since I had the other half of the power. I was serious. Melissa, Izuku, I don't know how to thank you. I said it while hugging Izuku, and he reciprocated the hug in view of a jealous Kami and a smiling David. Guard, Lucifer-sama, Visiting time is over, he said. He was half nervous and Izuku just nodded. Izuku, well, I have to go to my cell while he is separated from Melissa. She didn't want to, but I had to pay attention and wait a few days or a week to see him again. David, well then, see you later. While I woke up Eri to say goodbye. Eri, Daddy, I don't want to, you say it half asleep, but she receives a hug from Izuku, which she reciprocates. Izuku, I know my girl, but what's going to happen? I promise that when I get out of here, we're going to an amusement park with Melissa and Cammy, and Eri just nodded while she left with David. Cammy, well darling, see you. While I gave a embrace on the cheek and Izuku was half blushing. Hee, I like it when you're like this. See you. Melissa, well then see you. Izuku repeating Cammy's action, but she was blushing while she left with David, Eri and Cammy in view of a blushing Izuku. Guard, yeah come on, he said it while putting on the anti-quirk collar, and Izuku just nodded his head as he went to his cell accompanied by the guard. When they arrived at the cell, Izuku entered and the guard closed the cell grate and left. As Izuku headed to his bed. Izuku, Draig, how strange that you didn't speak. While looking at his right hand, a green gem appeared and a voice was heard. Draig, I didn't want to talk, mate, I wanted to hear what happened out there and I was surprised. I said it, half surprised. Izuku, I see. Draig, what are you going to do now? Because of what I heard, they are going to come looking for you. I was serious. Izuku, for the villains or the heroes? I said it with doubts. Draig, both. Izuku, I'm going to fight with the villains. I want to see if they become strong. I said it with a challenging smile. Here I got bored of fighting. I said it was boring and I'm not going to accept being a villain. I said it seriously. Draig, and with the heroes? He said it calmly. Izuku, I don't know, I just want to fight with the strongest. Draig, just like Val. Aha, well I'm going to sleep, mate. While the gem disappeared and her voice. Izuku, hi, you're right, well, see you friend, while he closed his eyes waiting for his freedom. For days later. You can see/read Izuku lying on his bed thinking why? Easy. Today the heroes were supposedly coming to look for him. If it wasn't today it was next week, but that's it. Izuku, sighs Demon, it's taking a while. I said it, something boring. And in his left hand, note I was wrong where the booster gear appears, sorry. A green gem that shines and you can hear a voice. Draig, yes they are punctual. Haha, I said it funny. Izuku, or they forgot a hero. He said it by making quotes with his fingers, but then a guard calls him. Guard, Lucifer-sama has visitors. He said it seriously and Izuku sees that the visitor was what was going to look for them. They were the heroes Endeavor, Midnight, Present Mike, Aizawa and Director Nizu. They were all serious and the atmosphere was not that good. Draig, I'll leave you partners so you don't suspect anything. He said it in his mind. So the gem disappears and Izuku gets up from his bed and goes to where the heroes are, but in the middle there was the fence. Izuku, fence, 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 what we have here? I said it mockingly. What a pleasant visit. Nizu, young Midori, he couldn't. Why did Izuku interrupt him? Izuku, Lucifer is my last name now. Midoriya died. He said it seriously and cold. The heroes tensed a little and a small shiver ran down their spine, but by midnight they blushed and let's say it was kind of hot. Nizu, well, young Lucifer, you are free. He found the evidence, or well, let's say revelation. He said it somewhat sadly with the heroes who were there. Izuku, I see, but what revelation? He said it was something dubious. Well, it was becoming clear that he already knew everything that happened to David, Melissa and Cammy. Nizu told him that they had an attack by villains at the academy and Shigaraki said that the video was fake and that they were coming to recruit you. That's what a hero speaks. Aizawa, son, did they come for you? I was serious. Izuku, yes, and let's say we had a talk. I said it mockingly. They came to recruit me. They thought I had already lost hope of being a hero and that I had become corrupted. How wrong they were. Present Mike, how do you talk? I said it doubtfully. Izuku, let's say I faced them and it was fun. The heroes were surprised, even Endeavor, who was serious. Endeavor, in a few words you rejected them, and Izuku just nodded his head and they sighed in relief. Nizu, well let's go to the academy. He said it smiling. Izuku, but what room will I be in? Aizawa, surely. Nizu said it was doubtful and boring. He doesn't have a quirk, but they hear Izuku laugh and everyone looks at him somewhat doubtfully. Midnight, what are you laughing at? Izuku, Ah, let's say they're wrong. I have something more than a quirk, it's something wonderful. I said it with a challenging smile and everyone is surprised. But changing the subject, which room or classroom will I be in? Aizawa, my classroom is missing one. Izuku, I see, well let's go, I want to see my classmates. At that point the guard opened the gate and went towards Izuku to remove the anti-quirk collar, and at that point the guard and Izuku left their prison. Well, let's go, I said it in a funny way and no one said anything, and so they left Tartaro's. On the outskirts of Tartaro's there was a black van and Aizawa was driving and Nizu was in front, and behind them were Endeavor, Midnight, Izuku and Present Mike, but Midnight wouldn't let them see Izuku's body since he was only wearing half-torn breeds. He was barefoot and he didn't have a shirt. It showed his well-worked body and the scars, some deep and others not. Endeavor, I just realized what happened to you with your hair and freckles. I said it was doubtful and the teachers were interested in it. Izuku, let's say it's because of my quirk. I said it lying. Well, everyone almost believed it except Endeavor, but I let it go after I was going to ask again. 3 Doritos later. Outside the academy the black van that brought Izuku stopped and all the members of I got out. Izuku, okay again, I didn't say it, something melancholy. Nizu, right now they are in their rooms, what do you want to do first? Izuku, I'm going to do this while a magic circle appeared below his feet, surprising the heroes and Nizu, so the magic circle passed from his feet to his head and they would see that he had new clothes. Note, it is the same clothing that was valid. Endeavor, is that in your quirk? Izuku, it's one of the abilities, that's what I said smiling, but I want to see how strong they got. Aizawa, then I said it already predicting what I was going to say. Izuku, Class 2A versus me. The heroes were surprised and that's when Nizu spoke. Nizu, well, Midnight is going to take you to the battlefield, and Midnight, without saying anything, guides Izuku. Aizawa, he wants to test the Tatar rumors, and Nizu just nodded his head. Nizu, Aizawa, tell your class and tell them to prepare that they are going to have a friendly battle, and Aizawa didn't say anything and left to tell his children. A few minutes later, all the students were in the dining room since their teacher called them. Ida, why did he call us while he made a robotic arm movement? Kirishima, man, I was training. Aizawa, he said it silently, activating his quirk, and everything went silent. The person was a surprise, so put on your hero suits and go to the confrontation field. I'll wait for you while he goes to put on his sleeping bag. A few minutes later, Class A arrived at the battlefield. They were surprised why Class B was there, but they were shocked. Oh, there was a person who had to be in Tartars, and Kendo was happy and some tears came out. They were all surprised. Class A saw his sight in front and were surprised. Jiro, wait, I said it nervously, it didn't have to be in Tartars. Tokoyami, that's right, but something's not right with him, he said it seriously. Todoroki, did you notice? No, Tokoyami just nodded. Bakugo, Demon, I said it angrily. Izuku, fence, I thought they forgot about me, but they are ready. He couldn't finish because of a hug that knocked him down, and the person was Melissa, who was crying. Melissa, if you are free, Izuku spoke louder and Izuku reciprocated. Izuku, if I'm free, Melissa said it in a loving tone, making her blush. Aizawa, Kafsyuf, well then they'll talk now, you have to shower, and Izuku reluctantly agreed because he liked hugging Melissa, but then he had time and so Melissa got up and left with Class A, who looked surprised by said action. Izuku, Class B too? He said it was somewhat dubious but received a response from the class teacher. Vlad King, no boy, we are just spectators. Izuku, I see. Bakugo, this is easy, I said it in a mocking way, I'll kill you. Izuku, sure, while a red gauntlet appeared on his left arm and Ibra was surprised, she was nervous. Izuku, I have more than a Class A quirk, let's fight. Everyone in Class 2A was also surprised. Melissa only knew something about what she got there in Tatters, but not as Ibra stated. For some reason she was nervous, half scared. Kendo and Manoma looked at her, she had been acting like that for a while. Kendo, Ibra, is something wrong? I asked doubtfully. Ibra, nothing happens, but she joins her two hands to pray. God, I hope it's not what I think. Kendo looked at her a little strangely, but he didn't give it any importance. Momo was half nervous and Todoroki noticed that. Todoroki, something happens. Momo, And that nothing happens Todoroki-kun but in his thoughts. Please, I hope that's not what I'm thinking. Todoroki looked at her a little strangely, but he didn't give it any importance. He just focused on the battle. That's what Izuku is talking about. Izuku, what are you waiting for? I said it was boring. Bakugo cursed while dancing against the shinee. While he gave an explanation, hitting it squarely, raising a cloud of smoke, everyone thought they had won, but Izuku, that was all. It seems like they became weak. I said it was boring. Everything they turned around was behind them without any scratches. They were half scared. Ida, pee-pee, but at the moment he moved he said it was nervous. Mina, and that nose. Jiro, I didn't hear anything, not a sound. The teachers were also surprised until All Might had shown up to watch the fight, but in their thoughts. All Might, when he moved, it was only seen that the young Bakugo hit him squarely. I was surprised. Kirishima, let's go Mina and Melissa while he hardens his body. Mina/Melissa, shark. So they started to fight. Izuku just smiled. Izuku, finally, while an aura between crimson and purple surrounded him. Melissa and Kirishima were fighting hand to hand. Melissa knew some fighting techniques. Izuku dodged easily, leaving everyone surprised. She also had to dodge some mine acids. In that case, she hit Kirishima in the stomach, breaking his hardening in the stomach part a little. Melissa, are you okay? I ask. Kirishima, if I can continue, I said it a little agitated, so they launched themselves again, but it was the same result. Mina also got tired of throwing acid and also joining the hand-to-hand fight. Izuku, how boring. Come on everyone. He said it a little angry. At that point he dodged a kick from Kirishima, grabbed his leg and sent him against the floor with great force. He did like Goku and Broly in the movie. He ended up doing it like 6 times and threw it a little, leaving his hardening broken. He was injured, some BLD came out on his body. And in his mouth he was not unconscious, you couldn't, his breathing was agitated. Mina, Kirishima. Gurdiamen, he said it while he was heading to hit him. Izuku, slowly while he grabs her pink fist with the gauntlet and with his other hand he punches her in the face, but before she can go he grabs her head with both hands, kneeing her in the face, and a little BLD comes out. The nose, and kicked her in the belly of Mandalola's stomach a little away, leaving her without air. Melissa, Dean, yes she is strong, but I won't give up one for all 30%. As she tries to hit him, but she heard something that only she heard. She was close to him. Izuku, you go down. Well done Melissa, when I'm done I'll give you advice. While he dodged Melissa's blow and hit him in the stomach but containing his blow, so send him a little and leave him falling next to where Kirishima Mina was. Izuku saw the others, then raised his left arm where the booster gear was, opening his palm. Boost, 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 dragon shot. Thus launching a ball of energy but with a lot of power. Todoroki, Demon, he said something annoyed. At that he made an ice wall with all his strength, but the wall was crossed and hit Koda squarely, causing an explosion, also affecting Sato, Ojiro and Shoji, leaving them with serious injuries, but Koda was unconscious, but I don't know how they could move. Tokoyami, guy's dark shadow, now a shadow came out of him, but when he was going he hit him, but he stopped suddenly. Dark Shadow, what's wrong with you? He said it a little angry. But he didn't respond, but he looked at Izuku, who was behind him. He was just looking, and Nadia realized more, a dragon formed with murderous intent, protecting Izuku. Dark Shadow was afraid, he was sweating. The dragon approached him and he retreated. Tokoyami, what's wrong? I said it doubtfully. Dark Shadow, Heel is a monster. Izuku, haha, this monster was created by you. He said it, smiling with a curse, thus avoiding Dark Shadow at an incredible speed and reaching Tokoyami's front, hitting him in the stomach, leaving him without air and sending him flying, leaving him injured. He still had that defect that depended a lot of his quirk. Momo, Diamen, while I created a metal rod. Come on girls. Tsuyu Ochako/Kyoka, hi. Hanta, I help girls while throwing some types of tape from their elbows. Aoyama, my glow is also going to help, as he launched a type of lightning from his navel. Thus began a 5 versus 1 battle with the Hiba girls. Forward Momo wanted to hit him in the head with the rod, but he dodged it masterfully, plus the jack that Kyoka threw and Tsuyu's tongue at that. Izuku, Vala, they do have good coordination while dodging the blows. Momo, Diamen, attack traitor, she said it out of anger. Izuku, If you want, princess, he said it mockingly. Thus, grabbing the stick, he hit him with his gauntlet and kneed him in the stomach, taking the air out of him and releasing the stick. Izuku took advantage, grabbing the stick, hitting him in the face, sending him to the side. He saw that a laser was heading and he dodged it, but he also saw the jacks. He let go of the stick he had, he grabbed them with one hand, he also grabbed Tsuyu's tongue. I don't know, they could move. Izuku did the following, he tied them together. He attracted, releasing the above, he grabbed their heads, bumping them against each other, leaving them dizzy, but not satisfied, he hit them on their faces, thus sending them to where Momo is, tired and recovering her breath. Izuku dodged Uraraka's hand that was going to touch his back. Uraraka, demon, how you dodged it? I said it angrily. Izuku, improved instinct, I didn't waste my time there, he said it seriously even with his active aura. So he launched himself at Uraraka, punching him in the face, grabbing his leg, hitting the floor like 6 times, and sending him to where the other girls were. Izuku saw that Aoyama couldn't move due to the excessive use of his quirk, so a blow to the back of the head left him unconscious. Izuku, sighs, I think some things don't change. Hanta, hey, don't forget about me while I released more tapes. Izuku, sorry, I said it mockingly. He grabbed the ribbons while he attracted Hanta by kneeing him in the stomach and took advantage of it by tying him with his ribbons, leaving him immobile. Izuku was going to say something but he received a blow to the face, dragging him a little. Izuku, I forgot about the invisible girl, but he hears a voice in his mind. Draig, so it seems. Izuku, I thought you weren't watching the fight. Draig, I was curious but the truth is I was disappointed. I said it was boring. But hey, you already know what to do, right? Izuku, yes friend. So Izuku grabbed some tapes that were on the floor and closed his eyes, he just focused on the sound. Izuku, left while dodging a Hasekure blow. Hagekure, how? She said it surprised, walking away a few meters. Izuku, right again, I dodge another blow. Everyone was surprised, he dodged with his eyes closed but caught a blow that was going to the stomach, thus tying her with the ribbons, leaving her motionless. Hagekure, but how did you do it? I was surprised. Izuku, Ultra Instinct meant it seriously. No lie, I concentrated more on the sound, in my ears like this, turning my back to the girl. Izuku looked seriously at the others who were missing, Sato, Ida, Bakugo and Todoroki, who was angry for what he did to Momo. Izuku, come on guys, I'm waiting for you, I said it with pride, I want to see if you're strong. The first to attack was Sato, he ate a sugar bar before attacking, it was direct but he easily dodged the blow. Izuku, slow while kneeing him in the stomach and a few blows to the face leaving him breathless and dizzy and another blow to the face, send him a little slower. Boost X6. That sound was heard or you from the gauntlet making its aura more aggressive. Izuku, good one less attack. Ida, Dimenit, Bakugo, if we want to win, we have to collaborate, he said seriously. Bakugo, shut up. He said it with his typical tone. I will defeat him alone while he launched himself against Izuku. Ida, wait, but it was too late. Diamond, come on Todoroki, the aforementioned just nodded. Bakugo, shiny. While he launched an explanation from his hand, but Izuku easily dodged it and, in the process, punched him in the face, sent him a little slower, but he dodged a kick from Ida with his Recipro Burst activated, grabbed his leg in the air and sent him to where Bakugo was, thus colliding with him. The one mentioned who saw it coming. Todoroki, don't be distracted while I launched Piercing Ice Wall. Izuku, straight to kill the fence, it shows that you are angry and jealous, he said it while avoiding the wall. Todoroki, shut up, he said it angrily, launching a flame of fire from his left hand. Izuku, I was bored, I said it, dodging and going to where Todoroki was to hit him but the aforementioned made a wall of ice to protect himself but Izuku went through the wall and instantly punched him in the face and one in the side where his knees were, breaking some of that. Todoroki, gah, spitting out some BLD but he couldn't react in time, he received a kick in the face, sending him away and leaving him lying without moving. Izuku's back was in a mess, looking at those who were missing. Ida, Dim, I will defeat you while his engines are activated since he spent the necessary seconds to activate them. Izuku, weak while I repeated the same action he did with Kirishima. Sigu's to Kaken. Bakugo, Tisuke, how the F did you get stronger? Izuku, I didn't waste my time like you guys, I meant it seriously. Bakugo, you're just a Deku. No matter what you do I'm stronger as he heads towards Izuku. Says Hyani. Izuku, you're weak, I said it with your deathly voice, dodging the explosion and hitting him strong in the stomach with the gauntlet, falling to his knees without air, but something happened that he didn't even expect. Image to its respective author. Escaner is Bakugo and Meliodas is Izuku. Izuku, fence the big Bakugo kneeling in front of a Deku, how pathetic. Bakugo, TSK while spitting BLD from his mouth, you are a monster. But he received a kick, sent him where the others were, they were all together, you could see that they were in balance, Hanta and Haskure were standing but with effort. Izuku, so I'm a monster haha. Ida, yes you are a monster. Izuku, I see, well, they want to see a monster or a dragon while he had a smile and the crimson aura covered his entire body, expelling a great blizzard of air and power, dragging everyone who was there and some fell silent, losing their balance. All might, this amount of aura and power, while covering. Midnight, it's dangerous while taking cover. But he calmed down now. Izuku was covered by a red dragon-type armor but he had that aura, but around him he had green ball but you could hear crying or sobbing but, a song that Ibra kept quiet on her knees while crying. Ibra, endpoint, no it's not possible. The one who will wake up. Where, Mizamruwa? Began. It looks like it's about to start. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. Ha no koto ari wakami yori yubeshi ni tenryunari. It's always been like this. You're right. It's always been like this. I laughed at infinity and despised sleep. Mugen waria, Mugen ulware. What the world wants. What the world rejects. I will become the red dragon of domination. Where, Akari Ryu how to narrate. That has always been the power. That it's always been love. No matter the time, you always choose the path to ruin. I will plunge you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Nanji Oguren no Rengoku Enai Shizumer. Juggernaut Driver. Aruhohar. A light and a roar shook all of Japan. Oh, it wasn't Izuku, it was a dragon. They were scared, they felt a killer instinct in that dragon, everyone, even Bakugo himself couldn't stop shaking and Ibra was something else. She cried, she said, we're lost, they're awake. She didn't stop crying. Kendo hugged her along with the other classmates. Manoma looked surprised at what was happening. The class trembled with fear, Melissa too, but she calmed down a little knowing that he would explain everything to her, but Momo was afraid in her thoughts. I couldn't be true, I was crying but everyone in class A fainted at the single thought. What have we done? And so everyone fell unconscious. The only thing that could be heard since everything was silent more for the demonstration of power and skill in fighting, well if you could call it that, but the dragon was gradually shrinking, returning to the armor and then the armor disappeared seeing the silver-haired man. Serious. Izuku sighs great, I think it happened to me. While he looked at Class A who was all unconscious, including Melissa, he also looked at the spectators who were Class B, the teachers and Nizu, but he noticed a girl who was crying, it was Ibra. Izuku in his thoughts. But why is he crying? Draig. It seems that my suspicions are true. Izuku, explain yourself, I said it somewhat doubtfully. Draig. What I remember you told me that she was Ibra and she is religious. Let's say she believes in God, that's not the case. Izuku, so. Don't tell me what. Draig. Possibly she knows me or has read and Momo also knows me. She was nervous even though it may not seem like it. Her doubts were clarified when you activated the Juggernaut Driver. Izuku, I see, but outside your thoughts. Nizu, what a demonstration. Young Lucifer said it in surprise and Ibra tensed when she heard that last name. Kendo was surprised. She remembered that his last name was Midoriya. She was going to speak but, Vlad King, Principal Nizu retired me and my students. Nizu, you may as well retire. Thus the teacher of Class B left with his students and Ibra left with Kendo who was comforting her. Ibra, Izuku said it with tears and trembling. Izuku, what's wrong? Ibra, is that not it while pointing to her gauntlet that was still active? Izuku looked at his gauntlet. Draig, sooner or later they will realize and you will have to tell them so. Draig, if that's what you think, that's what I said from the gauntlet. Everyone was surprised because the gauntlet spoke as if it had a life of its own or something. Ibra, I see. While she was fainting because of what she cried and the different emotions, Kendo caught her before she fell and they left, except for the others who were there. Endeavor, but what the F? Aizawa. It's me or the gauntlet speaking, he said it with his typical tone. Hawks, it seems like he meant it seriously. Nizu, but it's not an ordinary one, it's not like that, while he looked at Izuku and he just nodded. Izuku, I wasn't going to reveal it but this super-developed lizard did it. Draig, what did you tell me, brat? I said it with a throbbing vein but I don't know what I saw in the gauntlet. Izuku, nothing but well, changing the subject. While the gauntlet disappeared, I want to go to my room, I'm a little tired. I said it's something neutral. Nizu, well, okay, you can go to your room. Izuku just nodded and walked past, but at the end All Might was there and said under his breath, Izuku, keep it down, how can you think of giving the OFA to Melissa? He said it in a tone from beyond the grave as he left. All Might sent a shiver down his spine. Midnight, hey, you feel good, he said it a little doubtfully. All Might, hey, I feel good, I said it with your typical tone. Midnight, I see. Nizu, this week will be long. While he sighed a little tired. Aizawa, that seems good, let's take the children to recovery. So all the heroes carried the students to take them to the infirmary. 3 Doritos later. Recovery girl? But what the hell, I said it, surprised why the entire infirmary was full of stretchers and oh, the whole class A and Ibra were all unconscious and seriously injured. Nizu, surprised. Recovery, I'm telling you the truth, or I said it with a poker face. Aizawa, how inconvenient they are going to be, I said something seriously. Recovery had some sheets that were written. Recovery, well, from what I see, a day or more depends on what they revived, less or more damage. Ibra estimates that within 3 hours she will wake up. She fainted due to her emotions and how much she cried, but what exactly happened? She was serious. In that, Aizawa told everything that happened with Izuku, that they went to look for him from Totters, that he was innocent and they brought him here so that he could become a hero again, and Izuku asked to have a friendly battle with Class A, he wanted to see if they became strong. Aizawa. And all that happened, he said it with his typical voice. Recovery was surprised she knew about the video but she didn't know what to believe. She was 50%. Recovery, but he wasn't Corkley's, he said it doubtfully. All Might. That's right, it was, but for some reason he has, I think. While he pressed, he was able to give him one. Nizu, let's not draw conclusions now without evidence. After asking, he already knew, so sooner or later he had to say it. And so they talked for a while. Note it was 1900 hours PM, and there were only Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might and the other heroes left. Now with the silver-haired man. He was heading towards his room. He was in front of the door, so he put his hand on the handle and opened it, and when he passed and closed the door, he saw his room in a mess as if a whirlwind passed by. Izuku, TSH. Sighs, I was coming up with this, but it's stressful. Like this, with a snap of his fingers his room lit up, changing his room. Removing the rock painting and the vinyl from the wall. Draig. Not a change. Izuku. That's right, I'm no longer the same idiot, nervous and such a fan of heroes. Draig. I see, and what do you think of the girl who cried? Izuku. He's going to say everything he knows, I guess, and you're going to talk too. Draig. Ah yes, I said it was boring. I'm going to sleep, mate. Izuku, lower your voice. Lazy lizard. Draig. What did you say to me? I said it angry. Izuku. Nothing. He said it funny, cutting off communication between them. Izuku. I'm going to take a bath, I'm half dirty. Izuku went to his closet that was in his room and grabbed what he needed and went to his bathroom. Here, I will make them have a private bathroom. I don't remember if there was one XD. He finished bathing and saw the time on a clock on the wall and saw it was 1900 hours, so he left his room and went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Since he arrived, he didn't eat anything, so he was dying of hunger. He saw what was in the kitchen, so he prepared a katsudon. I think it is spelled so sorry. He headed towards the dining room, going towards the table. He sat down in a chair and began to eat in silence. He liked the atmosphere, but he knew that it wouldn't last long for the others. Half an hour passed. He finished eating and drank some water to go down. the food and went to his room to rest. He came to his room, he locked the door and grabbed a random book. He went to his bed and started reading. He was reading for a long time until 11 p.m. He saw his watch. The time the book put it in light table was covered with quilts. Izuku, tomorrow is going to be a long day. The next day, Saturday. In Izuku's room, the silver-haired boy could be seen waking up. He saw his watch and saw that it was 8 a.m., so he got out of bed and went straight to the bathroom to relieve himself. He finished relieving himself from the bathroom and left. In his room he saw that there was no noise and no movement seemed strange, so he went to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast and sat in a chair. Izuku, well, it's happening to me, I said it. With a drop of sweat. She continued with her breakfast but heard the door open and saw two people who were Melissa, who was still in her hero outfit, and Kendo, the president of Class B, who was dressed in casual clothes. The girls noticed the silver-haired man and there were an awkward silence. Izuku, Ito. I said it nervously, good morning cheats. I don't know why he was attacked by the girls who hugged him strong. Girls, it's nice to see her again. I said it nervously. Kendo, baka, you had me very worried. I said it sobbing. The only thing he could do was hug them both to calm them down. The girls separated from the hug and Izuku stood up. Izuku, it seems like you just woke up while watching Melissa. Melissa, yes, the truth is, but from a smile came a serious smile. Kendo also, and they released a murderous aura. Izuku was trembling with fear. Izuku, cheat it girls, he said it while sweating profusely, but he received 2 blows on the head in a comical way, leaving him with 2 bumps. Melissa, I said that because you were with us, I was angry. Kendo, I don't know what it has to do with your power. I saw him as serious and with his aura. Izuku chibi, good, but I don't know how to get angry. Melissa/Kendo, how can we not get angry? Izuku, I already said it, moving my hands. Well, do you want to have breakfast? I said it doubtfully. Melissa, I did say it happily. Kendo, you. Izuku/Draig, bipolar. So he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. They finished their breakfast. Melissa went to change into common clothes, leaving Kendo and Izuku alone. Izuku, by the way, Kendo, she looks at the silver-haired boy with doubt. Do you have to do something now? Kendo, nothing, Izukuin said it half blushing. Izuku, well, why do I want to see Mei, and I don't know if Melissa will come. She must be exhausted even after our meeting. Melissa, I'm going with you. I don't want you to get ahead of me. What he said would be. Izuku didn't catch that, but Kendo did, and he stared at Melissa and sparks came out in his eyes and Izuku got a drop of sweat, anime style. Izuku, well, come on, I said it half nervously, receiving a nod from them, so they left the dormitories of Class A and headed to the support workshop. 3 Doritos later. The 3 were at the door. Izuku knocked on the large door of the barracks. Tock. Mei, I don't feel well, I don't want visitors, she said it in a dull tone and sobbing behind the door. Kendo and Melissa lowered their heads. She worked very little or didn't work without longing. Izuku just smiled. Izuku, too bad, and I wanted to see my crazy invention, I said it in a loving tone. But he saw that the door opened and he saw Mei with red eyes. It seems that she stopped crying. He saw her with a sad look. He blamed himself for that, and the heroes also blamed him for that. Mei, Izu. Izuku said it on the verge of crying again. Izuku just extended his arms waiting for a hug from the inventor and gave a smile like he knows how to give. Izuku, I've been crazy for so long, I said it with love, come give your friend a hug. And with great speed Mei launched herself towards Izuku, giving him a big hug and Izuku reciprocated the hug. Mei, sniff Izuku, sniff are your sniff, I said it happily and crying with joy. Izuku, yes, it's me and I'm not leaving here. Mei, promise me, I said it looking. Izuku, yes, with one condition, he said it looking at Mei. He stops being sad and smiles, and I know how he said it before with a smile, and Mei wiped her face and gave a tender smile. Melissa and Kendo were happy to see their friend happy and smiling like before, but they were half jealous, but it was not the time to complain, but they saw that they separated and Mei saw them. Mei, hello friends and sorry for everything, she said it was kind of sad, but she received some hugs from her friends which she reciprocated. Melissa, I'm glad you're happy. Kendo, yes friend, you're back, that's what's important now. It was a reunion of friends in sight of a smiling Izuku, but he had an idea. Izuku, Melissa, she separated from the hug and looked at him. Call David and have him bring Eri and Kami, said it smiling. Melissa, well, that's fine, but why did I say it? Izuku, you'll know. Hey May, and she looks at him. You have to do something now or in the afternoon. May, I have nothing to do for now. Izuku, and you Kendo? Kendo, well I would have to do my job as president, but since today is Saturday I am allowed to say it smiling. Melissa, ready, Izukuin, they will come in 10 minutes. Izuku, perfect, well let's go to the dorms so we'll wait there, and they nodded and left like that. Minutes later. They arrived to sleep, more specifically in the dining room. There was still no one and it was around 8:30 a.m. May, yes I think you went too far. Izuku, or they are being delicate anyway, but they saw that they opened the door and it was David, Eri and Kami. The last two were to hug their daddy/darling. They hugged him for a while and separated. David, hello again, you say it while greeting the silver-haired man. Izuku, if I say the same, well let's go to my room. He was ahead and the others were behind him, but he stopped suddenly. Izuku, you know, I just realized something. Kendo, and that would be what I said doubtfully. But, Kendo/Melissa/Kami? Kaya, they screamed. Why? Izuku in chibi form was touching there but in front of David, who had a throbbing vein and covering Eri's eyes with one hand. David, Eri, turn around if I'm going to talk to your daddy, he said it, smiling. Eri didn't say anything and hit him, but she only heard a bang and she turned around and saw her daddy with a big bump on his head and stamped against the floor in a comical way, and she saw the others who were blushing. Kami, era darling naughty, she said it with a blush and a perverted smile. Melissa, Izabaka didn't say it here, blushing. Kendo, pervert. Izuku got up from the floor and just laughed. Izuku, well now let's go, and so they headed to their room. They arrived at the door. He opened it, he let his guests in, and the last step he closed the door and locked it. David, why did you bring us? He said something dubious. Izuku, I want you to meet a friend, he said it happily. Well, I want you to form a circle and hold hands. They ignored only Izuku, who only activated his booster gear and grabbed the hand of his daughter, who was on the right, and Melissa, who was on the left. Izuku surrounded him with his crimson aura, and he also surrounded everyone with that aura. Izuku, it's okay, don't let go, now close your eyes and I'll tell you. They listened, they closed their eyes. Izuku, okay, now open your eyes, listen. But now they were not in the silver-haired boy's room, they were in a black place, but then it was covered by fire. Some of them covered themselves except Izuku, and he only looked in one direction. Izuku, hello Draig, I said it smiling. The others looked in the direction where the silver-haired man was looking and saw a red dragon 100 meters high, but the most surprising thing he said was, Draig, hello pervert, I said it mockingly. Everyone there was surprised except Izuku. Then someone spoke. David, hey Izuku. The aforementioned looked at him. Who is he? He said it doubtfully. Izuku, well, do you remember when they went to visit me in Tartarus and I told you that I have a dragon? He said it calmly. David, yes, and what? Wait, you're telling me that he couldn't finish. Why? Draig spoke. Draig, let me introduce myself. If my name is Draig, I am a celestial dragon. The Red Emperor Dragon said it with a proud and arrogant tone. Everyone/Izuku, what? Pride and arrogance, they said it with a drop of sweat. Nice anime. Draig, what did they say? He said it with a throbbing vein. Izuku, he nothing friend, he said it with a nervous smile. Draig, tisich como share. Melissa, yes, they get along well, but why are we here? She said it doubtfully. Kendo, I don't think it's to meet Draig, right? Izuku and Draig got serious, and David noticed that and didn't like it at all. David, why so serious? He also said it seriously. At that, Izuku looks at Draig. Izuku, story, me or voice? Draig, how much am I? So Draig explained everything about him and more before the quirks existed, that he is their bearer and has to face the bearer of the White Emperor Dragon, and his fight was always destined and ECT, and he filled in. A few minutes later, everyone was surprised by what was reported, and the girls from Izuku's HM were worried about their battle. Kami, I imagine you're going to win. No, she said, worried and about to cry. Izuku, he didn't say it seriously, raising his shoulders. Kendo, how do you not know? She said it shouting. She refused to lose him again. Melissa, Izukuin, but you're not strong. Izuku, yes, I am strong, but I don't know if the bearer of the white is strong. Possibly he is stronger than me, or we are equal. He said it seriously. But he felt someone hug his leg, and it was his daughter Eri who was crying. Eri, sniff dad sniff, I don't want you to leave, she said it crying. Izuku saw her and didn't like seeing his daughter cry. He just bent down and hugged her. Izuku, I'm not going to leave, daughter. I promise you that I will win and we will live in peace with the girls. He said it, smiling at his daughter. Eri, promise me, she said, wiping her tears. Izuku, I promise you, as he separates himself from his daughter's embrace and stands up, and you girls too, while he smiled like he knows. The girls blushed a little but smiled knowing that he would win. Draig. You know, he said it looking at the protagonist's girls. You do have good taste, he said it in a mocking way. Everyone and Izuku blushed because of that. David, you know, I have a doubt. He said it somewhat doubtfully. Izuku, I know what it is. But he was interrupted by Draig. Draig, let's say, being my bearer, he has dragon BLD, and the ancient bearers of my power were also known for having more than one woman, let's say polygamy, he said it calmly. David, I see, I'll stay calm then. Izuku, I will never hurt your daughter anyway, he said it calmly. Eri, then I will have many, Mom said it happily and innocently. Izuku, yes, daughter said it nervous and blushing because of what her daughter said, and the girls also blushed because of what the little girl said. Draig, well, I think it's time for you to go. It's my time to sleep, he said it's boring. Izuku, lazy lizard said it boring. Draig, shut up. Izuku, well, let's go, he said it doing the same thing when they entered, until next time friend, thus disappearing from the place. Draig, whatever you say while he settles down to sleep, but yes, you have chosen well, friend, said the voice. Draig's eyes snapped open and he was surprised. Draig, that voice while looking at a direction. Sized in, I'll have to come earlier, it was a pleasure to see you again, Draig said it smiling and disappearing from the place. Draig, well, it's been a while. Paudo's outside of Izuku's subconscious. Everyone opened their eyes and saw around them that they returned to Izuku's room. May, wow, it was incredible, she said it impressed me. Melissa, that's right. Eri, the dragon was friendly or not? Daddy said it looking at Izuku. Izuku, yes, daughter. David, what are you going to do from now on? He said it seriously. Izuku, I will train, I have not yet mastered Draig's total power, he said it seriously. David, I see. But they heard outside rather in the dining room that there was noise, so they left Izuku's room and went to the dining room. When they arrived they found all the missing members of Class A. Izuku, well, I thought it would take them a while to wake up, he said it mockingly. Uraraka, Deku-kun, he said something in hopes that you'll forgive him. Ida, Midoriya I. But he was interrupted. Izuku, first, Deku is dead, or rather they killed him, he said it seriously and with a tone from beyond the grave, and second, I am no longer the same, it is clear. Everyone who was there just bowed their heads, they knew what they did. They betrayed the one who gave them their trust and they turned their backs. Uraraka, Deku-kun Yoda Pero. Izuku, shut thieving Baro Chako Uraraka, he said it with an ultimatum tone. Uraraka just lowered her head and started sobbing, and Ida saw her and got angry. Ida, you're a demon thing, how can you talk to him like that? He said it angrily. Izuku, haha, really, I'm a BSC, he said it mockingly, and what are you guys? That's how you pay me for bribes. Uraraka, I protected you and saved you from a few villains and other things. We had a good relationship, but I regret everything I did. Ida saved you from Stain for just a FING revenge, but I regret saving you. I think it was better that I kill you. Todoroki, we didn't talk much, I made you react so that you can use your fire dice to get you out of that trance that you were supposed to do, just like your stupid father. I regret that, and so I could continue. No demon, he said it, releasing his aura, which was threatening. The others mentioned just bowed their heads. I knew it was true that he helped them, but they didn't want to, but he helped them anyway, and that's how they repaid him. Bakugo, you're just FNG weak. While he was going to attack, but he did not notice the guests who were with Izuku, he only focused on him and no one else. Izuku realized that he was going to defend. Bakugo shinned, but before finishing his typical sentence he was grabbed by some force, leaving him immobile. Everyone looked like it was Aizawa who activated his quirk, but he had a look that would be sad if you could say so. Aizawa, you better calm down, he said it seriously. Bakugo, Tisich. It's okay, he said it, letting himself use force, so Aizawa deactivated his quirk and attracted his bandages. Izuku, did you hear everything? No, he said it looking at the mother caterpillar who just remained silent. Izuku, your silence tells me everything. David, well Izuku, I'm going with Eri. Izuku just nods his head. Eri, bye dad, saying goodbye to his dad, that's how it went. Kami, I'm leaving too, I have to do darling, embracing him on the cheek, and he left in the sight of a jealous Uraraka. May, I'm going to make improvements, I'm doing great now, he said it happily and everyone realized it, by Izuku giving him an embrace on the cheek and getting very upset. Kendo, I'm going to go see my class, I don't know if they're in order, see you later. Baka giving him an embrace like the others and leaving. Izuku, yes, things don't change, he didn't say it, a little nervous. Melissa, yes. Izuku, well, Aizawa offers it to you. Aizawa, the director wants to see you. Izuku, great, today is going to be an exhausting day, he said angrily, leaving the dining room and heading to where Nizu was. When Izuku left, there was an awkward silence, nothing could be heard. Tsu, we have lost him, he didn't say it, lowering his head and sad. Momo, alone while clenching her fists for a DMN video, but she felt someone grab her hand and it was her boyfriend and she understood that what he wanted was for her to be calm and she just hugged him. Todoroki, Midoriya said it was sad for the first friend he made. Izawa, talk about that. Later, the director also calls you, follow me. 3 Doritos later. In the director's room were all the heroes and Class B were waiting for a person and at that. Tuk, and they saw that the door opened and they saw the young man whose back was turned to him. He had a serious and intimidating look. A chill ran down everyone's spine because of that look. Izuku saw a person. Izuku, Kendo? Kendo, yes, I don't know why I'm here either, she said it doubtfully. Izuku, I see, Nizu straight to the point said it seriously. Nizu, well Sai, what do you really have? Is it a quirk? He said it seriously. Everyone present was impressed with the question that Director Nizu asked, except Kendo since she knows what Izuku really has, but she pretended that she was surprised so as not to raise suspicions. Izuku only became serious because of the question, he already knew what they were going to ask him. I was going to answer the question but someone beat me to it. Aizawa, I don't think it's a quirk, he said it with his typical boring tone. Midnight, you are also right, looking at some papers here they say that Izuku Midoriya is quirkless, what he said would be. Present Mike. And as we know it is true or layers that a supporting article has, it is possibly special. Ryukyu. But there's something that doesn't fit with that, she said it thoughtfully and doubtfully. Mirko, how strange, she said it annoyed, this is killing me. Ryukyu. It's like a soul or I feel a dragon presence in that gauntlet. You are correct, or well I consider it valid. They all heard that deep voice and looked everywhere, then they looked at Izuku who had a smile. All Might. Young Lucifer, you were the one with the voice, you said it seriously. Izuku. No, All Might was my friend, he said it was funny. Endeavor. I imagine it's scary, your friend said it with his tone. At that, Izuku raised his left arm and the gauntlet appeared and the green gem shone brightly. Draig. If I had my body I swear by the great red that I would eat you and you would be my food, Little Flames said it with a tone from beyond the grave. All the heroes and those present were surprised by what was said more than the gauntlet spoke. Hawks, hey is it me or the gauntlet speaking? Aizawa, I'm going to have to quit Drags, he said it boredly and whispered in a low voice. Draig, that's Hero Hawks. Ryukyu, then my suspicions are true, the gauntlet is not normal, he said it would be. Draig, that's right, it seems that quirks are not as useless as I thought, he said it mockingly. Kamui Woods, did you tell us useless? He said it annoyed. Draig, I don't know, you tell me. Mirko, and who do you think will tell us that? Draig, I am a celestial dragon, the Red Emperor Dragon. Draig said it proudly, or also known for. But he was interrupted. Ibra, the dragon. Momo, of domination. Everyone looked at the door and there was all of Class A. It could be said that they were surprised by what was said about the gauntlet. Draig, I see that I am known. Ibra, how can you forget that God sacrificed himself to lock you up? Oh, and more, the other dragon said it nervously. Nizu, wait, like the other dragon said it surprised. Momo, the other dragon, or rather. But he was interrupted by Draig. Draig, let me tell my story. Thus he told everything about him and before the quirks existed, about the last war and about the target and their destined confrontation. Everyone was scared except Kendo and Melissa, but they were still afraid that he would die. All Might, but why did they appear now? He said it seriously. Draig, when our last carrier died, we decided to rest and take a nap, because the people we saw or felt had a lot of arrogance, so we say sleep. He said it calmly. Aizawa, but I can imagine what happened with Izuku. No, he said it sad. Draig, that's right, but he wasn't that person as I said before, so I decided to make him my carrier and I don't regret it. He said it happily. All Might, I see then your power is like mine. Draig, we are only equal with the destiny and the burden that our bearers carry, or as a successor, as you say. Ed shut, like equals? Draig, the power of All Might, or rather Melissa, is to defeat evil, or rather all for one, and mine is only to defeat and who is the strongest. Endeavor, yours is completely stupid. He said it annoyed me. Draig, calm down, little flames. Destiny put it like that. No, destiny is always written in battles. He who wins lives, he who loses. Todoroki, die. He said it seriously. Everyone was impressed by what was said. They had no words to describe what was said. Izuku, listen, the white guy woke up and already has his career. Don't get involved in my fight, just help evacuate the combat zone. He said it seriously. Endeavor, TSH, you are no one to give us orders. Izuku, yes I know, but it's not enough reason to stop my destined fight, so if they get involved, I won't take care of the dead heroes. With a cold tone. A chill ran down everyone's spine because of the last thing. They were going to reproach him for that, but Nizu, well young man, no one will get into your fight. He said it calmly. Endeavor, but what are you saying, director? He said it angrily. Aizawa, I would refuse, but it seems the topic is dedicated and I will do everything possible to redeem my mistakes. He said it seriously. All Might, I don't have much time in my muscular form, but I will help as much as I can for the good of society. Present Mike, I say the same. I will help Izuku. Endeavor, Tisk, well I will help. He said it defeated. Izuku, fine and thank you I guess. Well I want to go to my room, I have to think of something. Nizu, you can go, he said calmly. So Izuku was going to leave, but at the entrance there was Class A who was static from what he heard. Izuku, you can run, he said it cold. Bakugo, who the F dash? He couldn't finish his sentence for Todoroki. Todoroki, shut up already, he said it angry. Momo, you can go, Midoriya said it half sad. Izuku just nodded, passing between them and saw faces of astonishment and sadness. He didn't give it any importance, so he left the place and went to his room. Only a silence formed, some of them didn't want to talk at all. Nizu, well the meeting is over, there is no doubt that young Lucifer is not related to him. Aizawa, that's good, he retired me with my class, thus leaving with his offspring. The entire Class B also left with the teacher and the other heroes also left. Only All Might and Nizu remained. Nizu, and what do you think? Looking at All Might. All Might, I don't know, director, he said it seriously. Well, I'm leaving, I have to attend to some matters, leaving the meeting place. Nizu, I hope he's not on the side of the villains. Let's go with Izuku. He already arrived at the rooms of Class A, he just went to the living room just to think about something. Draig, what do you think? He said it doubtfully in his mind. Izuku, I just hope the white guy isn't for the League of Villains. He said it seriously. Draig, I hope so. Well I'm going to sleep, like this, cutting off communication with his partner. Izuku, you sleep all day, but well, who am I? So he went to his room just as he was going to enter, but he was stopped by a person, or rather by two people. Todoroki, Midoriya said it with his typical tone. Izuku, what's wrong? He said it doubtfully. Momo, it's just that if you're going to win the battle, she said it nervously. Izuku, why do you care about me? He said it seriously. Momo, I'm the vice president, I have to know if my colleagues are okay or need something. Izuku was going to speak but was stopped by Draig. Draig, Don't ask anything, but their feelings are real. They are sorry for what they did. Izuku, but if they betray me again. Draig, trust me, give them a second chance. Izuku, okay friend, like this cutting off communication. Izuku, well I need something. Todoroki, what do you need? Izuku, I want you two and Kirishima to come to my room, I have to talk about something with you, he said it seriously. Momo, well if you want that we'll leave, going to his rooms. Izuku entered his room, closed the door and went to the window he had there, watching the sun that was slowly setting. Izuku, I hope you're not with them, walking away from the window like that. Somewhere else. We see in a tall building that there was a hooded person, his face could not be seen but that person spoke. So he woke up too. And dragon wings appeared behind him. Ignore the person. That's right, Red woke up at the same time as me, how curious isn't it? That's right Albion, he also hid his power for a long time. Albion, that's right, and what are you planning to do? He asked his bearer. Kappas that I will visit him very soon, flying off towards a direction but in his thoughts. The next day. Beep beep, a pealing alarm sound. In the silver-haired man's room the sound of his alarm clock was heard. Izuku just turned it off without wanting to. Izuku, diamond alarm and sun, he said it annoyed. He got out of bed, went to the bathroom, relieved himself and changed into his UA clothes. He left his room and went to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. He realized that there was no one of any importance. He prepared his breakfast and he saw that 3 was arriving minutes late. He finished his breakfast and went to his class, which was now 2A. A few minutes passed and he found his class. Izuku sighs and here we go again, knocks on the door. And he saw that Aizawa was there and he saw that he realized that he would join his class. Aizawa, okay, come in, he said with his typical tone, moving aside for him to pass. Izuku didn't say anything, he just stepped in front of everyone who was surprised that his new partner was the supposed traitor, but someone had to ask the million-dollar question. Ida, what are you doing here, he said pointing to Izuku. Izuku, first hello no, he said it boring, since you are the president of the class you have to set an example. Ida, Dimon. Kyoka, he doesn't have to be here, she said nervously. Ida, it is true that he guarantees that it is the same, he said it making his typical arm movement. Aizawa, shut up, activating his quirk everyone was silent, the director enrolled him back so there are no complaints and nothing. Ida, but, he saw his teacher who was going to get angry he just kept. Momo, as vice president of the class, I welcome you again, Izuku Lucifer. Aizawa, well sit in your old place, he just nodded. He went to his place but in front of him was Bakugo with an annoyed face. Izuku, what's wrong Muslim, he said it seriously. Bakugo, Deku, was going to attack but he received a blow in the face, crashing him against a wall. Melissa had hit Bakugo, it was obvious that he was not happy. Melissa, shut up already, she said it angry, turned her head towards Izuku. Hello Izuku-an, said it happily, hugging the boy. Izuku reciprocated the hug with a smile since he was in the same room she was in. Izuku, hello, Meli-chan said it happily. Aizawa, Kofsioful talk later now class. Izuku and Melissa separated from the hug and headed to their places, so they spent their first hour of classes in full view of some people who didn't like that he was back. Time skip recess. All the students left their classes heading to the buffet to order something to eat. When they arrived they just sat down and Izuku still doesn't have a good feeling that the recently graduated Tatar is back at UA. Izuku just ignored them, he just went to he asked for something to eat, he asked for katsudon, he grabbed the plate with the food and went to look for a table, but no one found what he was looking for there and he went. He sat down in a chair, he started to eat but he saw that a person approached. Melissa, I can sit with you. Izuku, even the question offends, if you can sit down he said it giving him a smile. Melissa blushed a little, she sat next to Izuku, they ate and talked a little, but they were interrupted by a certain person. Manoma, so you came back, he said it mockingly. Izuku, and if there is a problem. Manoma, enough problems, someone who came out of the worst prison is not welcome and on top of that he is in class A. This shows that class A is below us, also being destined for that battle is pure talk, you are just weak ha. They saw that Kendo was messing up with a karate blow to Manoma in the back of the head but they saw that she was angry. Kendo, you are the worst. He grabbed him by the shirt, he threw him where his group of friends was. "Hello," Izuku said, hugging the boy in full view of a jealous Melissa. Izuku, "Hello Kendo," he said it while reciprocating the hug. "Kendo, how your class received you," he said it while separating from the hug. Izuku, "They didn't want me to be in their class, maybe it was coming to me," he said it was boring. Melissa, "A few agreed that he would return." Kendo, "Those who said it doubtfully and with a frown." Melissa, "Momo the vice president and Todoroki." Izuku, "I see by the way what happened with Mineta and Kaminari," he said it looking everywhere. Kendo and Melissa got serious and Izuku noticed that. Melissa, "Mineta had cheated on the entrance test for UA and Kaminari." Kendo, "He was the infiltrator and the bringer said it would be and angry." Izuku clenched his fists with anger. He blamed himself for not noticing Kaminari and the girls noticed that so they hugged him to calm him down. Izuku, "Sighs, thank you girls, I needed it," while I reciprocated the hug. But someone or something always has to interrupt their moment. The bell had rung meaning the break was over. Kendo, "Well see you Izuku," giving him an embrace on the cheek leaving the place. Izuku, "Hey Cece see you," he said it while blushing. Melissa, "Yes, they get along well," she said it out of jealousy. Izuku, "I think so, well come on," he said it getting up from the chair. Melissa just nodded her head following Izuku. He said that possibly he would forgive Momo and Todoroki. Melissa, "I think it's good, they were the first to regret what they did," she said it happily. Izuku, "I hope so today at the end of this last class PRD I told you to go to my room." Melissa, "I can go too, for safety reasons you see." Izuku, "I think that's fine." They arrived first at their classroom and after a while the others arrived. Izuku looked at Momo and Todoroki. They also looked at him. They just nodded. He understood that they had not forgotten what Izuku asked for. He just smiled a little. He began his last class schedule. He spent it just looking at the window next to him without paying attention to his teacher. Time skip. All the students picked up their things. Today was a day of many tasks and heroic things. Izuku came out first in sight of Momo, Todoroki and Melissa. They followed him. Izuku realized it, he just smiled. Izuku, "Draig, are you awake?" he asked in his thoughts. Draig, "So today you are going to talk to them?" he said it calmly. Izuku, "That's right." Draig, "Well I'll be awake," cutting communication with Izuku. With just a sigh, a few minutes passed and they arrived at the bedrooms. Izuku, "If you want, leave your things and you can change," he said calmly. Momo, "Faster is better, no problem with this." Todoroki, "That's right," he said it. Neutral. Izuku, "If you say so," he said it boring. They arrived at Izuku's room. He opened the door letting his guests pass first. They were surprised by the change in Izuku's room except Melissa. Momo, "Well, yes, you changed the room," she said it surprised me. Izuku, "Aha yes well but changing the topic of my room," he said it seriously, "What did you think when you saw the video of my supposed betrayal?" Momo and Todoroki were surprised by the question. They became serious and lowered their heads. Momo, "That's why you ask." Izuku, "First you never yelled at me, you just looked at me, you had a confused look, and second the wounds." Momo could easily create a sword or something sharp but she didn't, and Todoroki could use his fire side but you used it at a lower power, so I got to a conclusion you doubted, so talk, I want to clarify my doubts. Momo, "It's just that I started to sob, the videos were so real. Sniff, I thought that the kindest person sniff was the other side of the monkey. Sniff, a terrible anger invaded me but also doubt, I didn't know what to do. Sniff, I was confused, I just thought it was all a lie. Sniff, but not when they sent you to Tartar, everyone was happy except Todoroki-kun and me, but 1 year passed and the league attacked, they said that they did everything. Sniff, I told my parents to help me look for proof that you are innocent but they didn't help me at all." She fell to her knees. "Forgive me Izuku please," said it breaking down into tears. Todoroki, "I was just like Momo, confused and angry, thinking that my first friend I made was just someone who played with other people's feelings, but when I left the League of Villains, I blamed myself, I didn't have anyone's support. Forgive me Midoriya, no. I did nothing to help you." Izuku was surprised at what they said. They doubted if it was true, not like the others who attacked without thinking but in their thoughts. Izuku, "Dragon. Draig. If my friend they are telling the truth, there is no trace of a lie," he said it calmly. Izuku, I see well I've made my decision, cutting off communication with Draig. Izuku, guys. Momo, I know, he said it standing up, we don't deserve your forgiveness but we tried, I was going to continue but… Izuku, they really thought that Momo-chan was not going to forgive them and brother said it smiling. Momo was surprised by what was said and even more so by the nickname, he was the only one who said it. They were very good friends and she started to cry with joy. Momo, Izuku then said it crying. Izuku just nodded his head, Momo couldn't take it anymore and hugged her best friend tightly, she had recovered him. Momo, thank you very much and sorry, she said it crying with happiness and hugging the silver-haired boy. Izuku, that's it, while the hug corresponded. Melissa didn't even feel jealousy and she didn't know what Momo suffered and maybe Todoroki, who couldn't get out of his surprise, was static. Melissa stretched out her hand for Momo to reach. She understood, she separated from the hug and left with Melissa. Izuku saw that and just smiled. And I look at Todoroki. Izuku opened his arms so that someone could hug him. Izuku, you're going to stand there, or you're not going to come and hug your friend or brother. Todoroki couldn't take it anymore and hugged him tightly. He recovered his first or also like his brother. Todoroki, thank you and sorry brother, he said it happily. Izuku, the kettle is ready, the quiet one got sentimental, he said it mockingly. Todoroki, you became a comedian, he said it doubtfully as he separated from the hug. Izuku, maybe but well I'm not the only one who has to thank him, that's when he made his gauntlet appear. Draig, hello guys. Momo, but as she said it she was surprised. Draig. He felt that they were telling the truth, he would never lie if it came to something like that, he said it seriously. Momo, thank you very much Draig-sama said it while bowing. Draig. Finally someone who respects me said it with joy and superiority. Izuku, take away the sama, don't raise this lizard's pride too much, he said it's boring. Draig. What did you say, pervert, he said it angrily. Everyone started laughing at the scene and how they get along now. It seemed that everything started well their first week. Izuku, by the way, where is Kirishima? He said doubtfully looking everywhere. Momo, he said he didn't want to see you, what he did to you wasn't what the man said. Todoroki, he should be in his room now. Izuku, sighs well, I'll do that for another day. By the way, sorry for what I told you, Momo, and congratulations on your relationship and yes, you have made progress. Momo and Todoroki blushed at what the silver-haired man said. Momo, DDD. What are you talking about? Izuku, heh, don't act distracted, I can smell Todoroki all over your body and vice versa, he said it mockingly, but well, I imagine they used protection. But he was frozen courtesy of Todoroki who had his quirk activated and a big blush and Momo had a big blush, his face looked like a tomato. Momo, PPP. P.pervert. Draig, you see I'm right. Izuku, don't help, he said it with difficulty. Todoroki approached to defrost. A few minutes passed. Izuku was seen very cold and in his chibi form. Izuku, you went too far. Todoroki, you deserve it. Momo, BBB, well I'm going to my room, we won't see Izuku. Todoroki, same thing I say, see you brother. Thus leaving the silver-haired man's room, leaving only Melissa and Izuku. Melissa, what are you going to do now? She said doubtfully. Izuku, I was going to go to the kitchen, I'm hungry. Melissa, well let's go. So they left the silver-haired man's room. Izuku deactivated the gauntlet. They arrived at the kitchen but saw that there were some students from Class A and let's say that Izuku didn't like it at all. Ida, hello friend. Izuku, friend? He said angrily and with a twitch in his eye. Uraraka, that's right, Deku-kun said it happily. Mina, I'm glad you're back, she said it happily. But they saw the silver-haired man who only looked down, his hair covered his eyes. They saw Melissa worried. Melissa, what did they do? She said it in her thoughts. Izuku, so no friends. Ida, so listen to Mito. Ga spit out some BLD. He looked down and saw that Izuku's fist had hit his stomach, this single callus on his knee, in full view of his classmates who were worried. Izuku, if you call me so much friend, why the hell did they attack me? He said it with anger. Uraraka, Deku-kun, why? I can't finishing why it was interrupted. Izuku, Deku is dead. Everyone was surprised by what was said except Melissa. Izuku, but thanks to you I now know who I really am. Bakugo, you're just trash, you're just a Deku. But they heard a crazy laugh, which was from the silver-haired man. Izuku, haha, really, it seems like we didn't introduce ourselves properly. Izuku, my name is Izuku Lucifer, he said, releasing his dragon and demon wings, reincarnation of Vale Lucifer, the descendant of the original Lucifer and current Securudii, releasing his aura between crimson and purple. Everyone was scared if what he said was true. Then in front of him is the son of Lucifer, but in that. They saw Melissa, who had a throbbing vein and her fist on Izuku's head that gave him a bump in a comical way. Melissa, I'm really sorry for such an idiotic presentation. Izuku, okay, but let me introduce myself. Come on, I'm hungry. Thus her aura and her wings disappeared. Going to the kitchen to prepare something for her and him, they ignored the tension that there was. Ida, Uraraka, looks worried. Uraraka, I know he's not dead, we just have to talk to him. Tsuyu, as if that were easy, he doesn't want to see us. Ojiro, this time I agree with her, let's leave him alone. In the kitchen. Izuku, and you like the food? Melissa, yes, you cook deliciously, Izuku-an, she said with a big smile. Izuku, thank you, he said it nervously. Melissa, and now what are you going to do? He said it looking at the silver-haired boy. Izuku, I don't know the truth, I'm just going to train, I have to imitate our Draig's power. Melissa, I see, but can you train me? Izuku, I don't see the problem, okay, I'll train you. Melissa, thank you, she said, hugging the silver-haired man. Izuku, no, oh no, hug corresponds. So they left the kitchen ignoring the others, they just went to their rooms. For days past in those days Izuku trained Melissa and forgave Kirishima for what happened and they became friends again, but some of them did not take the decision well. Silver-haired Ida and Uraraka insisting that they wanted to talk and apologize, but he completely ignored them, and Bakugo being Bakugo always challenging him to a battle or screwing up his life. But anyway, Melissa controls one for all full cowl 25% since Izuku said to pass all the one for all to everyone. Her body was not difficult for her since she knew something about melee, it was masso less accessible. Friday in the living room. It was the last day of the week. Izuku was with his group that was made up of Melissa, Momo, Todoroki and finally Kirishima. They were talking as calmly as possible until they heard the noise of the door. All/Todoroki, Endeavor/old. Endeavor, silence brats, go back to your places. Nobody said anything in the second, everything was silent and in their places paying attention to what the hero N1 was going to say. Endeavor, well, I'm sorry I'm a little late. I had a meeting with the teachers, he said it calmly. I'll be direct, next week the sports festival will be held. Everyone was surprised by what the hero said. Ida, Sensei, will it be the same as the previous festival? He said, moving his arms. Endeavor, that is being seen now. For now today we are going to have a friendly confrontation, but not between you. Ojiro, what do you mean? I can answer you. Everyone saw the classroom door and there were 3 people who were previously at the UA. Everyone/Izuku, the big 3/ this is going to get interesting. At the door were the big 3, or more specifically the former big 3, and they were professional heroes. They went into the classroom and stood in front of the students, but they saw Nijire looking everywhere as if looking for someone until she caught sight of someone. Specific. Nijire, I Izuku Iris too. Izuku just smiled as he got up from the chair. Izuku, hello Niji-chan, yes it's me. That's all he had to say. Why did he see how he rushed towards him, hugging him tightly as if he didn't want to let go of the silver-haired man? Nijire, sniff sniff, you are free, she said it, crying into the silver-haired man's. He only hugged her back and stroked her head to calm her down. Izuku, don't cry anymore, everything is fine, I'm free, he said it calmly. Nijire, sniff, the evidence seemed real, sniff, we couldn't find evidence of your innocence, sorry for not sniff getting you out sooner. Nijire's friends just looked at the scene with some happiness and sadness since they couldn't get the green-haired ex out before, and happy for her friend Endeavor just watched in silence. He didn't want to interrupt the reunion between them. Melissa just looked a little jealous, and Uraraka, well. She wanted to separate Nijire from her deccan. She was going to act, but she felt her feet freeze and she saw that the person responsible was Todoroki, who just looked at her as if to say, don't interrupt the moment. She just reluctantly accept. Mirio, it hasn't been so long, he said something happy. Izuku, yes, from what I see, you recovered your quirk. Mirio, if that's it, it's all thanks to your daughter, she said it happily. Izuku was surprised by what was said. Izuku, so Eri trained to control her quirk. He saw that Mirio nodded his head. I think she deserves an outing after all. Hello Tamaki, and were you able to leave that nervousness that you had? Tamaki, Ichijijola Midarilla. Izuku, it's obvious that he didn't, he said it with a drop of sweat. Endeavor, Kofsuf, well, a lot of talk today, I don't want you to waste time. Izuku and Nijire separated from the hug. She didn't want it, but she had to do it because of the news she was going to give. She went to where her friends were and Izuku returned to his place to sit. Endeavor, you are going to face the former Big Three. Everyone was surprised by what their sensei said. Some became nervous about what they were going to face. Nijire, I wanted to tell the news, she said, pouting. Bakugo, he, this will be very easy. The Shine are set at making some mini explosions. Ida, now that we are in 2A, we are stronger than before. Izuku, it's better if they don't talk before fighting. Bakugo, hey, what do you mean, Deku? He said it angrily, or maybe you're afraid, he said it mockingly. Izuku, not at all, but I realized that at first glance they didn't waste their time, unlike you. Bakugo, it's just talk, I want to fight here and now. Izuku, it seems like things don't change. Endeavor, well, go to the locker room to change and put on your hero costumes, he said it seriously. But everyone was going to leave, but Endeavor, except for you Midoriya, I want to talk to you. Izuku didn't say anything. All the students left and the former Big Three also left for the battlefield, leaving only Izuku and Endeavor. Izuku, what do you need? He said it neutrally. A few minutes later, everyone was already on the battlefield. The students of Class A were in their hero costumes. In front of them were their rivals, the former Big Three. Melissa looked everywhere looking for someone. Mina, are you looking for someone? Melissa, if I can't find Izuku. Bakugo, he sure was afraid, he said it mockingly. You better shut up. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and indeed the silver-haired man was there. Izuku, hello. Ida, since when were you there? Izuku, since I was with them, pointing to his rivals. Bakugo, TSK. Endeavor, they are going to face them but without the strongest of their class. Everyone was surprised and looked at Izuku, who had a superior smile. Bakugo, and who decided it? He said it angry. Izuku, since I beat him in our fight. Ida, it was pure luck what happened. Izuku, no, it's too late. But he saw that Melissa approached with a small blush. Melissa, Izuku. Izuku, what's wrong? Melissa, if I win the fight we can go out on a date, she said it playing with her fingers. Izuku, your best, stroking Melissa's head. Melissa, H. Shark. So a date. Izuku felt a shiver down his spine and looked to his right, and there were the other girls who were Kendo, Kami, Mei, and finally Nijire, who were with a smile that was not at all friendly, which worried the silver-haired man. Izuku, CH girls, he said it nervously. Kami, era so a date. Kendo, it seems like she was ahead of us. Nijire, I wanted to go out with Izuku, he said it with a pout. Mei, I was going to do the first one. They all looked at each other and they had serious looks, and it seemed like lightning was coming out between their eyes that worried Izuku. Izuku, CCC girls, we can calm down, he said it trying to calm the atmosphere. All turning their backs on each other. Izuku, when the battle is over we will talk about this, he said it smiling as he knows. The girls blushed because of the smile, they all agreed. Nijire left with her friends. Mei, Kendo and Kami stayed where Izuku was, hugging him in full view of Melissa, who was with her classmates. She was jealous of that, but she focused on why she had to win, and it would be difficult because his rivals are professional heroes. Endeavor, okay, fight. No one moved, they just looked at each other. Ida had already come up with a plan to defeat his rivals, but if Izuku wasn't there, the fight would be incredibly difficult for him. Ida, well, it's time to show that we are the strongest, he said it with pride. Todoroki, it would be better to fight and not talk, he said it seriously. Bakugo, shut up, I'll defeat them. Bakugo rushed towards them. Ida was going to stop him, but it was too late. Bakugo was close to his rivals. Bakugo, shiny. The fight has already started. As I feel Bakugo was the first, he made an explosion, hitting his rivals squarely. He thought he already won, but he looked above him and saw Nijire floating with his quirk or Tamaki who had bird wings and Mirio disappeared. Bakugo, what the F? But he received a blow on his back, sending them a few meters. It was courtesy of Mirio, who stood behind him, deactivating his quirk, and some of them went crazy to win. Izuku and Endeavor only shook their heads. The girls who were with Izuku also did the same. It seems that my battle was decided. Ida was going to stop them, but it was too late and some boys and girls from Class A were defeated. The minutes passed and only Ida, Melissa, Todoroki and Bakugo were left standing. They were very married, but their rivals only had small scratches. Miro, yes, they lasted longer than the previous one. Tamaki, it seems like that. Todoroki, TSK they weren't serious, he said it angry. Ida, then that. Bakugo, they were underestimating us, he said angrily. Melissa, Sheet, this is getting more complicated. Endeavor, enough, I finished the fight. Bakugo, what did you say? The fight didn't end. He was going to launch himself, but he was grabbed by Endeavor. He had an angry look. Endeavor, I said the fight is over. Did you hear me? He said it shouting. Bakugo, TSK. Endeavor let him go. Bakugo went towards the wall followed by Todoroki and Ida went where the rest were. He was on a wall leaning sitting resting and Melissa went to where Izuku was. She alone lowered her head. Melissa, I lost Izuku, sorry. Izuku, why are you asking for forgiveness? Melissa, I didn't give my best effort to someone who trained me. She was going to continue talking but she received a hug from Izuku and he just smiled. She just reciprocated the hug. Izuku, don't say those things, list the best of yourself. I'm surprised that you hit Mirio a few times. Melissa, but what about the date? Izuku, I just said give them your best, the appointment still stands. Melissa, he loved you, he said in a whisper. Izuku, I love you too. The other girls became jealous of that action. Endeavor, well your turn boy. Melissa, wait, don't even say what. She separated from the hug looking at Izuku. Izuku, I think it's my turn. Having said that, he headed to the battlefield being seen by the entire Class A, who looked at him in surprise. Ida, Sensei, are you sure about this? Endeavor, that's right, I want to see Midoriya's true power. Bakugo, he won't last a minute, he said mockingly. Mina, what do you think of Todoroki? Looking at the bicolor. Todoroki, it will be interesting to see Midoriya's power, he said seriously. Ojiro, in our battle he held back too much not to kill us. Bakugo, are you telling me what? Momo, he didn't really fight. Izuku, you're right Momo-chan. Bakugo, DMN. Endeavor, enough talking Midoriya, are you ready? Looking at the silver-haired boy. Izuku, always activating his gauntlet and his characteristic aura. Endeavor, Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki are ready. They just got serious and got into a battle pose since their rival was the strongest of Class A. He alone defeated his class, so they didn't have to take it lightly. Endeavor, get started. Boost, 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 boost. Izuku, Dragon Shot launched his signature attack. Nijire, Ring Wave launched a large powerful wave colliding with the Dragon Shot making a screen of smoke. Ranged attack? Mirio, I don't know but it's not the same Izuku we know, don't let your guard down. Tamaki didn't say anything, he was just serious looking at the smoke screen but. Izuku, where are you looking? Whisper in Tamaki's ear. Tamaki turned around, he was going to react but he received a punch in the face from Mandalo a few meters away. His companions were surprised by Izuku's speed, they didn't see anything, they stopped thinking about it, they sent themselves to attack. Nijire was in charge of the distance attacks and Mirio from melee, now they were in an exchange of fists and kicks between them. Some of Izuku's blows crossed Mirio's body due to the aforementioned quirk, which was permeability can make him intangible. Izuku dodged some blows and received. Tamaki had already recovered from the blow, he was waiting for the moment to attack and Nijire also did the same. In that case Izuku was in trouble, a blow to the belly leaving him without air and he sent him to where his companions were. Tsu, Midoriya fights amazing. Ojiro, I agree but. Todoroki, they don't really fight. Everyone was surprised by what was said about the bicolor. Bakugo, No sheet like he's not really fighting, angry scream. May, let's go to the gym. Kendo, Izuku you can do it. Kami, if you win tonight you will have a prize, she said in a flirtatious tone. Izuku blushed at what Kami said. Nijire was jealous. Endeavor, well we're getting off topic, he said with a drop of sweat, anime style. Izuku, that's right but well let's leave the warm-up. Mirio, that's what I wanted to hear. Ida, see what a warm-up, he said nervously. Hagakure, tell me what's a joke. Izuku, Draig at full power. Boost 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 x59. A total boost x60. He finished his increases and his aura became more aggressive than before when he fought with his class. Everyone was surprised by the many increases. Endeavor, so. Todoroki, it's all his power. Izuku, I'm ready getting into battle pose. His rivals became serious and in a battle pose they were now serious. The first to jump was Mirio and Izuku also jumped in. They started an exchange of blows. Now they were more aggressive, none of them gave in. Izuku tried to punch him but his fist went through his face. Why he activated his quirk, but his fist was grabbed by some tentacles from Tamaki that sent him against a wall with force. Izuku recovered quickly but covered himself with his arms in X shape due to Nijire's wave. Izuku, already tired, began to attack Tamaki since with his manifest quirk he could be a nuisance, but before reaching his front he was Mirio, who wanted to hit him but Izuku dodged it and punched him in the face, but it was sent a few meters by Nijire's wave. He recovered quickly. Izuku, okay, enough of the games. Dragon shot. He launched the attack on Nijire, the latter being married, sending a wave with all his power, making an explosion, creating a smoke screen in the middle. Nijire, and I don't have much energy left. Izuku, you did well, rest, he said whispering in his ear. He hit her on the back of the head to make her unconscious before she fell. He grabbed her and carried her like a princess. He saw her face and she had a smile. Izuku, yes, you became prettier. He just leaves her where the other girls were. Izuku, I'll order it for you, receiving a yes from his girls. He left and went to where Mirio and Tamaki were waiting for him. Izuku, let's finish this. Mirio launched himself to attack him. Izuku only expected it. He threw a punch that Izuku dodged and saw that he was already tired, so he put a dragon shot in his Izuku, making an explosion. Everyone was surprised by what the silver-haired man did since he was there. Tamaki was surprised to see that the curtain disappeared little by little, but he saw that Mirio was unconscious with somewhat serious injuries and he did not see his opponent. Tamaki, where is he? He said looking everywhere. He looked behind him but received a Mandalodo kick in the face against a wall, leaving him unconscious. Everyone was surprised by the strength of their companion. He alone defeated the ancients. 3 great ones knew that he was strong but not of a great magnitude. A few hours passed and the students of Class A recovered except the old Big 3. They were still in the UA nurse. They were awake but on the recommendation of recovery that they stay to do other studies if everything was fine. Nijire, I'm bored, she said, pouting. Mirio, calm down, we're leaving here, it's just some studies and that's it. Tamaki, I hope so. But they heard the noise of the door opening and saw Recovery, who was accompanied by Mirio, Tamaki, Nijire, Midoriya/Izukuin, they said surprised. The last one was to hug him, he only hugged him back. Izuku, hello back, he said with a nervous smile. Mirio, yes and great fight. Tamaki, yes I say the same. Nijire, by the way, while separating from the hug, what is that quirk? What's it called? Why the gauntlet? Why does the gauntlet talk? He was going to continue asking questions but he received a recovery hit with his staff on the head. Recovery, are you never going to change? She said, somewhat annoyed. Nijire, sorry, he said rubbing his head, but I heard some giggles from Izuku, don't laugh. Izuku, I'm sorry. Recovery, well you can go now, the studies went well now long. The Big 3 left and Izuku was also now in the school hallway talking about trivial things, but in that. Nijire, hey Izukuin, where are the others? She said with doubt. Izuku, they are in my room, by the way, let's go there, I want to show you something, he said with a smile. Mirio, well then let's go. Izuku guided them to his room. When they arrived, there was no one in the dining room. Izuku didn't give it any importance, he just guided them to his room, but when they opened the door they saw something that they would already know. Kendo, I'm going to have a date with Izuku, she said angrily. Melissa, but I asked him first and he accepted it, he said with superiority. Cammy, but he promised me that I would be the first to go out with him. May, hey girls, we can talk calmly, she said nervously, besides they already arrived, looking at the door. They did not understand what he said, but they saw at the entrance of the door that his Izuku was accompanied by the big train, but they saw Nijire with a murderous aura and a smile that made the boys nervous. Nijire, I'm going to have the date with Izuku-an. Izuku, girls, calm down please, he asked kindly. Izuku gave a sigh. Draig saw the scene with grace since his partner has it quite difficult. Mirio had a nervous smile and Tamaki, well, it was Tamaki turned his back on the others because of his shyness. Mirio, by the way, changing the subject, what did you want to tell us? Tamaki, h.h.hab, speak fast. Nijire, that's what Izuku-an is talking about. Izuku, well, form a circle and hold hands, I want you to meet someone. Melissa, wait, don't tell me that she saw Izuku, who just nodded. Everyone had doubts except Melissa, Kendo, Cammy and May. They already knew what he was going to do. They all formed a circle holding hands. Then his gauntlet appeared and a crimson aura surrounded them all. Izuku, don't worry, just close your eyes. Everyone paid attention, closed their eyes, and a few minutes passed and Izuku spoke. Izuku, well, you can open your eyes now. They opened their eyes and saw a red dragon. Some of them were surprised by the great dragon in front of them. Izuku, Draig. Hello pervert. Izuku had a twitch in his eye. Mirio, hey Midoriya, who is he? Draig, it seems that young people need to study, he said annoyed. Izuku, at least they don't sleep all day, he said mockingly. Draig, shut up, he said angrily. Cough. See if my name is Draig, I am a celestial dragon, the red emperor dragon. Tamaki, warehouse w.w.h. makes a dragon in your head. Nijire, so Izuku. So that you have no doubts, Izuku told his entire story, or rather a summary of it, and Draig also told his story and gave a little information. Since Izuku is half dragon and half demon, it should be said that everyone was surprised except 4 girls who were already they knew, but they were worried about their battle since they know that the white man woke up but he still didn't appear. Mirio and Tamaki were surprised by what Midoriya, or rather Lucifer, had said, and the girls were very worried. Nijire, Izuku-an, she said worried. She hugged him. I don't want to lose you again, she said sadly. Izuku was surprised, but he only hugged back at the sight of the jealous girls, but they did nothing. Mirio looked serious. The situation was too serious. If they confronted each other, then the city or the country would be in danger. Tamaki was nervous. He had no words to describe what Izuku said. Izuku, well, I'll be brief. I want you to help evacuate the combat zone. The heroes know, I already told you everything. Miro, well, we will help as much as possible. Tamaki, I think the same. Izuku just smiled, so Draig just looked serious, but Draig, well, if that's it, you can go, it's my time to sleep. Izuku, if you sleep all day, he said in chibi form. Draig, shut up. Izuku only gave a sigh, so he knew that that lizard was not going to change. They did the same when they entered Izuku's subconscious. A few minutes passed and they appeared in the room. Mirio and Tamaki said goodbye to Izuku since they had hero work, except Nijire, who stayed with the girls to discuss something. Izuku, well girls, what's going on? Everyone, who is going to have the first date? Izuku only had a drop of sweat about that. Draig, you have it difficult, he said mockingly. Izuku, don't even tell me. But what? Izuku, I have an idea. What if they play rock, paper, scissors? They stared at him. He had a point in his favor. If they continued arguing, they wouldn't get anywhere. Izuku, so we agree? Melissa, yes, it's the only way. Kendo, all, rock, paper, scissors, all were tied. Izuku, this is going to be long. While I watched how they played. May, if I win, I'm the first, she said happily. A few minutes later. Cammy, yes, I'm the second, she said happily. 3 Doritos later. They had already finished playing and the order of the appointment was like this. Tukemi. For Kendo. The last one was pouting for being the last one. Izuku, well at least there was no disaster. Kendo, hey. Melissa, so when do we have our date? Izuku, since there are no classes this week, let's take advantage of our dates, that's fine with you. Izuku, it's going to be a very long week. Izuku, well, do you want to eat something? All, si Izuku / darling. They left the silver-haired man's room heading to the kitchen, they heard some noises, they took a look and it was the rest of the class who had recovered. Izuku, so they recovered from the beating, he said mockingly. Bakugo, DMN. Ida, president of Class B? Kendo, so is some problem Ida, he said it would be. Uraraka, but what are you doing here, plus what are you doing with Deku-kun, she said with some jealousy. Izuku was going to answer but was interrupted. Kendo, first, you don't care what I'm doing here, and second, I'm with my boyfriend, embracing Izuku. Everyone was surprised, the HRM girls became jealous, Izuku only returned the embrace without paying attention to anyone. A few seconds passed and they separated from the embrace, leaving a thread of saliva. Melissa, hey, that's not fair, repeating the same action. Class of... Melissa broke away from the embrace, somewhat blushing. Cammy, era, I was missing giving him an embrace. Now everyone didn't know what to believe, especially Izuku's friends. They separated from the embrace, she had a perverted look and Izuku just looked nervous. Mei didn't say anything, she just grabbed Izuku and gave him an embrace. He didn't even know how he was still alive with all this, but he was just enjoying it. They separated from the embrace. Nijire, Dijin Ami Izukuan. She embraced Izuku with great intensity since she missed her Izuku a lot. He only embraced her back. A few seconds passed and they separated from the embrace, leaving a trail of saliva. Nobody said anything about that. Todoroki, well, you didn't waste your time, brother, he said mockingly. Kirishima, that's manly. Izuku just blushed from embarrassment and just laughed nervously. Izuku, you weren't left behind either, teapot. Todoroki understood that and just looked away. Momo blushed because of that. Izuku just laughed at that, but in that. Uraraka, please Deku do the same thing again. Izuku just ignored her. He went to the kitchen followed by his girls. They entered the kitchen, he stayed at the entrance. Izuku, he's not coming back. Never again. Leaving everyone surprised, some sad, Izuku's friends didn't say anything, they already got used to the new Izuku, the rest didn't. Izuku didn't say anything, he entered the kitchen, he just gave a sigh to calm down, his girls just hugged him to make him calm. He thanked them for the gesture, Izuku's friends also entered the kitchen, the others just stayed in the dining room, they just bowed their heads and didn't say anything. In the kitchen. Izuku, guys? Kirishima, we're just here to look for something to eat. Izuku, I was going to do katsudon with the girls too? They just nodded their heads, they started to prepare the food, everyone helped. There were also moments of laughter, they had a good time, but on the other side there were only Ida and Uraraka, who only listened to the laughter. Ida, I'm going to my room, what are you going to do? Looking at Uraraka. Uraraka, I'm leaving too, he said sadly. They just went to their rooms without saying anything. On the way a few minutes passed and everyone came out of the kitchen with their plates and went to the table to start eating. The atmosphere was pleasant. Momo, what are you doing this week? Izuku, this week I'm going to spend time with them, looking at his girls. Kirishima, that's manly. Todoroki, really, you're never going to change, he said boredly looking at Kirishima. Kirishima, I don't think so, he said nervously. Mei, I'll go out on a date with Izuku, she said happily. The others, us too, said something angry. Mei, yeah esperen su turno. At that, Todoroki approached Izuku, whispering to him. Todoroki, how did you agree? Izuku, they played rock paper scissors and well what happened, nervous. All/Momo. They whisper/Todoroki, they said you would be. They, and nothing, they said with fear. Draig, yes, women are scary. Izuku, don't even tell me. Kirishima just looked at that with fun, his friends had a very difficult time. Momo, changing the subject, he said it would be. Todoroki, he's coming isn't he? The girls understood that they were worried about their Izuku. He was only serious about that. His gauntlet manifested. Draig. That's right, he knows I woke up. Kirishima. Draig. He's nearby at any moment he appears, serious tone. Izuku. My battle is approaching very soon, he said seriously. Everyone didn't know what to say, possibly their rival was coming. Todoroki. And what can we do, he said seriously. Izuku. Evacuate the area, the heroes may be in charge, but more heroes are better. Kirishima. We will help as much as possible. Well, how much with us? Izuku. Thank you girls and friends, gauntlet disappearing. They finished eating and went to wash the dishes. After a few minutes they finished washing the dishes and went to their rooms. The girls went to their room to sleep with him since it was night. Izuku didn't say anything, he just lay down on his bed. The girls also lay down with him. The girls fell asleep instantly. Izuku was looking at the ceiling. Draig, what do you think? Izuku, it's getting closer every time. Draig understood what he said lately. They felt the presence of the target closer. Draig, I'm going to sleep mate, cutting off communication. Izuku didn't say anything. He also settled down a little and went to sleep since the appointments start tomorrow. Somewhere else. I refuse, he said seriously. Shigaraki, come on boy, you can't refuse, plus we won, he said some fun. That's right, Manuela's Shigaraki was negotiating with the white guy but it didn't seem to be going well. My answer is still no, it is not your business to get involved in other people's topics long before they kill you. Shigaraki got angry about that but a portal appeared behind him. He understood that it was his time to leave. He turned his back when he was going to cross the portal. Tell your sensei that I didn't bother myself anymore. He didn't say anything, he just crossed the portal, closing it instantly. Izuku's rival just gave a sigh a little more, he killed him at Manuela's. This is the 5th time he's been screwed. At that point the wings of the divine dividing appeared. Alvian, what will you do? If you continue bothering me, I will kill you, he said, annoyed. Alvian, I see but he is close it seems that. He is at the U, besides seeing a brochure I already know when I will appear. Alvian, I'm looking forward to facing it. I hope he is strong enough. With that said he flew off in a direction. There is almost no rival left for our battle. The next day, Izuku slowly woke up and saw that he was alone in his room. It seemed a little strange. He got up, left his room and went to the bathroom. A few minutes passed, he left the bathroom and went to the kitchen and when he entered he saw them. Izuku, good morning girls. All, good morning Izuku/darling. Izuku, what are you doing? May, preparing breakfast for you, he said happily. Nijire, let's go to the table Izuku-kun, grabs the silver-haired boy's hand leading him to the table. He made the silver-haired man sit down. Izuku didn't say, he just saw that the girls brought the breakfast. Well, since it was a large amount, they also brought their breakfast. Melissa, eat whenever you want Izuku-kun. He didn't say anything and began to devour everything in his path. The girls were surprised by that. Kendo, well, I was hungry. Draig, something like that. Then they watched as the gauntlet manifested. Draig, let's say that Izuku is half dragon and half demon. His metabolism is advanced, that's why he eats a lot of food. Nijire, like a scion? She said something exciting. Draig, something similar but less quantity. Let's not compare Izuku's metabolism and there is a big difference. He said with a drop of sweat. Then the girls imagined a half scion and half dragon Izuku. Everyone, poor restaurant that fences Izuku, they said with a drop of sweat. Draig. Izuku continued eating. He did not pay attention to the conversation between Draig and his girls. A few minutes passed and Izuku finished eating. There was a pile of 15 dirty plates. Izuku, the breakfast was delicious, thank you girls, he said happily. All, hee you're welcome. Draig, good morning mate. Izuku, I say the same friend. Melissa, by the way, the dates will start today, right? Izuku, that's right, do you think we start the date in the afternoon, looking at May? May, yes Izuku said happily. A few minutes passed and they began to wash the dishes. They were having fun in the kitchen, there was laughter and jokes, but when they finished washing the dishes, they saw that everyone from Class A was already in the room. Izuku got serious, he just greeted his friends and nothing more in that. Ida, Midoriya, since when have you been here? Izuku, that doesn't interest you, he said in a cold tone. Uraraka, come on Deku-kun, don't be like that. Izuku, I don't give a shit what you say. Ida, hey, don't talk to her like that. Izuku, and if I talk to her, what will you do? Endeavor, you better calm down, he said seriously. Everyone, Endeavor sensei. Endeavor. It's fast even though they lost the fight they have improved a lot but they still need to improve keep up the good work. But. Endeavor. And you Midoriya, looking at the aforementioned, congratulations for winning but. Have you used all your power? He said seriously. The whole class was surprised, except for his girls and the silver-haired man's friends. Izuku. Everyone, what? Izuku, what they heard. Endeavor, I see. Bakugo was upset by what the silver-haired boy said so he always underestimated them. Bakugo, it's what you said, how come you didn't use all your power? Izuku was going to speak but the gauntlet manifested. Draig. My partner did not use all his power and never used the balance breaker. Ida, so how much power did you use with the big three? Izuku, if we put it in percentages 30%. Bakugo, I refuse to believe that nonsense, he said angrily. Izuku, whether you like it or not, it's the pure truth. Endeavor, enough Bakugo, well I just came to say that, I'm leaving. Before Midoriya left, he had handed in a paper, and Endeavor read it. Endeavor, if Principal Nizu gave you permission, that's enough for me, leaving the place. Ida, what did you tell me about Endeavor-sensei? Izuku, a permission that I asked Nizu directly and he didn't refuse. May, don't tell me what, he just nodded. Izuku, changing the subject, looking at the time, which was 11 a.m., I'm going to train, I still have to MSTR Draig's power. With that said he left and left the others in the living room. Nijire, I have to go, I have to do my heroine job. Kami, I have to go too, I have to go back to my academy. They said goodbye to their friends and Izuku's friends. Except for the class, he completely ignored them. Melissa, and you, Kendo, don't have to fulfill your duty as class president, she said with doubt. Kendo, yes but I'm taking a mini vacation. Melissa, mini vacation or spending time with him, looking at her. Kendo, both things looking at her. May only watched the scene with a drop of sweat. A few hours later. In those hours, the whole class began to train because in a week the sports festival will begin, a second chance for some because they did not have many invitations for the hero internships in this festival, they wanted to surprise. Izuku trained like crazy, he didn't. The festival didn't matter, it mattered that his rival was nearby. Currently 1600 hours p.m. Izuku was in the living room and had the following clothes. Some girls in the class blushed because of how the silver-haired boy looked, he didn't care much but. Todoroki, so it starts today, right? Izuku, that's right. Kirishima, and who is the first? I was going to answer but. May, vamos Izuku-kun. Note, he dressed like this. Izuku, appealing whisper. May blushed a little but with pleasure she approached him and gave him an embrace on the cheek. May, it's your prize. Todoroki, you wear protection just in case, he said mockingly. Izuku blushed and a twitch appeared in his eye. Izuku, Kettle hated you. Todoroki, yes I love you too brother. Izuku didn't say anything, he just grabbed May's hand and they left the Heights Alliance. They were already outside, more specifically, at the entrance. Izuku, well, where do you want to start? May, let's go to a restaurant, we didn't eat, and more so because you're hungry, right? At that sound, Izuku's stomach blushed with embarrassment, and May laughed because of that. Izuku, and Tarinda don't laugh. May, ah yes then let's go. Izuku just sighed, they started walking towards a restaurant, a few minutes passed and they had arrived, they looked for a free table to sit at and they found it, they sat down. The waiter came up to ask for his order, May ordered a plate of sushi, Izuku ordered half of the menu, the waiter looked a little strange, he didn't say anything, he said that they would bring his order in a while, they just thanked him and he left. May, by the way, put his hand in his jacket pocket, took out his cell phone showing a design, this is my baby number. 1 2 3 4 5, starting to count with his fingers. Everyone who was more Izuku than lost a drop of sweat because of that. Izuku, yes you will never change but I love you that way. Mei, Baka, Sonrajada. Izuku, but what function does it have looking at the design? Mei keeps the cell phone. Mei, shoo it's still a secret. Izuku seemed strange, but it didn't matter. A few minutes passed and the waiter began to eat his orders. Everyone except Mei was surprised at how the silver-haired boy ate. I laughed at that. A few minutes later. Izuku, how delicious, touching his stomach. Mei, it seems like you liked the food, looking at the dirty dishes that Izuku left. Izuku just laughed nervously. The waiter only carried the dishes, he had to ask for some help. Izuku helped carry. Mei wanted to pay the bill but the silver-haired man had already paid it. They were already outside the restaurant. Mei, how did you have so much money? Izuku, I always liked them and kept them, especially David who sent me. Izuku proposed to go to the park and she accepted. They both went to the park. They were having fun in each other's company. Izuku had won some games that had prizes. He gave those prizes to her. Mei only gave him an embrace for that. They left the park and went to a shopping center. They bought some things, for example, clothes, etc. Izuku was carrying almost everything. It was already 7 p.m. They were heading to the Heights Alliance. Mei, how tired. Izuku, but you liked it, didn't you? Mei only gave him an embrace as a sign that he liked it. Mei, I loved the outing. Izuku just smiled at that, just as they entered the living room. Aizawa, so I was just coming to say that. Izuku, what did I miss? Todoroki, nothing important, let's say. Izuku, I see. Mei, well I'll leave the things in your room. Can you help me, Momo? Momo accepted, grabbed some things that Izuku brought and took it to the aforementioned room. Izuku, really what did I miss? Aizawa, I only came to give some news. Izuku, pay attention. Before the sports festival you will face some teachers. He was half surprised, but why would they do that? Izuku, who had the idea? He said seriously. Aizawa, Nizu and All Might, upon finding out that you didn't use all your power in the confrontation, decided to see if that was true, he said boredly. Izuku just gave a sigh. He accepted the confrontation but asked something. Izuku, who are my opponents going to be? Aizawa, at the moment it is not known yet, but on that day you will know. I am leaving. Do not make disasters, especially your Bakugo. He just looked the other way. He just gave a sigh and left the room, leaving the class alone. Momo and Mei had just arrived in the room. Mei already changed her clothes into a casual one. Mei went to Melissa and Kendo, who were a little jealous of how happy she looked. Izuku, I'll go to my room, I have to change. Bakugo, I hope you lose the confrontation. Izuku completely ignored him and went to his room. Izuku, girls, I'll be right back. They accepted what Izuku said. He just smiled and continued on his way to his room. He arrived at his room, he changed into some common clothes and at that. Draig, will you use it, mate? Izuku, possibly, I haven't used it in a long time. Draig just laughed. So now the teachers and heroes are going to see some of the power of the Red Emperor Dragon. Draig, well mate, I'm going to sleep. Izuku, I better not say anything. He gave a sigh, cut off communication with the dragon, left his room in the living room, only found Melissa, Kendo and Mei watching TV. Izuku, and the others? Kendo, they went to train. Izuku, I see. By the way, how do I take the news? Melissa, flashback. Everyone. What? Melis, isn't that unfair? I ask angrily. Aizawa, I don't believe it. If he really says that, what do we have to find out? Bakugo, that Deku is only going to lose. Kendo, that Deku that you say beat you or rather humiliated you. Bakugo got angry and remembered that day that the silver-haired boy humiliated the entire class. Todoroki, also who had the idea, he said seriously. Aizawa, Nizu and All Might, well so I just came to let you know that. Fin flashback. Kendo, and that happened. Mei, isn't that something exaggerated? Izuku, not for me. They look at him. Melissa, but you'll be fine. Izuku just hugs her. Izuku, I'll be fine, trust me. Melissa blushed but reciprocated the hug. Melissa, if you say so. Kendo and Mei were a little jealous because of the hug. Kendo, well, and if we watch some movie? Mei, it wouldn't be bad at all, but in Izuku's piece. Izuku accepted without any problem. so they went to the silver-haired boy's room to watch some movies. The next day, everyone was already in the room having a good breakfast, almost everyone since Izuku, Mei, Kendo and Melissa were missing. Ida, do you know anything about Midoriya? They all denied. Mina, Mei, Kendo and Melissa are also missing, searched for the aforementioned. Kirishima, Todoroki vamos? Todoroki, yes let's go. Ida, where are you going? They did not answer and went to the rooms in sight of the others. They went to the silver-haired man's room and knocked on the door. Kirishima, Izaburo, are you awake? Izuku, yes. They turned around and found Izuku, but it was obvious that he had just woken up. Todoroki, what happened to you? Izuku, I got lost on the path of life. Kirishima, is that true? Izuku, of course not. They fell on their backs anime style. Todoroki, now seriously, what happened to you? Izuku, I stayed up late watching movies with the girls. Todoroki, movie or something else? Kirishima, that's manly. He blushed a little but shook his head a little to calm me down. Izuku, of course not, idiot. Todoroki, if you say so. Izuku, come on, I'll catch up with you later, I'll wait for you. They nodded and left, leaving the silver-haired man alone. They arrived at the room that everyone was still in. Ida, where did they go? Todoroki, you don't get tired of asking, he said annoyed. Ida, it is my duty as president, what is everyone going to do and is it okay? Todoroki, anyway he's coming and by the way, what about Momo? Ojiro, she went to the kitchen. He just thanked me and went to the kitchen. Kirishima, I better go train. He left and after a while Izuku, Melissa, Mei and Kendo came down. Izuku, okay, can you help me make breakfast? They just nodded their heads. They headed to the kitchen but when they entered the kitchen. Momo, calm down, caressing Todoroki. Gelda is Momo, Zeldris is Todoroki and Meliodas is Izuku. Izuku, sate so you like that kind of caresses, he said chibi shape. Izuku's girls left the kitchen because they saw Todoroki's ice attack that hit head-on, creating a wall of ice and in the middle was Izuku frozen still in his chibi form. Todoroki, Sita called shut up, he said blushing. Momo was blushing, she looked like a tomato. Draig, you see I'm right. Izuku, Sita shut up, he said coldly. Draig only gave a sigh for that, his partner is not going to change. Momo, I think you went too far, Todoroki-kun. Izuku, muero.frio. Todoroki approached the ice wall and put his left hand on the ice wall and slowly began to thaw. A few minutes later, Izuku was sitting in a chair with a towel covering him and in his hands a cup of coffee was shaking from the cold. His girls were just laughing at the situation the silver-haired man was in. Izuku, you whip a little more and I didn't count it. Todoroki, you think you're a pervert. Izuku, you liked it, didn't you? He blushed and I noticed that the jet. Momo, did you like it? She said blushing. Todoroki, yes, he said a whisper. Almost no one listened to them but less so Izuku who put on a mocking smile. Izuku, so my brother is perverted and he liked it. Todoroki, shut up, he said in a cold tone and threatened to launch another attack. Izuku, that's it, I'm not saying anything, he said nervously. Todoroki just gave a sigh to calm down and not kill him. He deactivated his quirk and looked at Momo who was very blushing. He just smiled. Izuku, fine, I'm going to prepare breakfast. Momo, well, we already had breakfast, we'll leave you, let's go Todoroki-kun. He grabbed the bicolor's hand and took him towards the room. The others just watched. Izuku just laughed at that. Izuku, well then let's get to work. They started making breakfast. A few minutes passed and they finished preparing breakfast. They headed towards the table. When they arrived, some boys from the class were sitting. They were Ida, Bakugo and Todoroki. They only greeted Todoroki, then the others ignored them, they just sat down to start eating but Ida, good morning Midoriya. He didn't get any response, he was just eating in silence. Ida, hey, it's rude not to say hello. Again no response. Bakugo, oof, Deku's beach mother never educated him. Todoroki, sheet. They heard the sound of a spoon falling, they saw that it was the silver-haired boy who only looked down and his hair covered his eyes. Todoroki and the girls were worried. Bakugo, hey you see. He couldn't continue because he saw how Izuku disappeared and he didn't react in time why he was sent against a wall. He spit out some BLD but someone grabbed his neck and it was Izuku and he saw that his eyes changed. Ignore what Draig says. The girls and Todoroki got up to stop their friend/boyfriend. Ida also got up to stop but the others also came. They were going to talk but, Izuku, you talk about my mother again. I will kill you. Bakugo, intentalo Deku. But they saw that his gauntlet appeared and he put his hand on his stomach. They saw that the shot dragon appeared about to shoot him. Bakugo was a little scared. He was trying to use force and create explosions but he couldn't since the strength of the grip on his neck was suffocating him. But then, All Might, stop young Lucifer. Everyone looked at the entrance and it was the former symbol of peace. Izuku looked at it with his changed eyes but his eyes returned to normal. The gauntlet disappeared and he threw Bakugo where All Might was. He fell to the ground, struggling to catch his breath. All Might, young Bakugo. Are you okay? Bakugo, S.S.I. All Might grabbed Bakugo and took him to the infirmary so recovery could check him and cure him. Ida, see what you did. Izuku, yes, and? Besides, he started, I defended myself. Ida, but that's not for heroes to attack their companions. Izuku, he's not my partner or anything, he said in a cold tone. Everyone had a chill down their spine, except his girls, Todoroki and Kirishima, Momo. Izuku gave a sigh to calm himself and left the room, leaving a somewhat awkward silence. Melissa, come on girls. They nodded and left with the silver-haired man. The others stayed. Todoroki, I thought he was going to get out of control. Kirishima, it's true, sigh. Ida, do you know why he got like that? Kirishima, it's a dedicated topic. With Izuku. This one was in his room and he had a photo of his mother when he was little. Izuku, I miss you mom, he said sobbing. Tok tok. Izu wiped away her tears. Izuku, who is it? But he saw that the door opened and he saw that it was the girls. Izuku, what not? He couldn't continue because he was hugged by his girls. Kendo, released Izuku-kun, everything is fine. He couldn't take it anymore and cried non-stop. He blamed himself for his mother's death. The girls only hugged him. The door closed courtesy of Kirishima. He was also sad for what they did to the silver-haired boy. Todoroki and Momo were sad too. Kirishima, it's better that they be with him. Todoroki, you still think that? Kirishima, possibly yes, he said seriously. Momo, but he had said that Midoriya had died. Todoroki, let's say that for those who trusted him, although we doubted him, he forgave us. 3 Doritos later. Everyone was already in the room. Izuku was with his girls away from the others. Bakugo went to his room on All Might's orders and recovered. Tok tok. Mei went to open the door and found Cammy with the following clothes. Mei, it's your turn today, right? Cammy, era it's your turn so today it's my turn. Mei let her pass and Cammy saw Izuku and went straight to him and hugged him tightly and embraced him. He only responded to the sight of the others who were somewhat jealous. Izuku was changed into the following clothes. Izuku, Linda. Cammy blushed and gave him a short embrace. Cammy, you rewarded darling, said flirtatious. I just laughed nervously. Izuku, well let's go. She grabbed his hand and they left the Heights Alliance. When they started walking, they got looks from men and women. The men looked lustfully at Cammy. Izuku changed his eyes to reptilian ones and released a murderous aura. The men felt cold so they let him look at her. Cammy noticed that and laughed because of it. Cammy, don't tell me you're jealous? Izuku, I only protect what is mine, said a whisper. Cammy, I also protect what is mine. He was blushing and laughed nervously. They started walking towards the cinema. When they arrived, Izuku paid for the movie ticket and for the popcorn and drinks. Cammy wanted to pay but he refused. They went inside to watch the movie, Imagine Any Movie. A few hours passed and they left the cinema. They were amazed by the movie. They went to a park and liked that there was an ice cream vendor. They asked for their tastes and Izuku paid for the ice cream and they looked for a place to sit and they found it. It was approximately 5 p.m. It was a place of peace and silence and they enjoyed it. Cammy rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. He looked at her and smiled and caressed her head. Izuku, Are you comfortable? Cammy, darling. Izuku laughed at that. They stayed like that for a few minutes and they had to leave more for Izuku. He accompanied Cammy to her house. When they arrived she said goodbye with an embrace and entered her house. Izuku began to walk towards the Heights Alliance. But suddenly, Izuku looked to the side and looked at a hooded man, but he felt something strange about him. He was going to speak, but he saw that he went to an alley. He followed him, and when he arrived he was no longer there. Izuku, Draig, you weren't sorry? Draig? If it was like the presence of Izuku, the target is very close. I was serious now. I knew that he is close to the UA. He just left, but let's go with the person. He was on top of a house looking at the leaves. So it's him. Albion, that's right, he is your rival. He seems strong. We will see each other very soon. Izuku. Lucifer. The next day, Izuku was training outside the Heights Alliance. He was serious since he met his rival. He stopped training since he was like 2 hours without stopping. Izuku, I think that's enough for today, he said, a little tired. Draig. That's right, little by little you are getting used to my power. He just nodded his head, his gauntlet disappeared and he went to the Heights Alliance, and when he entered, he found his girls and friends in the room. Izuku, it's over. Melissa, Kendo/May, Oa Izu. They blushed strong and their nose was bleeding, since the silver-haired man was not wearing a shirt, revealing his well-worked body. Todoroki and Kirishima laughed at the situation. Izuku realized it and smiled because of it. Izuku, do you like what you see? Girls, baka. They ran to the kitchen in sight of Izuku and his friends. They were laughing out loud. He greeted his friends and he went to take a bath since today he would have his date with Melissa. Later, he was already changed with the next clothes. Izuku, I hope I don't cross paths. Draig, I hope so, mate. Izuku gave a sigh to calm down. He wanted to be calm and not think about that. He cut short communication with Draig because he heard footsteps on the stairs. He saw that it was Melissa. Izuku, appealing. Melissa blushed but gave her embrace on the cheek, thanking him for the gesture. He just laughed nervously and said goodbye to his friends/friend. Since May had to return to the workshop since their vacation was over, Kendo had to return with Class B to fulfill her job as president since the sports festival is almost there. Already outside the Heights Alliance. They were walking towards a restaurant since they had not eaten any more. Izuku. When they arrived they asked for a free table for the two of them. The waiter guided them to an available table. They sat down and saw the menu. A few minutes passed. Melissa ordered ramen and good. Izuku, she ordered half of the menu. The waiter looked at him a little strangely. He didn't say anything. She took the menu and told them that in half an hour she would bring them their orders. They just thanked them and the waiter left. He left the couple. Melissa, by the way, what happened yesterday when you came into something serious? Izuku, I found it. Melissa, Izuku, to my rival, he said seriously. She was surprised and scared since very soon they will have their battle. Izuku noticed that and he just rested his hand on her hand and gave a smile to calm you down. Izuku, calm down now, Meli-chan. Melissa, Izuku-kun, I don't want to lose you, she said sadly. Izuku, you're not going to lose me, I'll win the battle. Melissa, promise me? Looking into my eyes. Izuku, I promise. Izuku took out his hand. She just gave a sigh to calm down. They began to talk calmly. Half an hour passed and the waiter brought her order. He left the ramen to Melissa and left half of the menu to Izuku. The waiter was going to speak but was surprised by what he saw. The silver-haired man began to eat like crazy. Waiter, I was very hungry, right? Melissa, it's because of her quirk. She has an advanced metabolism, she lied. Waiter, why did I see with a drop of sweat? He just gave a sigh and left. Melissa saw the scene of Izuku eating non-stop funny. Sometimes he choked, but let's go with Draig. Izuku's subconscious. The dragon was sleeping as peacefully as possible until... Well, you don't change yet? Draig. TSH, I told you not to interrupt me, but... Issei? That's right, the chestnut was with his old friend and companion from multiple battles. Issei, it's been so long. Draig. That's right, but what are you doing here? I don't think it's a visit. Issei, let's say something like that is about that. Draig, I see. Issei, how long can he be in that form? Draig, 5 minutes at least. If it goes too long it gets out of control. Issei, it's because of the curse. Since Izuku, after the 5 minutes go by, the curse attacks him. He takes advantage of that situation and possibly attacks all his friends, his girls and the entire Class A for his betrayal, he said seriously. Draig became serious and once he almost lost control. If it weren't for his girls, the UA or rather Japan or the world no longer existed. Issei, well, my advice is to keep training, the curse is disappearing, well, send him my regards from me and good luck in your battle. He disappeared from the place, leaving Draig alone to sigh. Draig, I'll have to talk to him when this is over. Out of the subconscious. Melissa and Izuku had already finished their meals. Izuku paid for everything. She wanted to refuse but she couldn't. Outside they were walking towards a park. They ordered ice cream for themselves and went to sit down. They began to eat in a comfortable silence for them. A few minutes passed. And they finished eating and prepared to leave. They were holding hands with a smile. A few minutes passed and they arrived at the Heights Alliance. When they entered Aizawa with Nizu, Melissa and Izuku, it seemed strange that this was the director. Nizu, oh young Lucifer, I was just waiting for you. Izuku, now what happened? Nizu, do you remember that Aizawa told you that you were going to face some heroes in 2 days, that is, today? Izuku was surprised, he had almost forgotten about that. Melissa also forgot that Izuku had a confrontation. Izuku, but it's not too late. Aizawa, I thought too, but they want to fight anyway. He just gave a sigh. Izuku, well, where will the confrontation be? Nizu, in the fake city. Izuku, well in half an hour I'll be there. Nizu and Aizawa nodded and said goodbye to the students since they were all. Aizawa, oh by the way the others can come and see. Todos/Izuku, HAI. He left there, leaving the others alone. Melissa gave an embrace on the cheek and went to her room to change. Izuku, well I'll have to change. He was going to leave but someone stood in the middle and it was Bakugo who had a mocking smile. Bakugo, I think it's a waste of time for us to go. Izuku looks at him bored, if you're going to lose Deku. But he was completely ignored since what he said passed by him without much importance. Bakugo was upset to attack but was frozen by Todoroki. Izuku was grateful since he did not want to waste time with the Muslim. Half an hour later, Class A was in a safe place where they could watch the battle along with Class B who was also invited. Izuku's girls were together. David and Eri were also attentive to what was going to happen. On the battlefield, there were 3 heroes. Endeavor. They were waiting for their opponent, who was the silver-haired Izuku, but it seemed like he didn't arrive. Mirko, teach why is it taking so long, she said angrily. Endeavor, I don't know, it's weird. Hawks. Layers that will not want to fight. Mirko was going to speak but they heard some steps and saw that it was Izuku who was with a neutral look. He stopped walking after a few meters. You could feel the pressure in the air. Mirko, I hope he gives us a good battle or else this would be boring. Izuku didn't say anything, he just kept quiet. Hawks, it seems that there are not many words. Endeavor, something doesn't add up to me. But in that, All Might, he is sorry for being late, he said with his smile. Everyone/Izuku, All Might, they said surprised. Izuku, it's not a risky thing. All Might, don't worry young Lucifer, come with everything. Izuku just put on a smile. Izuku, do I use it friend? Draig, ha let's do it but remember to hold back. Izuku, Momo, don't tell me what. His girls, he's going to use it. Ida, what? Then that. Izuku, balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Izuku, I'm ready heroes. They were surprised by the armor that covered the silver-haired boy, but more so were Momo and Izuku's girls since they knew said armor. Aizawa, but what a strange armor. Nizu's. Izuku's girls, balance breaker. Vlad, balance breaker? Momo, a forbidden move. Nizu, it will be interesting to see the power of the Red Emperor Dragon. Ibra, does anyone want to pray for the heroes? Todos, Nizu/Aizawa. Battle. Mirko, just because he covered himself with that armor is not going to save him from the beating. Endeavor, oh you have to be careful. All Might, do you know the armor? Endeavor, enough to know it's dangerous. Izuku, well, who wants to be first? Or all of them at the same time? Mirko, don't underestimate us, it was direct to attack. Hawks, Ispera Mirko. The heroine went straight to attack him. She kicked him and Izuku covered himself with his forearm. He didn't move an inch, surprising everyone, especially the heroine. Ida, I stopped the heroine's kick. Izuku, it will be difficult to contain myself, whispering. Mirko, what? Ga spit saliva. Izuku had given a blow to the stomach that sent her a few meters away. She recovered quickly but knelt down since the blow hurt a lot. Mirko, looking at the others, they're going to help me. I scream angrily. Hawks spread his wings and flew away and Mirko quickly composed himself, also going to the attack along with his partner. Izuku just looked at that boredly. Hawks threw many sharp feathers and Mirko went to attack him again. Izuku just raised his hand with his palm outstretched. Izuku, dragon shot. He launched his attack, smashing the feathers to dust. Mirko dodged the attack and Hawks did too, but that attack went where All Might and Endeavor were. They dodged the attack but, boom. A big explosion made everyone look at the explosion area, being surprised and a little scared, especially the students. Ibra, warehouse what power? Ida, he's a monster. Bakugo just looked surprised. He didn't say a word, just like Manoma and the others. Battle. Izuku took advantage of the hero's distraction and appeared behind Hawks. Izuku, don't get distracted. Hawks did not have time to react. He received a blow on the back, sending him towards the ground, creating a mini crater. Mirko launched himself to kick him. The silver-haired man easily dodged them, grabbed a kick and in a quick movement crashed it against the ground. A kick in the ribs that sent her where Hawks was. He barely caught her. Boost, 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 boost. Izuku, dragon shot. He launched the attack where they were. They did not have time to react, hitting him squarely, creating a smoke screen. Everyone was impressed by his power. He defeated two top heroes with great ease. Izuku, 2 down, 2 to go, looks at Endeavor and All Might. They became serious. Endeavor raised his flames higher and began to walk alongside All Might. Endeavor, are you ready? All Might, I'm always ready. Ahead. The heroes launched the attack in view of Izuku, who was calm, dodged and blocked the blows with ease. He had to admit that he did not expect great coordination that they had. Izuku pushed them back with his forearm but they quickly recomposed themselves and launched themselves again. All Might, Detroit Smash. Endeavor covered his fist in fire. They wanted to punch him but he covered himself with his armored arms, sending him against a wall that went through it. Ida, they did it. Todoroki, since when does my old man work as a team with All Might? Mina, I don't know but they are fantastic. Tsu, that's right Karo. Manoma, he already lost the fight. Melissa, you better not speak ahead of time. Aizawa, I didn't think they worked as a team. Nizu, yes, they impressed me. I didn't think they worked as a team. Izuku composed himself and stood up. Izuku, so this is the strength of the strongest heroes. What a thrill. Draig, hey, isn't it that Endeavor hated All Might? Izuku, yes, but it seems to change. Short communication with Draig since he saw that they launched themselves again. He put on a smile but I don't know if he could tell because of the helmet. He also launched himself into the attack. They collided their fists, creating a great blizzard of air, sending everything flying. The heroes began with an exchange of fists. They went with everything but Izuku contained himself as best he could, but he had fun. At least they put up some fight. Izuku hit Endeavor in the face, sending him a few meters. He dodged a Detroit Smash. He took advantage to hit him in the stomach which made him spit up some BLD and kicked him in the head which sent him against the wall. He made him lose his muscular form, leaving him unconscious. The students of Class A and B were surprised by how he defeated the former symbol of peace. Nizu, so only Endeavor remains. Aizawa, that's right, it does have great power. Melissa, and to think that it is contained. Everyone, what? Nijire, they thought I was fighting with everything. Bakugo, it's impossible. Momo, unfortunately it's the truth. Kendo, if I went all out, this battle would last less than 1 minute. On the battlefield, Endeavor was slowly recovering from the blow. Seeing that Izuku was calm, already standing up, he was tired but I don't know he would give up for anything. Izuku, are you laughing? Endeavor, Helden brat, I'm never going to give up. He only gave a smile. He made a movement with his hand to come attack him. Endeavor did not waste time. He went at full power to attack him but it was useless. Izuku blocked them or dodged them with ease. Endeavor increased his flames even more. He was already at his limit, but he would give all of it. Izuku realized that he smiled. Izuku, so you're going to use it? Endeavor, it's all I have. Todoroki, don't tell me what. Endeavor, prominence burn. Fully hitting Endeavor's great attack, making a huge explosion that shook the entire field. They could not see anything, only the smoke screen. Aizawa, looks like he won. Setsuna, as expected from the number 1 hero. Bakugo, that demon won. Ida looked at Izuku's girls. They weren't worried or anything like that. Ida, why aren't you scared or worried? Kendo, look carefully. Nizu, it was something expected. Everyone looked at the smoke screen that was slowly taking off. They saw Endeavor, who was static and scared. Endeavor, imposable. He saw that the armor only had a scratch. Everyone except his girls were surprised by how it resisted the attack of the top 1 hero. Izuku raised his hand towards Endeavor's heart that he did nothing. Izuku, yo Gano. When the 1-inch blow hit, a pressure of air came out of Endeavor's back. They saw that his flames suddenly went out. The hero was falling on his back, unconscious. Only a silence formed in the place, and then. Present mic. The battle is over. Izuku Lucifer is the winner. Aizawa, was it necessary? Looks bored at present mic. Present mic, Aizawa just gave a sigh. The others had a drop of sweat because of that. On the battlefield. Izuku deactivated the balance breaker, looked at the unconscious heroes. He just gave a sigh and saw that UA robots began to arrive to take the heroes. He alone left the place of the battle. Izuku, at least I had some fun. Just when he entered the tunnel to leave, he was attacked, hugged by all his girls, and they fell to the ground. Izuku, Sich girls, he said nervously and blushing. Kendo, congratulations. May, the battle was incredible. Melissa, I had no doubt that you would win. Cammy, Era, you are strong. I can't imagine being in bed, she thought, very blushing and perverted. Nijire, it was pim pam pim boom, she said in wonder. Izuku, thanks but. Girls, but? Izuku, I'm going to run out of air, he said completely blue. The girls blushed and separated from the hug. Izuku regained his breath. Draig, surely it was that or something else. Izuku, shut up. Draig, so that's it, but sooner or later you're going to have to do it. Izuku blushed strong since he was in his mating season and at any moment he was going to mark his girls. Nijire, Izuku, why are you blushing? Izuku turned his head to the side. Izuku, it's nothing. His girls looked at him a little doubtful but didn't give much importance. Soon their friends arrived, Class A and B, the director and some heroes. Nizu, what a good show, young Lucifer. Izuku, thanks I guess. Kirishima, you were amazing, Izabro. Todoroki, you beat up my old man. Izuku laughed nervously, so Bakugo looked angrily at the silver-haired boy, and with this he was the strongest in the UA and he refused to accept that he was stronger. Bakugo, Deku, he said whispering. Izuku yawned and stretched, signaling that he was sleepy. Izuku, well, I think it's my time to sleep. Tomorrow I'll be very busy. Todoroki, uses protection. Izuku, that's not what I meant. He said blushing. Kirishima, if you say so. Izuku, BSS. Kirishima and Todoroki, we love you too, friend/brother. Izuku gave a sigh, created a magic circle at his feet, said goodbye to everyone and disappeared. Ida, where did he go? Aizawa, I figure that to your room. Speaking of which, let's go back to the Heights Alliance. With Izuku. He arrived at his room with the magic circle. He took off his slipper and lay down to sleep. He was a little tired and sleepy. Izuku covered himself a little and slept for tomorrow. The next day. The silver-haired boy slowly woke up. He looked to his side but found Nijire sleeping peacefully. He blushed because of how pretty she was sleeping. He looked at his other side. Finding Melissa also sleeping, he saw that Cammy was sleeping above him and the other girls were hugging some girls. Izuku parts. Draig, good morning mate. What a way to wake up. Izuku, good morning, and it's better not to give your opinion. I look at the clock that showed 10:30 a.m. Girls wake up, he said, trying to wake them up. Then slowly his girls began to wake up. They embraced good morning. They went to the bathroom to do their business. Izuku gave a sigh, got out of bed, went down the stairs heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He found no one. He thought everyone was training since the sports festival is near. A few minutes passed. Izuku was waiting for his girls at the table. He didn't have to wait long as they arrived at the dining room to have breakfast. Melissa? And the others? Izuku, I guess they are training. Kendo, possibly since the sports festival is close. May, will it be like last year? Nijire, I don't think so. Kami, do you know something? Nijire, from what I hear it will be direct battle without an obstacle course and among other things. Izuku, I see. Time skips 16:30 p.m. Living room. Kirishima, and well that happened. Izuku, don't you think you went too far? Looking at Todoroki. Todoroki, a little. Created. Momo, what happened? Arriving. Kirishima, flashback. Everyone except Izuku and his girls were training. Kirishima and Todoroki were training together but right in their sector. Bakugo, SIE. Making an explosion in the sky, sheet. They stopped their training to look at Bakugo. Kirishima, hey Bakugo, we're training quietly. Todoroki, lower your voice a little, it gives me a headache. Bakugo, what did you tell me? Half and half. Todoroki, what I said Muslim. Then he launched the attack when he was going to explode. He was frozen by Todoroki, who was serious. Todoroki, be quiet, you behave well. Kirishima, did you use all your power? Todoroki, I think so. Kirishima just looked at that with a drop of sweat. Fin flashback. Momo, I think you went too far. They looked at Bakugo who was shivering from the cold and with a cup of tea. Bakugo, low size. Izuku, well he caught a cold. Kendo, I'm ready. Izuku-kun arriving where Izuku is. Izuku, Hermosa. Kendo, Baka, she said blushing, you're not far behind, looking at what Izuku was wearing. Izuku, he. Kendo noticed Bakugo. Kendo, what happened to him? Izuku, on the way I'll tell you everything. He grabbed Kendo's hand, said goodbye to his friends, left the Heights Alliance, walked towards a restaurant, talked about trivial things and entered other things. Kendo, by the way, what happened to Bakugo? Izuku told him everything. Kendo dropped a drop of sweat and just sighed. They arrived at the restaurant and asked the waiter for a free table. He guided them to a table within sight of the street, left them the menu and went off to do his job. Kendo had ordered ramen and Izuku, well the typical half of the menu, and they began to eat quietly. Izuku, by the way, you're training, right? Kendo, hi, I will win the festival even though it will be difficult. Izuku, I see. Kendo, and you, Izuku-kun, are you training? Izuku, I'm just struggling with the festival, I'm not interested in what we say. Kendo, it doesn't catch your attention much, right? Izuku, something like that, but hey, let's keep eating, this is very delicious. A few minutes passed, they finished eating, Izuku paid the bill and they went out for a walk. Kendo enjoyed the company of the silver-haired man and he also loved the orange-haired company. They passed by an ice cream parlor and took the opportunity to buy ice cream. Izuku paid for the ice cream and they walked to a park that was nearby. They arrived at the park and looked for a bench to sit on and they found it. They sat down and began to eat the ice cream in a comfortable silence for them, but Izuku, but what? Looks behind him. Kendo, is something wrong? She said something worried. Izuku, sorry, no friend. Draig. He is following us, be very careful. Izuku cut communication with Draig and looked at Kendo. Izuku, it's okay. She looked at him with doubt but let it pass. Time skip 19:30 p.m. They were walking to the Heights Alliance since it was a little late and they didn't want to have problems with Nizu, Aizawa and Vlad. Just when they were going to enter, Izuku suddenly stopped looking at a serious place and she looked at him strangely. Izuku, come in now. Kendo, what's going on? He saw the look on his Izuku's face. She quickly understood what was happening, gave a short embrace on the mouth and quickly entered the Heights Alliance. Izuku, Saldai Blanco. Then he saw the same hooded man come out of an alley. Oh, so you realized, right? Izuku, you followed me from the park, he said seriously. You are interested in Izuku Midoriya, or rather, Albion, Izuku Lucifer. He notices the divine dividing's wings and takes out his gauntlet. Draig, it's been so long, Albion. Albion, Same thing I say, Draig. Izuku, what brings you here? He said seriously. I was just looking at what the UA was like, but it seems different like they told me. Izuku, are you sure that was why? No, I also wanted to get to know you well, the last time we didn't have a long talk. Izuku, I agree with that. You are interesting, Izuku. We will see you very soon for our battle. Izuku, I say the same. Draig, your bearer better not be overconfident. Albion, had the same I say, Red. The hooded man flew away in front of Izuku, who was serious. Draig, you realize that, right? Izuku, he has mixed BLD too, we have to keep training. His gauntlet disappeared and he entered the Heights Alliance. When Izuku entered, there was no one in the room, everything was silent. He went to the kitchen to drink some water. Izuku, at any time now. Draig, we will face Albion. Izuku nodded at what his partner said. The next day, 4:30 p.m. Today was the last appointment that Izuku had pending since the sports festival starts tomorrow. Some of Class A were nervous, some not so much, but Izuku, well, not of much importance with the balance breaker, or without using it he would defeat everyone, but he would be very attentive if the target appears. But there was also not much movement from the League of Villains, and that worried him a little. Kirishima, what are you thinking? Izuku was sitting on the couch. He shook his head a little and looked at his friend. Izuku, about the League of Villains, it seemed strange to me that there was no movement. Todoroki, you're right about that. The bicolor came out of the kitchen with his typical face. Kirishima, do you think they? Izuku, possibly, although it would be very risky, but there is no need to eliminate that possibility. Todoroki, oh, you have to be very careful, even more if he is with them. Izuku, I just hope not. Kirishima, by the way, today is your last date, right? Looking at what he was wearing. Izuku, that's right. They continued talking for a while. They heard some footsteps on the stairs and saw that it was Nijire. Izuku, goddess. Nijire, come on, Izuku-in, grabbing the silver-haired man's hand. Izuku, yes, looks at his friends, see you later. They left the Heights Alliance. They went to an amusement park at her request. He did not refuse her request. A few minutes passed and they arrived. There were many people and too many games. Izuku, wow, I haven't been here in a long time. Nijire, in serio? Izuku, that's right, let's go? Then they started walking in the amusement park. Nijire wanted to ride all the possible rides. Izuku just laughed at his girl's attitude. They tried all the possible rides. Roller coaster, bumper cars, and among other things. A few hours passed. It was 6:30 p.m. They left the park in the direction of a restaurant. Nijire was happy and so was Izuku since they had a great time. Izuku, dragon. Draig, he's following us again. Izuku just nodded. They arrived at the restaurant. The waiter guided them to a free table for the two of them, left them the menu and left. Izuku, Nijire, what are you going to order? Izuku, half the menu. Nijire only had a drop of sweat. A few minutes passed. They began to eat what they ordered. Nijire was eating katsudon while Izuku, well, what he ordered. She just laughed as she ate her Izuku. After a while they finished eating and Izuku paid for everything. Nijire said that she was going to the bathroom and he just accepted. He was going to wait for her outside the restaurant. He left the restaurant and looked to the right, meeting the hooded man. Izuku, are you a stalker? The hooded man had a throbbing vein from the comment. Tisich was here by chance. Izuku, come on, Chibi. It's true. Izuku, whatever, what do you want? He said seriously. I just wanted to eat. Izuku, stop lying, BSTRD. Hey, Sai, you have doubts, don't you? Izuku looked at him a little strangely. Izuku, Iris Raro. I know they tell me that often. Izuku, are you with them? No, besides, I don't follow orders from someone inferior to me. Izuku, so you met him, right? That's right, it seems like someone but strong but not. Then in a moment they exchanged glances. Izuku couldn't see his rival's face well, but then the door of the restaurant he knew it was Nijire, but he saw that his Izuku was looking seriously at the hooded man. Nijire, pasa algo Izuku-in? Izuku, nothing happens for now. I guess there's nothing left to talk about. He turned around leaving the place, but then he looked at Izuku. See you, Izuku Lucifer. She took out the wings of the divine dividing and flew away from the place. Nijire was nervous and scared and Izuku was just serious. He looked at Nijire who was a little scared. Nijire, he is your rival? He just hugged her so she would calm down. Izuku, it's over, everything is fine. Nijire, I don't want to lose you again, she said, about to cry. Izuku, let's go to the Heights Alliance. She accepted, they held hands and left. A few minutes passed and they had arrived. When they entered, everyone from Class A was in the main room. Izuku saw that all his girls were with their friends. They were separated from the others and he approached with Nijire. He didn't have time to speak as he was hugged by all his girls. Izuku, yes, they missed me, what happened by the way? Kirishima, it seems like a meeting we don't give much importance to. Izuku, I see. Todoroki, by the way, how did it go? Izuku, well, it's kind of difficult. Todoroki, did you use protection? Izuku, that's not what I meant. Blushing. Ida, hey, pay attention. Izuku, now what do you want? Momo, it's about the festival. Ida, Aizawa-sensei told us that he will not do the same as the first year. Izuku, I see. Kirishima, well I hope it's exciting. Bakugo, you are nothing against me. Tsu, Bakugo siendo Bakugo kero. Bakugo, what did you say? Ida, calm down Bakugo. Bakugo, you don't order me for eyes. Izuku, this meeting went to sheet. That's right. Izuku, by the way girls, they look at him, you can go to my room I want to tell you something. They noticed that he was a little blushing, they didn't say anything and went to their room. Kirishima and Todoroki looked a little strange at that. Kirishima, is everything okay Izubro? Izuku, yes. Todoroki, safe? Izuku just nodded his head, said goodbye to his friends and left. Kirishima, well, something's going on today. Todoroki, let's leave it like this, layers that will pass tomorrow. Izuku was already at the door of his room. Izuku, I can't take it anymore. Draig, well it was sooner or later. Use a sound barrier. Izuku, thanks friend. He opened the door to his room, he only had his head down, his hair was covering his eyes and his girls noticed that. Kami, is everything okay darling? He received no response, they saw that he locked the door, but they saw that the room was surrounded by a barrier. Izuku, sorry, I can't stand any more girls. Girls, what? Then they saw that he raised his head and his eyes were those of a reptile. Izuku, I'm going to make them mine with your thick voice. Then little by little he began to approach his girls and they were gradually moving away. Only in that room was he heard. Kaya. The next day 11:30 a.m. In our protagonist's room, or well what it was, since it was a mess like a tornado passed through there, but the highlight was some white fluids on the walls and floor of the room. Izuku slowly woke up. When he woke up completely, he saw what was around his room. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat on the bed. He looked at his bed, all his girls were hugging him. He looked at his room again, or well what it was. Izuku, don't tell me what. Draig, good morning champion. Izuku, Draig don't tell me what. Draig, that's right you're a man, he said mockingly. Izuku, we're not kidding. Draig, well, sooner or later it was going to happen although I didn't think you were very keen. Izuku blushed, he removed the sound barrier but at that. Talk. Izuku, who is it? Kirishima, it's me Izubro you're finally awake. Izuku, I fell asleep, lied. Kirishima, I just wanted to say that the festival starts in 6 hours. Izuku, thanks Kiribro, I'll come down to eat something. He only listened to the footsteps he was leaving, he looked at his girls who were still sleeping, he just gave a sigh, he started to move the girls to wake them up, little by little they started to wake up, when they woke up they looked at Izuku and blushed strong. Kami just had a lustful smile. Kami, era you are a beast in bed darling. Izuku just looked to the side, blushing. Kendo, I told you to be gentle but you did the opposite baka. May, what are you complaining about if you like me? Kendo blushed and said nothing. Nijire saw some tattoos or marks on each of the girls. Nijire, hey when did you get those tattoos? They didn't understand but they saw that he was right and they looked at Izuku. Melissa, Izuku-kun, do you know about this? Izuku, Ito. Well. Draig, here where I look like. Kendo, do you know Draig? Looking at the gauntlet. Draig, that's right, it's the mark of the dragon. The girls, the mark of the dragon? Draig, a kind of spell that we put on our women when we have relations with them. This mark creates a protection in the female dragon which does not allow any other man to attack the female without the dragon's consent. Nijire, then we are only from Izukuan. Draig, that's right. Izuku, he laughs nervously. Draig, and more than that, he was in his mating season. All, what he? Izuku just looked away. Nijire, why didn't you tell us before? Izuku, long story, let's just go down to eat. Izuku got out of bed, put on clothes to go out to the kitchen, but saw that his girls were looking at him with a blush. Ito Izuku-kun has a problem. Izuku, which one? Almost our entire body hurts. Izuku blushed strong and Draig laughed at his partner's situation. The silver-haired man created a green sphere. He said that this would take away their pain. She just nodded, shooting the sphere that he gave to the girls. She felt that they no longer felt pain in their body. Izuku, better? Girls, The girls got dressed, they spent a few minutes. Izuku and his girls left the room. Izuku was the last to leave with a little magic. He ordered and cleaned his room, leaving everything tidy and clean. They headed to the living room. When they arrived, they were all talking, or well, almost, since Todoroki, Kirishima and Momo were separated from the others. Todoroki realized that his brother was already awake. Todoroki, did you fall asleep? Izuku, it's all go ACI. Ida, good morning Izuku. He just ignored him and went to where his friends were along with his girls. Kirishima and Momo noticed the girls' tattoos. Momo, Melissa, Kendo, when did you get those tattoos? The girls blushed and looked away. Ida, that is not allowed, moving his arms like a robot. Todoroki, no one asked for your opinion. Izuku, well, whatever, and let's say that. Draig, they are not tattoos. Momo, then? Draig, my bearer marks them as his. Everyone, what? Momo, wait, you're telling me that? Izuku and the girls blushed. Kirishima, that's manly. Todoroki, I understand why they woke up late, your great brother. Izuku, they don't help. He and his girls went to the kitchen, leaving a slightly awkward silence. In the kitchen. Izuku, hey Draig, that was necessary. Draig, yes, I'm going to sleep. Gauntlet disappearing. Izuku, DMN super developed lizard. The girls were at the table talking to each other. Izuku just sighed and started to prepare something to eat since in a few hours the festival will start. Izuku, before I forget, the festival starts in 5 hours. The girls looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it said 12. Kendo, him and I should be with my class. Izuku, have breakfast first and go easy, okay? She just nodded. A few minutes passed and Izuku served the food for his girls and him. They began to eat quietly. Izuku, are you ready? Melissa, I'm always ready, we'll see you in the final. Izuku, try your best. Draig, the festival is not very important, right? Izuku, I thought you were sleeping. Draig, change of plans. Izuku, whatever you say, the truth is that if I don't give it much importance. Draig, I see, well, stay tuned just in case. Izuku cut off communication with Draig, and just one side today will make for a long and interesting day. Time skip 1700 hours PM. Festival Stadium. Present mic, why hi, we're back audience. Are you ready? The general public screamed with excitement. Mike cried with joy in a comical way. Present mic, I missed this. Are you also an Eraserhead? Present mic, how cruel, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Aizawa, it's none of your business, with a throbbing vein. Present mic, now with the most important thing, with you the great hero course class 3A. Then, in one of the tunnels, class A came out. Ahead was Ida, who walked with superiority along with Uraraka. The others were behind them. Some people applauded them and shouted. They also noticed the silver-haired boy who was walking with a neutral look. Izuku looked at a place in the stadium where the public was and realized that Kami, Mei, the former Big Three, David and Eri were there, the latter wishing the best. Izuku only smiled but also thought. Izuku, what is Mei doing there? Kirishima, it reminds me of the first festival. Are you nervous? Looking at Izuku. Izuku, not a bit. Present mic, And on the other side is class, she is full of stars, she is not far behind and she is getting stronger. With you from the hero course, class 3B. From the other tunnel, class B came out, ahead was Kendo and Tetsu. Tetsu, the others were behind them. Izuku, one moment and the rest of the course? Todoroki, I don't know. Midnight, silence everyone. She would be the referee of the festival. She was on a mini stage, she was in her heroine costume and the men in the stands looked at her with lust. Kirishima, oh that again Midnight-sensei, he said a little blushing. Izuku, she doesn't change. Kirishima, s. Midnight, you might be wondering why aren't the other classes here? Some nod, well this festival is something special. Nijire, anything special? David, it seems like it's going to be interesting. Mirio, that's right. Midnight, this festival is to see their progress in everything they have learned so that they can go abroad and be true heroes, therefore the prize of this festival. Everything became serious, the spectators remained silent to listen to the award. Midnight, she will graduate and enter the top of heroes. The spectators screamed with excitement, the students were surprised and even more so was Izuku and his girls. Izuku, wow. Melissa, it's a great opportunity Izuku-an, isn't it? She said with emotion. Izuku, let's not write. Kirishima, but if by chance you come out first, what will be your hero's name? Izuku, it already occurred to me. Note, what hero name do you want me to give Izuku? Midnight, very well with that said I will begin to explain the only game or well you will know it. Bakugo, only game? Midnight, 1 versus 1 battle. Todos/Izuku-ji. Izuku, wow. Kirishima, amazing. TetsuTetsu, I just hope I don't cross you. Midnight, these are the confrontations. Izuku versus Manoma versus Zero. Izuku looked seriously at his opponents although he was nervous. Manoma only had a challenging smile. Draig, this is fixed. Izuku, I don't know but I'm not interested. Kirishima versus TetsuTetsu. Kirishima and TetsuTetsu, again. Uraraka versus Kendo. Bujiro versus Sato. Yui versus Iber. Bakugo versus Rin. Hananuki versus Ida. Todoroki versus Juroda. Mina versus Shoji. Oyama versus Koda. Kinoko versus Kojiro. Kozai versus Manga. Match versus Pony. Tokage versus Tsuyu. Mina versus Hagakure. Jiro versus Kurwaro. Kamakiri versus Tokoyami. Momo versus Aways. Izuku versus Manoma versus Zero times. Melissa versus Zero. Midnight, well, these are the encounters, now the cements are going to make the combat platform. Cementos, they have to pay me. Midnight ordered all the students to go to some boxes designated for each class. A few minutes passed before he finished his work. Present Mike, thank you very much cements people. Are you ready? Everyone screamed with excitement meaning it was starting. Izuku was in the tunnel to go to fight, he was just waiting for them to call him. Izuku, I'll go dragon. Draig, nothing mate but I'll let you know if anything. He just nodded and then. Present Mike. Then I will introduce the combatants. I know it's late but I apologize to the person for doubting you. Izuku just sighed, he was just leaning against the wall waiting to get out. Present Mike. This person was unjustly accused and sentenced to death, he came back to be a hero. With you the fear of Tartar Lucifer and the dragon of domination. Izuku Lucifer. He began to walk seriously, ignoring almost the entire audience since they were booing or insulting him. They did not agree that he was free. Few people applauded him. They always believed that he was always innocent. His girls encouraged him, plus his daughter. He just smiled. He arrived at the combat platform. He crossed his arms waiting for his opponent. Present Mike. This boy is someone crazy or missing a screw but with his quirk. Don't trust him. With you Nito Manoma. The aforementioned came out of the tunnel with his characteristic smile. He continued on his way until he reached the platform. He climbed onto the platform, keeping his distance from Izuku, who continued with his arms crossed. Manoma. Fence with this fight I will show that you are just a charlatan and weak. Draig, he is very confident. Izuku, I guess. Present Mike, I will repeat the same rule to get your opponent over the limit or knocked out. Also make your opponent surrender so they don't overdo it. Cementos, I will stop the fight if they go too far. Present mic, Listos. Manoma, Class A has fallen very low, you know. Looking at Izuku who didn't respond, someone like you in that class, you're pathetic. Midnight, begin. No one moved, Manoma just looked at Izuku with a smile, he just stood with his arms crossed with a serious look. Manoma, are you afraid? Ha, really, that dragon of domination, what stupidity. Draig, you will be killed for disrespecting me or I killed him. Izuku, don't worry, he'll get what he deserves. Izuku, pathetic. Manoma, what? Izuku, you're pathetic you know, provoking or insulting me won't come cheap soda, come on. Manoma, you will be. His arms turned into steel as a sign that he copied TetsuTetsu's quirk. He attacked him. Izuku stopped standing with his arms crossed but did not get into a fighting pose. Izuku dodged a right hand from Manoma with ease. Class B was surprised by how easily he dodged it. Kendo just smiled. He knew that his Izuku would win without any problem. Manoma commanded another blow but with the same result as before, he did not hit a blow. Manoma, he kept trying to hit him. But nothing kept dodging. Class B was getting a little worried. Present mic. Manoma went on the offensive while Izuku went on the defensive. What do you think, Eraserhead? Aizawa, he's not using all his power, he's just playing. Izuku, come on, wait, it's not like you were going to beat me. Dodging another blow. Manoma, stay still. Izuku sent a DM in, he just ducked and dodged, he hit the blonde in the stomach and he spat out a little saliva, he sent him a few meters away, he stopped in time as he was about to leave. He deactivated the quirk, grabbed his stomach and put one knee on the ground. He had to admit that hit hurt a lot. Present mic. Incredible, just one blow and he has him on his knee, what a force. Ibra, just one hit and look how I leave Manoma, she said surprised. TetsuTetsu, curse. Melissa, that's my Izuku, she said happily. Izuku slowly approached where Manoma was, who was still in the same position. Izuku, are you laughing? Manoma, MMDMN. He struggled little by little, just looking angrily at Izuku who was still walking at a slow pace. Manoma, what strength? He composed himself and removed his hand from his stomach, then his hands came out with some explosions. He had copied Bakugo's quirk. Bakugo, demon, whoever said you should copy my quirk? He was held down by Ida and Kirishima as he was crazy about copying their quirk. Ida, but how could he copy it? Kirishima, wait a moment, remembering something. Then he remembered that when they were going to their places to watch the battles, he saw that Manoma bumped into Bakugo's shoulder. Kirishima, Manoma can copy anyone's quirk, but he has to touch that person to use it. Bakugo, I'll kill that bastard. Returning to combat. Izuku, Bakugo's quirk. He stopped walking and saw Manoma, he was just smiling, then he launched himself into the attack. He stopped a few meters away with his hands in front of him. Manoma, shiny. He launched a big explosion that hit Izuku squarely, but before he said, Izuku, it's your turn, he said in a whisper. There was a big curtain, some were shocked by the explosion, there was only silence in the stadium. Izuku's girls just sighed. Mina, you're not worried about Izuku. Melissa, we better worry about stupid Manoma. You? Kendo-san, what are you saying? Kendo, the stupid cape his own grave. Manoma, ha, you're just a real charlatan. Lucifer and the dragon of domination, ha. Midnight was going to end the fight, but they felt a great killing instinct. Everyone was scared and afraid of who was releasing that instinct. Tsu, why can't I move? He said with fear. Mina, it's not true. Ibra, our Father who art in heaven, starting to pray. Manoma was very scared, his gaze reflected the fear he felt. He saw that someone was beginning to approach, he began to retreat. Manoma, I am posable too. Izuku came out of the smoke screen without any scratches, but his hair covered his eyes. He walked at a slow pace but stopped suddenly. They saw that the person responsible for that instinct was Izuku, but it seemed that he was not the same or. Izuku, Draig, insignificant human, your price for disrespecting me. Then he raised his head, seeing that his eyes changed into reptilian eyes. Izuku, Draig, it will be your death. At that moment Manoma felt the true terror, At great speed Izuku, Draig, gave a big blow to the stomach, spit out a large amount of BLD, sending him a few meters away. He appeared behind the blonde with a kick, sending him upwards. Manoma only screamed from the pain he felt. Class B was afraid, except Kendo, he just watched. Izuku appeared where Manoma was. He put his hands together and gave a strong hammer-shaped blow and sent him towards the platform. He crashed heavily, creating a screen of smoke. Some worried about Manoma. When the smoke screen dissipated, we saw Manoma almost unconscious lying on the platform. Manoma sought Izuku, who was going down little by little. When he touched the platform, he walked to where the blonde was who couldn't move. Manoma looked at Izuku, who was already in front of him. Izuku, Draig, raised his hand pointing at the blonde who was filled with fear. Izuku, Draig, your last words. Manoma, Pipipita Izuku-sama. But he saw that in his hand there was a green sphere that he was about to throw. Manoma, I give up. Please don't hurt me. Izuku, Draig, insect. He kicked him off the platform. Midnight, Manoma is off the shelf. Izuku passes the next round. No one applauded or shouted. He still didn't get over the shock of the beating he gave to the boy from Class B at that time. Izuku threatening, He gave a loud roar in victory. His eyes returned to normal. He looked at Manoma as the robots took him to the infirmary. He alone walked towards the tunnel without looking at the public. Rin, warehouse W. What power? Ibra, he's a monster. And, it's already. Ida, this shows that he is not a hero, he said angrily. Todoroki, you better shut up, you can't have an opinion. Tsuyu, calm down Ida, he's right. Ida, TSK. Present Mike, Izuku Lucifer passes the next round. If the first battle was spectacular, I can't imagine the next ones. Izuku, he got what he deserved. Are you calm? Draig, I wanted to kill him. Izuku only gave a sigh. He arrived where the others were. Some of them looked at him with fear. He ignored them. He saw Melissa give a sign for him to sit next to her. He went to sit down. When he sat down, she rested her head on his shoulder. His Izuku. Todoroki, brother, don't you think you went too far? Izuku, actually it wasn't me. Mina, how come it wasn't you? Izuku just kept silent and watched the next fight. Present Mike, virile and passionate steel possible copy of a quirk. From the TetsuTetsu hero course. TetsuTetsu, I'm not a copy. It was already on the platform. Present Mike, virile and passionate hardening. The original or the copy of the quirk. From the Ajiro Kirishima hero course. Kirishima, sensei, that's not manly. Izuku, hey Kiri bro, don't even think about losing. Kirishima, don't worry Izubro. TetsuTetsu, I will win this fight. Turning his body into steel. Kirishima, don't speak too soon. Hardening his entire body. Present Mike, are you ready? Midnight, begin. Kirishima and TetsuTetsu had launched an attack. They clashed their fists and then their fists had collided with each other's faces. TetsuTetsu, you became weak, he said with Kirishima's fist in his face. Kirishima, I say the same, he said with TetsuTetsu's fist in his face. Only some who watched the fight smiled. They had said that it would end the same as the first festival. Ibra, I guess it will have the same result. They removed their fist from each other's faces. They only looked at each other with a defiant smile. They launched themselves again. Kirishima launched a blow that TetsuTetsu barely dodged. He also launched a blow that the redhead dodged with difficulty. Kirishima sent a kick. TetsuTetsu put his arms in and TetsuTetsu, sheet is strong, he thought frustrated. But he also felt that that kick was not with full force. TetsuTetsu, hey, that kick didn't go with everything, right? Kirishima just smiled. Kirishima, that's right. Class B less Kendo, he was surprised then Kirishima was holding back TetsuTetsu got angry because of that. TetsuTetsu, maldito. He launched the attack in sight of Kirishima who was waiting for him. He launched a blow, Kirishima dodged it and countered with a blow to the jaw that elevated him. He took advantage and hit him in the stomach that made him spit out a little saliva. He sent him to the edge of the combat arena. Some of the B class looked worried about their partner. TetsuTetsu was lying on the floor, clutching his stomach tightly. He looked ahead, seeing Kirishima approaching little by little. How could he get up and look seriously? TetsuTetsu, Dimen, you are so strong. Kirishima. He always trained, and even more so when there is someone who helps you, pointing to Izuku. TetsuTetsu. I won't give up, don't hold back. Kirishima looked at him a little seriously, then. Kirishima, unbreakable. Everyone watching the fight was surprised by Kirishima's new appearance, but they also got a little scared. TetsuTetsu looked stunned and just said, TetsuTetsu, to Ganis. He received a blow that took him out of the sand. He was unconscious lying on the ground. Midnight, TetsuTetsu is out of the arena. Kirishima passes the next round. The spectators shouted with excitement for the great victory of the Class A student. Kirishima deactivated his quirk and went to the stands where his friends were, who only congratulated him. Izuku, yes, it was a great fight. Todoroki, now what is your limit in that form? He asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku, now it's 10 minutes, he answered calmly. Ida, Class B has become weaker. Izuku, you better not speak ahead of time, he said seriously. Ida, with your power we will win. Izuku, I'm not interested in the festival, he said coldly. If I want I can leave. Momo, you better shut up, Ida. Ida just remained silent. Izuku just gave a sigh. Melissa took his hand as a sign to calm down. He just thanked his girl for her gesture. Present Mike. Well, let's move on to the next match. Gravity Girl, if it's your turn, takes you to infinity and beyond. From the hero course, Achiko Uraraka. The aforementioned came out of the tunnel heading to the arena waiting for her rival. Mina, come on, Uraraka-chan wins. Encourage your friend. She just held out her thumb and looked at Izuku for a moment, but he had his eyes closed. She just lowered her head a little and just looked towards the tunnel. Present Mike. They consider her the sister of the class, the president of their class. From the hero course, Itsuka Kendo. The aforementioned came out of the other tunnel. She had a serious look. Class B encouraged her. She looked at Izuku, who looked at her with a smile. She arrived at the arena where Uraraka was waiting for her. Present Mike. Are you ready? Midnight, begin. They got into a fighting pose. None of them moved. Uraraka knew something about the Kendo quirk. She knew a lot about Uraraka's quirk thanks to Izuku, who gave her some advice. Kendo, if it touches me I'll be in trouble, he thought seriously. The first to launch was Uraraka. Kendo was waiting for her calmly. He wanted to touch her with his hand to remove the gravity, but he couldn't achieve his goal. He dodged the hand and hit her in the face that sent her a few meters away. Kendo, if it's not my turn I'll be fine. Ida, Tsh was close. Mina, Uraraka-chan will have a strong time. Izuku just smiled a little and Ida noticed that. Ida, aren't you going to support our partner? Izuku, returning to combat. Uraraka launched herself again, but it was the same result. Kendo dodged and hit her face, pushing her away. The brunette had no choice but to go for fists. Although she didn't know much, she knew the basics. He launched himself into the attack. Through a fist that the orange-haired woman dodged, he launched a kick that was blocked with his forearm. Kendo, not bad. Uraraka was upset. She received a blow to the stomach that made her spit out a little saliva from the force, and more than making her fist bigger, it sent her to the edge of the arena. Mina, Uraraka-chan. I scream worried. Izuku, that's why I told you not to speak ahead of time. Ida just got angry about that, but Bakugo was kind of set off. Kendo approached little by little. Uraraka was struggling in pain and clutched her stomach. Kendo looked askance at Izuku and saw that his lips moved. Finish this quickly. She nodded and Uraraka just looked at Kendo, but when she was about to react, she received a kick that took her out of the combat arena. Midnight, Uraraka is outside the arena. Kendo passes the next round. Class B only gave a mini bow. Class B screamed with excitement to see how their president beat up Uraraka. Class A just shook their heads. Kendo looked and he just smiled. She blushed a little and left. Present Mike. Okay, now let's move on to the next match. Ojiro vs Sato. Sato winner. Yui vs Ibra. Winner Ibra. Bakugo vs Rin. Winner Bakugo. Hananuki vs Ida. Winner Ida. Todoroki vs Juroda. Present Mike. Are you ready? Midnight, begin. Juroda was going to activate his quirk, but he was completely frozen and a part of the stadium next to Midnight. The spectators were very cold. Momo, Izuku and Kirishima had this face. Just with a single thought, I think it's overdone. Todoroki, I think I overdid it. Izuku, really? He said boredly in a chibi way. Mina vs. Shoji, Ganador Shoji. Aoyama vs. Koda, Ganador Aoyama. Kinoko vs. Kojiro, Ganador Kojiro. Kozai vs. Manga, Manga winner. Shota vs. Ponies, Ganadora Pony. Tokage vs. Tsuyu, Ganadora Tokage. Jiro vs. Kurwaro, Ganadora Jiro. Kamakiri vs. Tokoyami, Ganador Tokoyami. Momo vs. Await, Ganadora Momo. Melissa vs. Siro, Ganadora Melissa. Present mic. Now we'll take a half-hour break. During this rest PRD, the draws for the following fights will be held. Outside the stadium cafeteria. In the cafeteria there were many students who were going to take advantage of eating and resting. On one table there was almost Class A, but on another table. Izuku, was it necessary to use so much ice? He said in a bored tone. Todoroki, I already said I overdid it. At that table was Izuku, his girls and his friends, Momo and Eri. Momo, sometimes I don't understand you. Todoroki, thank you for supporting me. Nijire, you were incredible Izuku-an. Eri, it's true daddy. Izuku, it's nothing. Kami, by the way, do you know who you're going against? Kirishima, from what I heard, when the half-hour of rest is over, they will tell us. That's weird. Izuku, I just want this to end quickly. Time skip semifinals. Present mic. Viewers, these are the 4 best. Izuku Lucifer. Katsuki Bakugo. Shot Todoroki. Melissa Shield. Ida. I was close to getting there. Izuku, the dog. Ida was eliminated by Izuku in the quarterfinals. Present mic. Well, the first. He was interrupted as he saw Izuku and Melissa going to the arena. Izuku, let's finish this quickly. Melissa, poor Finn. Bakugo, TSH I agree with you Deku, also going to the arena. Momo, good luck Todoroki-kun. Giving a short embrace to the aforementioned, he blushed a little and went to the combat arena. Present mic. What's going on Eraserhead? Izawa, these offspring. Nizu, let them fight, he said, drinking tea while standing where Mike and Izawa are. Small present. Director Nizu? Nizu grabbed the microphone and said, Nizu, Midnight, whenever you want, start the fight. Midnight nodded. Izuku, I think this will be fun. Doing some stretches? Todoroki, that's right, activating his quirk. Bakugo, Deku, making mini explosions in the palms of his hand. Melissa, one for all. Midnight begin. Melissa, one for all full cowl 45%, she whispered and green rays covered her entire body. Bakugo, shiny. He launched himself against Izuku who was just waiting calmly. He dodged the explosion with ease. He also had to dodge a kick from Melissa. Izuku, 2 versus 1? He dodged a call from Todoroki. Izuku, 3 versus 1, he said boredly. Todoroki, don't complain, throwing a large amount of ice. Izuku, I'm not complaining. His gauntlet appeared, dragon shot, destroying the ice that was aimed, but Melissa, Detroit smash. Izuku covered himself with his arms in an X shape that made him retreat a few meters. Izuku, yes, he is trained. Melissa was going to throw herself back but received an explosion in the back from Bakugo. Melissa, I forgot about the Muslim. Bakugo was going to launch but his feet were frozen and they saw that it was Todoroki. Bakugo, DM half and half. Todoroki launched himself at Bakugo, covered his right fist in fire and gave him a strong blow to the face that sent him a few meters away. Todoroki, don't forget about me. Melissa saw Izuku who was standing with his arms crossed waiting for someone. Izuku looked at her and smiled. He made a sign with his hand for him to come. She wasted no time and attacked him in full view of Izuku. He also attacked her. They collided their fists creating a sling of air. Bakugo and Todoroki stopped fighting and watched the fight. There was an exchange of blows. Izuku was holding back although he was having fun. He wanted to see the result of his girl's training. Melissa knew that contained but he wanted everything from her. He launched a kick that Izuku covered with his forearm. He grabbed the leg and sent it a few meters. Bakugo took advantage of the silver-haired man's distraction and launched himself towards Izuku, trying to connect an explosion, but he was dodged and Bakugo stepped next to him. Bakugo, Demen. Todoroki was going to launch, but he saw that Melissa and Bakugo were fighting Izuku. He thought about it for a while and decided to extend his arm in their direction. Todoroki, I don't have it complete yet, but I'll use it. 3 birds with 1 stone. His arm was covered in fire and great heat was felt throughout the arena. Man, that boy sure releases a lot of heat. Man 5. Hey, stop it, we're dying of heat. Midnight, how hot? The 3 stopped fighting and looked at Todoroki, who was responsible for releasing so much heat. Bakugo, hey, what is that idiot doing? Melissa, I don't know. Endeavor, wait, don't tell me, he said surprised. Hawks, is something wrong? The heroes were in a box watching the fight. Endeavor. Todoroki, sorry guys. Prominence burn. He released a large flare of fire. The spectators looked surprised at this attack. Izuku, Bakugo and Melissa looked at the attack in surprise. When the attack was going to hit, the 2 of them moved from the place, leaving only Izuku. Before it hit, he just smiled. Izuku, how interesting. The attack hit full on. Everyone was surprised why he didn't dodge the attack, leaving a path of fire, and the place where Izuku was covered in fire. Melissa and Bakugo were next to Todoroki. Hawks, I didn't expect that. All Might, yes, your son impressed me. Endeavor only had a sincere smile. He knew that prominence burn was a difficult skill but not impossible. Melissa looked worriedly at the place. She knew he was strong, but she always worried about him. Melissa, you don't think? Todoroki looked at the place in surprise. She looked at him strangely. She looked at Bakugo and he was also surprised. Melissa looked at the place and was shocked by what she saw. A figure was struggling in the middle of the fire and it seemed like he didn't have any scratches. Todoroki, the present Mike, what's happening? What's happening? Why did they stop fighting? Aizawa looked seriously at the place. They saw that the fire was heading towards the place of the figure. Slowly the fire dissipated and what they saw surprised them all. Izuku was eating Todoroki's fire. Present Mike, non-3i? He said surprised. Nizu, that was something unexpected. Ryukyu, that's right, she said surprised. Eri, Dad is amazing. Mirio, hey, Izuku is really strong. Tamaki, HHI. Nijire, amazing. On the battlefield there was no trace of fire left. Todoroki, Melissa and Bakugo looked surprised. Izuku only touched his stomach, it seemed to be full. Izuku, I think it's my turn. Melissa, oh shit. Izuku, Dragon's Roar of Domination. Todoroki created ice walls to protect himself and the others, but it was useless since the wall was destroyed and the attack hit them squarely. They were sent flying almost out of the arena. They had serious injuries and some burns. The first to fall unconscious was Todoroki since using the prominence burn left him almost without strength. Bakugo and Melissa struggled as best they could. Izuku looked at them calmly. Bakugo grabbed Todoroki and threw him out of the arena. Midnight, Shoto Todoroki can't continue. Present Mike, only 3 people left. Who will finish first? Melissa, DMN. Izuku, the battle is decided. Bakugo, no sheet. Melissa, it's all or nothing, 1 for all, full cowl 100%, whisper. Izuku, hoped David didn't kill me. Draig, finish this quickly, he said seriously. Izuku noticed the tone his friend spoke. He listened and prepared to finish this. Melissa, Bakugo, you have to attack him with everything. Bakugo, don't give me orders. They launched the attack. It was all or nothing. Izuku looked at them seriously. Melissa, Detroit smash. Bakugo, shiny. Izuku only watched as they approached, but he just smiled. They hit their attack/punch on Izuku that caused a large screen of smoke to rise and a large blizzard that caused Midnight to send her against the wall. All the spectators and heroes were surprised by what had happened. David was worried about his daughter and Izuku. Eri only looked shocked at Kami and Nijire looked somewhat worried about her Izuku. In the smoke screen you could see 3 silhouettes. 2 were on the floor and the other silhouette was standing, but when the curtain cleared, they saw that it was Melissa and Bakugo were lying on the ground, but the most curious thing was that Melissa didn't have her right arm hurt or anything because of her injury. Midnight slowly got up and rubbed her head. She looked at the sand and saw Melissa and Bakugo unconscious. Izuku just looked at the sky seriously. Midnight, Melissa and Bakugo can't continue. The winner of the festival is Izuku Lucifer. Everyone screamed with excitement for the spectacular battle. Kendo, Kami, Mei and Nijire shouted their boy's name. Izuku's perspective minutes ago. He saw that they were approaching in slow motion. When Melissa was going to deliver the blow at a high speed, she hit him in the back of the head, leaving her unconscious. She received an explosion from Bakugo. At that moment she hit Bakugo in the stomach, leaving him unconscious. Present. Izuku didn't celebrate anything, he just looked at the sky very seriously. Ryukyu also looked and was perplexed. Ryukyu, evacuate the area and the city, she said standing looking at the window. All Might, quick, evacuate now. Transitioning into his muscular form. 13, but what's happening? Ryukyu pointed to the sky. The others looked and saw a figure and wings that they recognized and were scared. They didn't waste time, they got up from their seats and were going to start evacuating. Nizu, you guys help too, he said seriously. Present Mike and Aizawa nodded and left to evacuate. With the students, Class A and B watched as the heroes told them to leave the arena. Momo, what's wrong? Ida, something's not right. Mirko, brats get out of here. Kirishima, what's wrong? Mirko, he arrived. Everyone was surprised and scared. They also started to leave. Class B also left Kendo. They looked at Izuku. He just said, Kendo, take care Izuku-kun, don't die. Midnight, what's going on? Looking at all the heroes who were evacuating at that. Izuku, don't hide anymore white. A hooded person descended from the sky with his divine dividing wings. David, don't tell me. Eri, Dad, he said about to cry. Mirio, we have to evacuate. Tamaki, Nijire, help me. Nijire, Izuku-kun. Mei, go calmly, he will win. Kami, it's true darling is very strong. Nijire, Tai. Before he left, he embraced Eri on the forehead and went to help his friends. David, we have to go too. On the battlefield. Hello Izuku, greeting. Izuku, white, he said seriously. Albion, dragon. Dragon, Albion. All Might arrived at an unwanted time. He headed to take Todoroki, Melissa and Bakugo. All Might, shonen. Izuku, I'll take care of it, you do your job. All Might just nodded and left, leaving Izuku and the hooded man in the sand. Some people were still in the stadium. Man, what's wrong? From I ask a hero. Hero, something bad is going to happen. Some people got scared and started running. Izuku, you finally show yourself. I wanted to wait for the moment. Izuku, well, looking at the stadium that was empty, we can start. Do you want to fight that much? Izuku, you have never introduced yourself, you know me and I don't. Where are my manners? Albion, Draig, Izuku, you're going to be surprised. Izuku, what? Then the hooded man put his hands on the hood and took it off, revealing a young man with black hair and yellow at the front. Draig, wait, don't tell me that. My name is Ikki Kuragain, son of Azazel. Draig, Queeth. Izuku, Azazel. The former governor of the fallen angels? Ikki, you are well informed. Draig, it is impossible that you are the son of Azazel's pervert, and he is dead. Ikki just smiled and 6 pairs of black wings emerged from his back. Albion, and now? Izuku, Dimon. Ikki, even if you have the BLD of Valley Lucifer, that won't do enough. Izuku, you are very confident. Ikki, that's right. Izuku amuse me. Izuku, what? At great speed he appeared in front of Izuku. He received a blow that sent him to the boxes, destroying a part. Ikki, I think I'm still rusty. Izuku slowly struggled and removed the rubble he had. He stared at Ikki who was looking at them. Izuku, I didn't see when he moved. Draig, be very careful. Izuku just nodded. Izuku's girls were evacuating the city. They were with some heroes. Melissa, DMN. Kendo, are you worried? Looking at Melissa. Melissa, see. Kami, don't worry, Izuku-kun is strong, he will win. Mei, that's right, let's continue evacuating. Nijire, come on, there are a lot of people left. Melissa, Izuku. In the sand. Izuku launched himself into the attack and hit him in the stomach, causing him to spit out saliva and send him flying against the boxes. Little by little Ikki was debating. Ikki, well, let's get a little serious, balance breaker. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Izuku, I feel a great power, he said seriously. He, surprised? Izuku, an Ion Poco, balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Izuku, wouldn't it be fun if my rival didn't have the balance breaker? Ikki, I say the same. With that said, they launched the attack, clashed their fists and destroyed half of the stadium. No one gave in to the clash of fists. Divide. Izuku felt that half of his strength was gone. Ikki hit the face of the armor that sent him to the other half of the stadium. He crossed the boxes and left the stadium and fell to the ground. Izuku, this is going to be very annoying. Boost. Boost. He made 2 increases. He saw that Ikki was approaching and Izuku launched himself again. He dodged a kick and Izuku sent a blow that Ikki covered with his arms in an X shape. Ikki, is that all? Izuku, you'll see. He sent more force and sent him a few meters. A kick appeared behind him in the back that crashed him into the ground. Izuku, dragon shot. Boom. The dragon shot hit Ikki, making a big explosion. Izuku just looked at the smoke screen. 2 spears of light came out of the smoke screen. Izuku dodged them with a little difficulty. Izuku saw that where Ikki needed to be there was nothing. Ikki, over here. He punched Izuku a few meters, and Izuku composed himself. Izuku blocked a kick with his forearm, countered with a punch that Ikki blocked with his arm. They separated and stared at each other. Not a minute passed and another exchanged blows and kicks. Divide. Divide. You could hear it from the sky. You could see the white and crimson auras colliding with each other. He gave a blow to the stomach that made Izuku spit out a little BLD. He put a ball of energy in his Melissa, what the F dash? I was tired. I was helping the heroes evacuate the city just to the other girls and class 1A and B. Kendo, have we evacuated everyone yet? Nijar, only the... Boom. An explosion in a part of the Hosu had been heard destroying some buildings and a large screen of smoke arose. May, no one was there in that part? Looking. Kami, yes. The smoke screen dissipated, revealing Izuku with his armor somewhat destroyed. Melissa, Izuku-kuren. She cried worried. She was going to go help him but she was held down by Nijar. Nijar, we have to go. Melissa, but he. Kendo, he's going to be fine. Melissa looked worried but gave a sigh and agreed to leave, wishing Izuku luck. Izuku, Dimon. He saw Ikki who was slowly descending. Ikki, ready for the second round? Izuku, I can do this all day. Boost, 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 dragon shot. Ikki, ES inutile. I explode. An explosion in the middle of them created a large screen of smoke. Ikki, but what? Izuku. It appeared behind him and gave him a strong kick that sent him crashing into the buildings. Izuku followed him. Ikki composed himself and launched the attack. They clashed their fists creating a great blizzard. They were in a great exchange of blows. Divide. Divide. Izuku, take this. He punched Ikki in the face, who also countered it with a punch to the face. Ikki, is this the best thing you have, Izuku? Izuku, not yet. They separated. They were a few meters from each other. Boost, 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 boost. At great speed, Izuku gave a strong blow to Ikki's stomach, making him spit out BLD, sending him flying, and he appeared behind him, kicking him into the sky. Izuku went to the sky to hit him in the stomach with a hammer that sent him crashing to the ground. Ikki crashed strong into the ground creating a crater. He spat out a little BLD but he was happy. He had found someone very strong. He knew that his rival was strong but he was not that excited. Ikki, it's incredible, I whisper. Izuku, what a thing. He said agitated. Ikki, how strong that you are, standing up. Izuku, thanks. Half of the city of Hosu was almost destroyed. Streets, houses, buildings etc. were destroyed by their battle. Izuku and Ikki were looking at each other. Although you couldn't tell by their helmets, they were smiling. They were enjoying this battle. Izuku, Let's raise the level. Ikki, I agree. I am the one who will wake up. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. I envied the infinity, and I pursue the dream. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the deepest limits of innocence. Juggernaut Drive. Izuku looked at the dragon in front of him and just said, Izuku, it's my turn. I am the one who will wake up. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I laugh at infinity and despise dream. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will plunge you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut Drive. Endeavor, what the hell? He said surprised. Continue like this, there will be nothing left of the city. Class A and B were surprised and scared. Nizu, let's not waste time, we have to continue. Everyone nodded. Nizu just looked at the dragon seriously. Izawa, director. Nizu, I know. Roar. It was the roar of the two celestial dragons. A roar of the beginning of a battle to the death. They rose to the sky, creating strong shock waves, leaving only their traces of powers. The two dragons were falling to the ground. Izuku in his Juggernaut Drive bit Ikki's neck. Juggernaut Drive, some BLD came out. The white dragon gave an of pain. Divide, divide, divide. Izuku separated himself enough not to affect the division. Boost, boost, boost. Ikki stood up and Izuku also stood up. They looked at each other seriously. Half the city was destroyed. Those who were watching the fight were scared. The people asked what was happening, but the heroes did not answer or remain silent. Heroes, people, Class A and B and extras were leaving the city. Aizawa, Nizu Elos. Nizu, low se Eraserhead. All Might, what could we do? Nizu, the only thing we can do. Let them fight. Kendo, Izuku, I whisper worriedly. Eri, will my dad be okay? Nijire, your father will be fine. Roar. The red dragon launched an attack and the white dragon also launched. They collided their heads, exerting strength. Nobody gave in. Divide. Divide. Those were heard in that. They were separated by the explosion. The dragons rose up. Izuku released a red beam from his mouth that Ikki dodged, rising to the sky. Izuku saw that and followed him. Ikki gave a tail blow that Izuku couldn't dodge and he was sent to the ground, creating a screen of smoke. Divide, 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 divide. Izuku couldn't get up and Ikki was going down until he hit the ground. Izuku slowly began to struggle at the sight of Ikki, who was impressed although it was not noticeable. Izuku, this is not over. Ikki, vamos Izuku. Boost, 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 X70. Longinus Smasher. A very powerful attack came out of his seat. Divide, 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 divide. Boom. Izuku Kaledlo's attack hit him squarely with one knee. That attack was almost with everything. When the smoke screen cleared, Ikki was seen on his knees, still with the Juggernaut Drive. He was breathing heavily, although the power of that attack was still divided there. That attack is very powerful. Ikki, MDMN. Izuku, you're strong to kill. Ikki, you won't kill me yet? Snipe, they're not real monsters, he said with fear. Nizu, this won't end until one falls, he said seriously. Momo, shut. Todoroki, don't worry, my brother will win. Aizawa, Red Ono. Izuku and Ikki slowly got up and stood up. They stared at each other. They launched the attack. They collided their heads. Izuku dragged Ikki, causing him to crash into a building. Divide, 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 divide. Ikki punched him in the face, making him step back. Ikki, Dragon Roar of Supremacy. Heiken no Doragon no Hoko. Izuku saw that he couldn't counter the attack in time, receiving the attack fully. Ikki, I have some tricks too. The smoke screen cleared, seeing Izuku, who had his arms in an X shape. Izuku, not bad, Whitey, but Pero? Izuku, Dragon's Roar of Domination. Doragon no Shirhai no Hoko. Divide, 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 divide. Ikki, I don't think so. He didn't finish talking about why he was attacked by Izuku, who took advantage of the fact that he had lowered his guard. Izuku gave a tail blow that sent him flying a few meters. Ikki recomposed himself and went on the attack. Izuku dodged a blow. He countered the blow but Ikki dodged it. He wanted to bite the neck but Izuku pushed him. Izuku rose to the sky followed by Ikki. They began another aerial battle. If you could see his traces of powers, Izuku sent a beam from his mouth to Ikki, hitting it squarely. The white dragon was falling but he recomposed himself. Izuku launched himself and Ikki did the same, blows, headbutts and bites. A somewhat bloody battle. Those who could see were nervous. If Izuku lost or in the worst case died, everything was over. Ikki, Heiken no dragon no. Izuku, dragon no Shirhai no. Wrestle. They launched their attacks at full power. Some looked with fear, but their attacks did not collide with the other, passing by, brushing against them. Their attacks hit each one and they saw the dragons lying on the ground. All Might, is it over? Nizu, I don't know. The girls watched with concern. It seemed that no one was getting up. 13, I better go. Endeavor, you're crazy, it's dangerous to go there. Aizawa, Endeavor is right, we don't know if. He couldn't finish speaking because everyone saw the dragons getting up with some difficulty. Izuku, yeso no kavir. Ikki, haha how exciting. Izuku, I think the same. Ikki, it's a shame this is over. Izuku, what do you mean? I asked confused. Ikki, this is not all my power. Izuku and everyone who listened were shocked. Mei, you must be a joke, she said with fear. All Might, doesn't seem to be a joke. Izuku, how? Ikki deactivated the Juggernaut Drive and Izuku looked at him and also did the same. Izuku, explain now, how come all your power isn't there? Ikki, do you think I would lie? Izuku, I don't know you so. Ikki, too bad, feigning sadness but smiling very good. Albion, Izuku, dragon. Ikki, we will demonstrate my maximum power. Everything in the place was shaking, the buildings were falling. Izuku saw that a light covered Ikki. He felt a great power perceiving. Those who were too far away were trembling with fear. Melissa, why am I shaking? All Might, this can't be true. Izuku for a moment his body trembled and he backed away out of instinct. Izuku, Draig, do you feel that? Draig, yes mate responded from the gauntlet. The light became stronger, making Izuku cover himself like the others. A few minutes passed and what surrounded Ikki disappeared, revealing his new appearance. Izuku was impressed and nervous for the first time. He felt terror. It doesn't compare when Bakugo mistreated him, but an unparalleled fear. Izuku remained serious, trying to hide his fear. The others looked very shocked at that. Ikki, it's surprising, isn't it? Izuku, it's impressive. I had to admit, that shape and power I felt was incredible. Ikki, empezamos. Izuku? Izuku, balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Boost X 120. Ikki, I guess it's a yes. Draig, partner, your body is very. Izuku, I know Draig, I don't care, it's the only way to defeat him and keep my promise. He got into a fighting pose and Ikki did the same. They launched an attack, clashing their fists, exchanging blows. They went throughout the city of Hosu. Izuku commanded a kick that Ikki dodged with ease, command a blow to the facing Izuku who sent him flying, breaking his helmet a little. He appeared behind Izuku and hit him with a hammer that sent him to the ground. Melissa, I have to help him. Melissa was going to go but was held back by Nijire. Melissa, what are you doing? Nijire, preventing you from doing something crazy. Eri just hugged David, Kami, Mei and Kendo just watched. Melissa, let me go, I have to help him. Nijire, we would only be a nuisance for him, you must understand. The blue-haired girl also wants to help but it was useless. They wouldn't make any scratches. Melissa just fell to her knees crying. Nijire just hugged her. All Might, young Midoriya. You heroes take care of the civilians. Dragon. Shut. The attack was against Ikki who dodged it. Izuku attacked him. Ikki blocked each blow. But something was happening. Izuku's blows became slower. Izuku, ta. Izuku hit Ikki in the face but he only moved his face back a little. Ikki moved his head looking at Izuku. Izuku, what? Retreating. He did the following. Izuku spit out some BLD from that blow. Ikki, it's over. He hit him in the face and sent him to the ground. Izuku tried to throw himself but Ikki grabbed his face and dragged him to the ground. He lifted him into the air and with a kick that pinned him against a building, Izuku fell to the ground with his armor badly damaged. Izuku stopped as best he could but saw in front of him that he was giving many blows to the face and it was a beating and Izuku could not defend himself. A powerful blow to Izuku's ki and destroyed the armor. Izuku fell to the ground with no chance of winning, his body was very injured, he was bleeding. Ikki grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Ikki, in my years of existence this was the most fun battle, it's a shame it has to end like this. In his free hand he created a spear of light. Your last words? Izuku, I'm sorry. Ikki, I guess it's goodbye. Just when he was going to stick the spear. Smash. Ikki received 2 blows to the face that released Izuku and sent him against some rubble. Izuku looked to the side and looked at who saved him. It was one of his girls, Melissa, who was accompanied by the former symbol of peace. Izuku, what are you doing? Melissa, it's not obvious, looking at Izuku, save you idiot. Izuku noticed that he was crying. Before speaking he was picked up by his brother Todoroki. Todoroki, yes, they beat you up, holding Izuku. Izuku, do you too? Nijire, Izukuin. She hugged her boyfriend tightly and he groaned in pain. Izuku, Nijire. Mei, you are an idiot. Izuku looked and it was Mei with the other HRM girls. Izuku, what are you doing? Todoroki, it's obvious, trying not to get killed. Todoroki looked at a place. Izuku also looked and what he saw surprised him. Class A and B were together with top heroes and UA professors, Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, Edshot, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, etc. Todoroki, they are also going to help you. Kirishima, a real man always has to help his friend, passing his unbreakable. All classes activated their quirks along with the others, the heroes also did the same. Izuku, you guys are crazy. Kendo, they want to redeem their mistake. Kami, rest easy darling, we'll take care of this. Todoroki put Izuku on the ground, he was going to move. Todoroki, if you move I'll freeze you or burn you. Izuku, Ceres? Todoroki, in that state you won't get anywhere, rest. He walked away leaving Izuku alone. And that debris flew everywhere, revealing Ikki without a scratch. Everyone got into a fighting pose. Ikki, I guess they are your friends and teachers. All Might, now we are your opponent. Melissa, you won't touch Izuku-kun anymore. Ikki, I see, then come. Everyone launched the attack. Izuku looked but he knew they wouldn't beat him. He wanted to move but he was badly injured. Ikki dodges the quirks and blows very easily as if this were a game. Ikki, I admire your bravery but it's useless. He grabbed Aizawa's ribbons and pulled them towards him, and gave each of them a blow that left them lying on the ground. I look at Class B. Divide. Class B fell to the ground, he didn't feel his strength, he received an explosion from Bakugo. A blow to the face that sent him to where Class B was, leaving him unconscious. Endeavor Y Todoroki. Prominence burn. Father and son launched the attack. Ikki moved to the side and in a quick movement hit each one, leaving him unconscious. The heroes fell slowly. Class A did not ask to do anything, only Izuku's girls and All Might were left standing, who was going to reach his limit. Izuku watched helplessly. All Might and Melissa jumped in with the others. Detroit smash. All Might and Melissa said they received the blow but he didn't move it an inch. Ikki hit All Might in the stomach making him spit BLD. Ikki hit him in the face which sent him a few meters away. Melissa was going to give another blow. Ikki gave a blow to the stomach that sent her where All Might was. Nijire launched her waves hitting him squarely but she didn't move him even a centimeter. At great speed, the blow on her back appeared behind Nijire, sending her crashing into some rubble. Kendo, Mei and Kami launched themselves but Ikki hit each of them in the stomach. He looked at everyone who was on the floor, he looked at Izuku who was getting up with difficulty. Ikki, do you want to continue? Izuku didn't say anything and threw a punch but it was of no use, since Ikki didn't move. Ikki, what a shame, I thought you came this far. From a blow to the stomach making Izuku spit saliva, and another blow to the head that knocked him to the ground. Ikki grabbed his hair and lifted him up, making him look at it in his free hand, which was a spear of light. Those who were there watched helplessly. Class B was carrying the heroes, their girls were weak and watched helplessly and were about to cry. Melissa, and don't do it please. Ikki, goodbye Security. Everyone watched as Ikki pierced the spear through Izuku's isi, making him spit out a lot of blood. Izuku slowly closed his eyes. Nijire, and no. Mei, Kendo and Kami didn't say anything, they just cried. Ikki little by little rose with the body of Izuku who had not yet died. Ikki, you're still alive. Very good. He saw that there was a volcano far from the city and he left the place. Izuku! It was the scream of the girls. Ikki had reached the edge of the volcano. Without further ado he threw the body into the lava. Izuku, DD Dragon. Dragon, soaked. Izuku, never mind, let's use that. Draig, let's do it, let's demonstrate the power of the Security. The body fell into the lava, Ikki just watched and left the place. Class B and some of Class A helped the heroes by leaving the place. No one said anything, Izuku's girls were with their heads down. But in that, Ikki made an appearance, the girls were only going where he was, some were going to stop them. Melissa, Kendo, you took us away. To the person we love. Kami, and no. Nijire, I'll forgive you. Ikki, if you want to go with your boyfriend so much, then that's how it will be. The girls rushed forward with fury. Ikki, Haken no dragon. He looked at the place where he had thrown Izuku. Ikki, and this power? The girl stopped. Kendo, what are you looking at, DMN? Ikki, well, continue. The volcano erupted, the lava rose to the sky. Everyone looked surprised. Kami, but what the F dash? Momo shut. Todoroki who was being held down by Momo. Progress. Lois Hero, Director, do you have something to say? Nizu just smiled. Nizu, here it comes. Then some of the lava had come out heading towards the city, a few meters away where Ikki was. Everyone looked at a figure that stood up, Ikki just watched. Little by little the fire dissipated, revealing a figure. Izuku, sorry girls. The girls, Baka you worried us. Izuku, I want you to leave now. The girls didn't say anything and ran with the others, leaving the battlefield. Izuku, very good Ikki, let's continue. Ikki, ha very good Izuku, show me your power. The final fight. Izuku, are you ready? Getting into battle pose. Ikki, I'm always ready. They stared at each other, they began to ascend little by little, no one made a move at that. Ikki, very good. He couldn't finish speaking because Izuku launched himself at great speed, hitting Ikki in the face, sending him flying. Ikki recomposed himself and launched the attack just like Izuku. They collided their fists creating a mini explosion. Those who were far from the field looked surprised. Some of Class A and B were still unconscious. Nizu, lucky boy. Izuku, hiya. Ikki, hiya. Their fists connected with each other's faces. Although you couldn't tell, they were smiling, they put their fists away and walked away. They began to surround their characteristic auras and launched the attack. They had an exchange of blows that neither gave in, but at one point they disappeared from the place and appeared in another place. You could only hear that in the air. All Might, anyone see something? Nobody said anything, Izuku's girls just watched without saying anything. Endeavor, that boy wasn't lying about his power. At one point Ikki grabbed the arm. Ikki, you're having fun it seems. Izuku, I say the same thing too. Izuku was going to hit him but Ikki kicked him and sent him against a house that destroyed it. In the smoke screen Izuku Mando multiple dragon shot. Ikki just raised his hand and the shot dragon stopped. Izuku, Nanny? Ikki, I'll give them back to you. He hit a dragon shot making the attack go against Izuku who covered himself with his arms receiving the attack. Izuku, but what? Ikki did the same with the other attacks, returning Izuku who was covering himself. Izuku tiredly launched himself, dodging the attacks. He was going to hit him but Ikki covered himself with his arms which sent him flying. Izuku followed him and Ikki also launched another exchange of blows and kicks throughout the city. Ikki, are you satisfied? Izuku, not yet. Sending him a kick but Ikki blocked it with his forearm. Ikki, I see. Me neither. He hit him in the face and another in the CHST, sending him flying. Izuku grabbed a building with his hand. Izuku spat out some BLD. Draig. Comrade, let's finish this, your body is not going to resist for long. Izuku, I'm trying that. Ikki, is that all you have? Izuku, not yet. Ikki just smiled. In his hand a sphere appeared that sent him against Izuku, who received him squarely, making a mini explosion, destroying the building. Izuku jumped over the rubble of the building, looked back and saw some spears that he barely avoided. Izuku, dim, I wasn't lying that I was a fallen angel. He dodged another spear of light. Izuku sent some spheres destroying the spears, but he saw that more were coming. Izuku with his wings came out of the curtain, but the spears chased him. Izuku, sheet. He stopped and the spears passed by and destroyed them. He gave a sigh. Izuku dodged some spheres that Ikki threw. The aforementioned launched himself against Izuku, throwing spheres of power. Izuku flew up, still dodging. Ikki made a bigger one and threw it at Izuku. Boost, 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 boost. He grabbed the large sphere and returned it to him. Ikki covered himself from his attack. A smoke screen was created. Izuku launched himself into the attack. Ikki lowered his guard and received a powerful blow to the stomach, causing him to spit out BLD. Izuku gave a few punches to the face and kicks to the body. Ikki, eh. He sent him down. Izuku went towards Ikki and gave a kick that sent him up. Izuku again went towards Ikki and a powerful sphere appeared in his left hand. Boost, 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 boost. Izuku, take this. Divided by. Izuku put the sphere on his ST that sent him crashing to the ground. 2. A large explosion was generated and Izuku was breathing strong. Izuku, CACADMN. Everyone who watched was celebrating, thinking that Izuku had won. The girls were also celebrating. Nizu, oh, something doesn't add up. Endeavor, director. Nizu, Melissa, what's wrong? Nizu, let's not celebrate yet. Izuku looked seriously at the crater that was generated. Some debris flew out, revealing a very injured Ikki. Izuku went down to where Ikki was. Those who were celebrating looked surprised and scared. Izuku was already on the ground. Izuku, the fun is over. Ikki, secure UDI, let's end this. They launched the attack, clashing their fists. They had another exchange of blows. Pumbus, Pam divide. Pumbus, Pam divide. It was heard in the sky. Ikki hit a blow that sent him to the ground. He was breathing strong. Izuku struggled little by little, spitting out some BLD. Albion, 2. Ikki, I know. Ikki began to surround his aura. Izuku felt the increase in his power. Some spheres appeared in Ikki's hands. He joined them together, creating a large sphere. Izuku, if he throws that, Draig, it will destroy the city. Japan will disappear. Izuku, if you throw that away. Ikki, I don't care if you're dead. Izuku, ground. He spat out some BLD and callus on his knee. Izuku, please body resist a little more. He got up and looked at the big sphere. Extra hero, let's die. Citizen, everything is over, gentlemen, we have no escape. The others just watched in terror. The girls wanted to go, but the heroes wouldn't let them. Aizawa, he clenched his fists helplessly. Izuku, Draig. Arigato. Dragon, soaked. Izuku, vamos Draig. Boost, 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 boost. Ikki, no matter how many increases you make, it won't help. Izuku continued to increase. Ikki, die. He threw the large sphere at Izuku. The spectators only closed their eyes, waiting for his end. Izuku, the last one. Dragon shot. He launched a dragon shot with all his power. The attacks collided with each other, creating a clash of powers. The entire city trembled from such magnitude of power. Not only Hosu, almost all of Japan trembled. Ikki, Izuku. Izuku, Ikki. They threw themselves at each other. The spheres began to join together. Boom. Izuku. It was the cry of all the silver-haired man's acquaintances / friends / girlfriends. A great blizzard of air hit everyone, dragging them through the great blizzard. Everyone looked at the big screen of smoke in the air. Harry, Osen whisper. David, different. Harry, Osen. It was the cry of the little girl with tears. Izuku's girls fell to their knees with tears. They didn't want to think that he had died. They didn't want to lose him back. All Might, young Midoriya. Nizu remained silent but something noticed. Nizu, Miran. Everyone looked and saw that the people were falling, and it was Izuku and Ikki very badly injured. The girls and some heroes began to run towards where they fell. With Izuku and Ikki, they had fallen strong to the ground, none of them could move, there were a few among them. Izuku had one eye open and couldn't do anything, while Ikki was in the same situation or rather. Izuku, Datso. Ikki, that I lost. Izuku had won the great destined battle, but at what cost? Izuku, my whole body hurts, spitting BLD. Ikki also spit out BLD but smiled. Ikki, Izuku. The aforementioned turned his head as he could to look at Ikki. He, arigato for the pelly. He closed his eyes never to open them again. Izuku just watched without saying anything. A white sphere appeared on Ikki's CC. Albion, brat, red. In my years, centuries that I have lived, I recognize that you are the strongest Sekyuudai that I have faced. Izuku and Draig wanted to laugh, but Draig had put aside his pride for the first time, but they didn't have much energy. Izuku, arigato. Albion said nothing and went into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Izuku. He turned his head and looked with his girls. Heroes and doctors were approaching. Izuku little by little closed his eyes. Izuku, TTTT. I'm cold. Draig, see? The gems stopped shining. Izuku closed his eyes with a smile. The doctors arrived before the girls. They wanted to see Izuku but the heroes wouldn't let her. They were crying. They didn't want to lose him. Eri just cried in David's arms. Hospital. The doors opened abruptly. Izuku was on the stretcher. The doctors were taking him to a place. Dr. Sheet. He had lost a lot of BLD in the battle and they still did not know if he was still alive. Some heroes and students were hospitalized. The UA together with Todoroki's family and Yaoyorozu did everything possible so that the place where he was hospitalized was completely hidden. Time later. The girls were sitting next to Eri and some heroes. Aizawa, All Might and Endeavor were some of those heroes. A doctor came out of a door with a serious look with some papers. The girls got up from their seats waiting for good news. Dr. Izuku is. 3 months later. A door to a hospital room had opened. A woman with a white coat entered the room. On a stretcher was Izuku with some tubes and a machine that monitored his signs. The gauntlet had remained the same for months. She had some flowers and I leave them in a vase. Nurse, 3 months without waking up. Doctor, still nothing, right? A doctor had entered to check on Izuku's condition. Nurse, it's still the same. He goes to a window. I look at the almost destroyed city, only some rebuilt buildings and a little of the city. Nurse, what is your name? Doctor looked at the palaos he had. Doctor, Izuku Midoriya. Nurse, the boy who was betrayed, right? She just gave a sigh and looked at the boy. Nurse, he came back from hell to save us. He's a true hero. Doctor, yes it is. Nurse, will they come today? The doctor was going to speak but they heard some noises and they left the room and saw Izuku's girls running. Doctor, was it necessary to run? They ignored him and entered the room. The nurse laughed a little at how they ignored the doctor. Melissa, still the same. Nurse, nothing yet. Nijire, Izukuan. Doctor, the ones. He couldn't finish speaking because they saw Izuku surround himself with a crimson aura but the place lit up completely. The girls along with the others covered their eyes due to the lighting. Cammy, what's wrong? A few seconds passed and the place stopped lighting up. The girls noticed Izuku who was still the same, but on his left arm the gauntlet returned to its good condition and the gem shined brightly. Draig, where am I? Kendo, dragon. Draig, wait and Izuku? May, he doesn't wake up. The dragon gave a sigh. Draig, looks like he's still weak. Nijire, can you do something please? The dragon just remained silent. The girls worried. The doctor and the nurse just remained silent without saying anything. Draig. I'll try. Thrills. The gauntlet disappeared. Doctor, we will leave them alone. The doctor and nurse left the room. Closing the door, they looked to the sides noticing that no one was there. Doctor, you know what to do. The nurse surrounded a crimson magic circle, disappearing from the place. The doctor only gave a sigh. Doctor, I hope you wake up, boy. We need you. The seal is weakening. 3 more months. It had been 6 months that Izuku did not wake up, and after the big battle, the girls and friends visited Izuku. Eri wanted to use her quirk, but on the doctor's recommendation, and Draig was not recommended. The UA became a hotel for people. Classes were suspended due to the battle. People asked what they were going to do with Izuku. Most wanted him to stay at the UA, but some wanted him in tatters. The heroes helped with the reconstruction and more cements, which was very helpful. In another place, or rather, Underworld. Castillo. A pink-haired man was seen sitting on a throne drinking a glass of wine. His gaze was serious and he spoke. So the security won ha. A few meters in front of him was the hospital nurse. Infirmer hi. Natsu-sama. Natsu, how are you now? Nurse, a man is still in a coma, but the dragon woke up. Natsu, I guess that's good. Nurse, can I ask a question? He nodded. Why are you so interested in Sekiryu? Natsu remained silent but spoke. Natsu, the seal. She felt a chill and fear. If it was true, with his help they possibly had a chance to win. A door to the room opened, revealing a blonde woman with brown eyes. The nurse knelt in front of her. Hey Natsu, calm down will you? Natsu, but... He felt hands on his shoulders and it was the woman's. Council, a meeting between the leaders of each faction. He thought about it and just smiled. Natsu, I guess you're right, Lucy. She just smiled. Natsu, Lucy goes to the Los Angeles faction, tells the leader that there is going to be an important meeting. Lucy, hi, disappearing from the place with a magic circle. Natsu, then you... He approached a small table that was there, opened the drawer, took out a sheet of paper that had writing on it and threw it to the nurse, who grabbed it. Natsu, you have to give Titania now. She just nodded and disappeared. Natsu, I just hope we're ready for what's coming. Human World Hospital. In the silver-haired boy's room were his friends, daughter and his girlfriends. Izuku still didn't wake up. The boys were telling all about the progress of the city. Although he didn't listen to them or answer them, they felt like the girls were talking to him too. The city was 40 meters away. Percent is a great advance. Heroes from other countries came to help in whatever way they can. Izuku's subconscious. We see Izuku slowly waking up. His vision was half blurry, but he saw someone in front of him, and when his vision became clearer. Izuku, dragon. That's right, the dragon was looking at him with a smile. Draig, you're finally awake. Izuku looked everywhere and noticed that he was not in the city. Izuku, I guess I died. Draig, you are wrong. Izuku, are you still alive? Izuku and Draig looked in one direction, seeing a certain brunette. Izuku, who are you? Draig, his name is Hyodo Issei, a first-class pervert and one of the former carriers. Issei, the perverted thing is superfluous. He said with a throbbing vein. Draig, whatever you say. Issei just gave a sigh. Izuku just looked a little confused, and that was noticed by the brunette. Issei, I guess you must be confused, right? Izuku just nodded. Issei, let's see, you're not dead thanks to us, pointing to him and the dragon. Izuku, Issei, you're in a coma. Izuku just gave a sigh. Issei, a little more and you didn't tell it, you knew right? Your body was too hurt for that transformation. Izuku, I knew that. Issei, if you hadn't finished it before, you would die. Izuku, I had that in mind. Issei, but you don't care, you gave everything for them, right? Izuku just smiled and nodded. Issei looked at the dragon and smiled. Issei, you found yourself a good carrier friend. Say, now that I see. He approached the silver-haired man and touched his hair. Issei, you are identical to the idiot valet. He moved away a little. Izuku just looked at him a little seriously. Say, well now to the point. Izuku, and now what? Draig, the curse. Issei, Izuku, the curse is not easy to remove but you are achieving it, I congratulate you. Izuku, I guess thanks. Issei, although. Izuku, brilliant. Issei, that transformation be very careful. Izuku, any advice? Issei, in that one you are alone. I never had that transformation, but anyway, it is possibly the last step for the curse. be very careful. Izuku just nodded. Issei, it's time for you to go back there, you're still young to die. Izuku just shivered and nodded, but before he did anything Issei put his hand on his Issei, good luck in the future. A storm of crimson fire surrounded Izuku and in seconds he disappeared from the place. Draig, I thought you were going to tell him. Issei, they already realized. Draig, I see. Issei, rest my friend, we have done a lot of work. He disappeared like Izuku did. Draig, I guess you're right. Out of the subconscious. Everyone was still in Izuku's room, the girls were around the stretcher, the others were a few meters away looking. At that point the doctor entered. Doctor, the hour is up. Everyone didn't want to leave but they couldn't complain. The girls were going to leave but… Didi, where am I? Everyone stopped suddenly. The girls who were nearby slowly turned their bodies to look at Izuku. He was opening his eyes. The girls approached the stretcher. Izuku opened his eyes a little and the first thing he noticed was his girls looking at him. Izuku, am I in heaven? Why do I see appealing angels? Izuku. It was the scream of the girls who burned him. He gave a of pain that was ignored by the girls. The others looked surprised and didn't say anything. The doctor just gave a sigh. Izuku, Sitsage girls. Kendo, idiot, you worried us. He saw that they were crying. Izuku, I'm sorry. The girls separated from Izuku so that he could at least sit down. Mei and Melissa helped him. Izuku looked at the others. Izuku, hello. Todoroki, you're finally awake. Kirishima, man, you worried us. Izuku, sorry guys, I'm really serious, but it was necessary by the way. And Eri? Eri, Dad? Everyone looked at the entrance. They saw little Eri along with David. Izuku just smiled. Izuku, Allah it is. Eri ran into her arms. Mei and Melissa separated and Eri jumped and Izuku caught her. Eri, sniff sniff, Daddy woke up. Izuku, shark Eri. Eri snuggled closer into Izuku's esti. Izuku, by the way, what happened while I was in a coma? Todoroki, it's a long story. Izuku, Yami Imagino. Doctor, well, the reunion is appealing but we will do some analysis to see if everything is fine. The girls wanted to stay but… Izuku, go and tell the others that I woke up, I have to see what I'll do from now on. They just gave a sigh. Izuku picked up Eri and Todoroki gave it to her and they left together with the rest of the room, leaving only Izuku with the doctor. Dr. Fu. A sound barrier was surrounded by the room. Izuku, why is a demon in the human world? Appearing his gauntlet. Doctor, you noticed, right? Draig, answer. Doctor, I was going to tell you when you were 100% but it's better now. He was going to continue talking but a magic circle appeared next to the doctor revealing to the nurse that he only had a scared face. Izuku, what happened to him? Nurse, Titania scared her. Izuku, do you know something? Dragon, no. Nurse saw Izuku already awake. Nurse, Erara, you already woke up? Izuku, ignoring what happened, what the F is happening? Doctor, the seal is weakening. Draig, this must be a HFANG joke. Nurse, I wish it were like that. Izuku, wow, now what did I miss? Draig, you don't remember what Valis said. Izuku thought for a long while until… Izuku, wait, don't tell me that. Nurse, that's right boy, there will be a faction meeting. Natsu-sama wants you to be at the meeting. Draig, when will the meeting be? Nurse, if I don't know, I'll let you know. Doctor, boy, what we're talking about here. Izuku, I know, it's a very delicate situation, I understand. Nurse, I'm glad you understand. Doctor, good to hide it a bit, now the analysis. They did the analysis and notified the others that it would be another week for him to recover well. They only thanked them for the effort they had made for Izuku, they just shook their heads. 1 week later. Izuku, understanding Draig. Draig, what's wrong? Izuku, do you think we can win? Draig was silent for a few seconds and answered. Draig, I don't know. Izuku just gave a sigh, then the doctor entered the room with a backpack in his hand. Doctor? Well, you're discharged boy, you can go. Izuku, Alfin. Doctor. Here, your girls sent you clothes, throwing the backpack. Izuku, say thank you, grabbing the backpack. Doctor, I'll leave you alone. He closed the door. Izuku changed quickly to leave as soon as possible. He opened the door and found the doctor with his girls and friends who were waiting for him. Izuku, I think it's time to go back. Todoroki, it's time, I'm tired of working out there. Kirishima, don't even tell me. Kendo, now guys, don't complain, well, let's go, Izuku-kun. Izuku just nodded his head. He looked for a few seconds at the doctor who just nodded his head. He left there with his friends and his girls. Doctor, good luck boy. Outside the hospital. Izuku, and now what happened? A group of heroes and police were waiting for them, but the highlight was the press. They weren't supposed to know anything about Izuku's location. Do you consider yourself a hero or villain? Will you return to the USA? Will they take you to Tartaros? Who are you really? Todoroki and Kirishima just looked serious. Izuku was calm but his girls were not. Endeavor, guys. Hero, Endeavor. Todoroki, what happened old man? It wasn't that. Endeavor, I'll explain it to you on the way, get in the truck. Everyone ran to the truck. Some of the press wanted to run but they were stopped by Aizawa or All Might. They got into the truck. Todoroki got in the front while the others in the back. Endeavor started the truck and they left the place. Kirishima, well? Endeavor, someone infiltrated the information. What a bother. Izuku, hey, calm down. Nijaya, pero. Izuku, changing the subject, where are we headed? Endeavor, at UA, Nizu wants to talk to you. Todoroki, old man. Endeavor, it's not what you think. A few minutes passed and they arrived at the UA. They got out of the van and went to where the director was. Talk. Nizu. The door opened revealing Endeavor with the boys. Nizu, they arrived and from what I see you woke up. Izuku, I slept a lot. Nijire, director, what happened to Izuku? Kirishima, he didn't do anything wrong. Nizu, first, stay calm, nothing bad is going to happen. Izuku, okay, straight to the point, I don't think I'll come here just for that. Nizu, straight to the point. You're kind of a screwed boy. Izuku, I expected it. Nizu, you were about to get Tartar again. Everyone, what? Nijire, but what the F dash? Nizu, most of the heroes, reporters etc. wanted to see you imprisoned again. Kirishima and Todoroki only clenched their fists in anger. Seriously, they were going to pay him for his life. Endeavor, but an agreement was reached. Nijire, Endeavor. Nizu, there was a meeting and as Endeavor said there was an agreement. Izuku Midoriya, your professional hero license will be taken away, you will be placed under house arrest and you will help outside to rebuild the city. Melissa, director. Izuku, okay Melissa, when does my punishment begin? Nizu, from now on. Izuku, good. He took off his backpack and gave it to Kami. Izuku, if you want, go to the Heights Alliance, I'll be very busy. Come on, Endeavor? Endeavor, let's go. They left the place leaving their friends and girls. Kirishima, well, who's hungry? Nizu, you go Heights Alliance, your teachers are waiting for you. With Izuku. He had arrived in that city, he looked a little serious. Izuku, Dimin I made a mess. Endeavor, could you? Izuku, no Endeavor, I want to do it alone. You are wrong. Izuku and Endeavor looked at. Izuku, girls, friends. Nijire, you like to do things alone. Izuku, look at the consequence, I leave my battle, I have to do it alone. Mei, we are a team. Kirishima, and we always help each other. Todoroki, I don't know what to say, but I agree. Izuku, I guess I can't refuse, okay? Let's get to work. Underworld. Natsu, I see, so you woke up. He looked at a glass sphere that reflected Izuku, then the doors opened revealing. Natsu, oh, it's been a long time since Titania. Urza, you haven't changed anything Natsu. He approached where he was and looked at the sphere. Urza, so he's the security eye. Natsu, that's right, what did the leader of the fallen angels say? Urza, I accept he's just waiting for the date. Natsu, I thought he was going to refuse. He got up from his throne and went to the window. Urza, what are you going to do now? Natsu, do you have something to do? Urza, nothing why? Natsu, very soon we will go visit him.